Chapter 3091. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared in another place. It was a quiet mountain forest. There was not even the slightest sound of wind rustling the grass. It was so quiet that it was almost eerie. The void was filled with densely intertwined runes. Every rune contained an incomparably powerful and terrifying power. These runes had originally existed in the mountain forest, but they were now being used by someone else. The person who did this was definitely an expert who had mastered countless wondrous techniques. In order to scheme against Lin Feng, the other party could be said to have schemed for a long time. They had spent so much to deal with Lin Feng because they wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already guessed the other party's background. The myriad races, the outer realm races, and the cultivators from other powers. Apart from the cultivators from these three powers, who else would be so scheming to deal with him? Come out, there's no need to hide anymore, Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng, you're about to die today. Do you have any last words before you die? At that moment, an ugly creature with a human head and a bat body appeared. You think you can kill me with just a monster like you? Lin Feng could not help but mock. It was a cultivator from the myriad races Bloodbat clan. Lin Feng had seen cultivators from this clan before, but he did not have much interaction with them. This was his first time dealing with a cultivator from this clan. This clan was very terrifying and had great combat strength. Of course, the most important thing was that this clan's sacred spirit was extremely ugly and evil. The creature's pair of cold eyes flashed with a sinister light. When the Bloodbat clan's cultivator heard Lin Feng's contempt and disdain for him, his expression immediately turned gloomy. He said coldly, "When you fall into my hands later, I'm looking forward to seeing how you beg for mercy. Lin Feng, we meet again." At that moment, a faint laugh suddenly came from the void. Following that, a young man stepped out of the void. This young master was incomparably handsome, and his cultivation was unfathomable. He was wearing a starry robe and looked very handsome. His smile was very gentle. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, there was a hint of awe in his smile. After seeing this young master, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This person was none other than Xing Yuchen of the Star Moon clan. Lin Feng had seen this person a few times before, but he didn't have any grudges with Xing Yuchen. Now that Xing Yuchen was also involved in the operation to kill him, it was naturally because it involved a lot of benefits. Lin Feng's magic treasures, divine abilities, all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all kinds of cultivation resources, and so on. These were all things that could drive people crazy. These things were enough to make many people want to kill Lin Feng. Therefore, when he knew that someone was planning to kill Lin Feng, Xing Yuchen didn't hesitate to participate. He wanted to be a part of it. When Lin Feng was killed, a part of everything that originally belonged to Lin Feng would definitely belong to him. Who else is there? Come out together. Today, I want to see who wants to kill me, Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng, you should have died long ago. Letting you die today is letting you off too easily. Lin Feng, even if you die 1,000 or 10,000 times, it won't be enough to regret your death. Ha 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 ha, after killing you, there will be no more geniuses in the 9 state. The fall of the 9 states will begin with your death. You are destined to live to see the fall of the 9 states. Laughter came out one after another. There were a total of 17 powerful existences. Each of them was exceptionally terrifying. These people were basically cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces. However, among these people, there were also cultivators from the human race. Lin Feng had seen this human cultivator before. It was Xu Qianzong of the Geomaster lineage. This person was an amazing figure, one of the rising stars of the Geomaster lineage. Xu Qianzong was the most talented person, and he was also the one who was most favored. Xu Qianzong had mastered many powerful divine abilities, and his attainments in formations were extremely profound. In the Emperor battle, the ancestor of the Geomaster lineage was killed. The Geomaster lineage was furious. Xu Qianzong's killing intent towards Lin Feng was naturally monstrous. Of course, What interested Xu Qianzong the most was Lin Feng's inheritance of the heavenly master lineage. Xu Qianzong was a cultivation maniac, and he was extremely obsessed with studying all kinds of formations. Therefore, his attainments in formations had reached a transcendent level. The inheritance of the Geomaster lineage could no longer satisfy Xu Qianzong. Xu Qianzong needed a more powerful inheritance. Lin Feng gave him hope, because Lin Feng was the successor of the heavenly master lineage. Besides Xu Qianzong, Lin Feng also liked Gongzong Nai. These were a few male cultivators that he knew. There were also a few female cultivators that Lin Feng knew. For example, the demonic woman that followed the son of the heavenly demon emperor. Every time Lin Feng saw this demonic woman, he would feel a little stunned. Because this demonic woman was simply too beautiful. With an enchanting figure and a beautiful face, she was really a stunner. In addition, Lin Feng also saw Yu Lingxin. Like Xing Yuchen, she came from the Star Moon clan. However, they were not from the same clan. They came from the two great clans of the Star Moon clan, the Xing clan and the Yu clan. Fairy Yaroji of the Heaven and Earth Great World also came here. She was like a fairy that fell from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. She was so beautiful and otherworldly. Now, she also wanted to kill Lin Feng. Besides these 3 peerless beauties, there was another woman. It was unknown what clan she was from, but she wore a black tight suit. It completely accentuated her graceful figure. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. That peerless beauty was charming and flirtatious. When she saw Lin Feng looking at her, she even winked at Lin Feng. If one didn't know the specific situation, they would think that the peerless beauty was Lin Feng's old lover. In fact, both sides were at daggers drawn and a life-and-death battle could break out at any time. What a big deal. In order to kill me, they actually sent a total of 17 top expert. Lin Feng looked at the 17 experts with an indifferent expression. Any one of these 17 people was the kind of person who had great luck and great opportunities. Any one of them was the kind of genius who could challenge people of a higher realm. Usually, it was too difficult to see such a group of geniuses. But now, in order to kill Lin Feng, these 17 top geniuses didn't hesitate to join forces. Although you and I are enemies, I have to admit that it won't be easy to kill you. Naturally, we have to be fully prepared. The ancient god clan's genius, Shen Daoqiong, said indifferently. This lad has many tricks up his sleeve. We should end this quickly, Gongzong Nai said sinisterly. He began to circulate his magic power, preparing to kill Lin Feng. The others also began to circulate their magic power, condensing all kinds of powerful abilities. Chapter 3092. With so many experts joining forces, their attacks formed a torrent of attacks that headed straight for Lin Feng. They were already prepared. Furthermore, it was a flawless preparation. 17 experts joined forces. These people were extremely confident in themselves because they were indeed very powerful and had the strength to deal with Lin Feng. Facing the siege of 17 top experts, Lin Feng's expression could not help but turn serious. These 17 cultivators were not to be underestimated. Their combat strength was unusually strong. Now, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He waved his hand. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the heavenly mystery pagoda flew out. Then, the heavenly mystery pagoda released a dazzling light beam. After the light beam from the heavenly mystery pagoda descended, it formed a powerful defensive light shield. The attacks from the 17 experts were instantly neutralized by the light shield formed by the heavenly mystery pagoda. An emperor-level defensive Dharma treasure was extremely powerful. It could easily block any cultivator's divine ability attack. Of course, this was only possible within a short period of time. If the battle continued for a long time, the heavenly mystery pagoda's defensive system would also be destroyed by these people. Therefore, Lin Feng had to seize the time to kill these cultivators. Perhaps he could find a way to break out of the encirclement. No matter how strong his combat strength was, it would be difficult for him to withstand the siege of 17 cultivators. Lin Feng tried to kill a few of them. However, it was difficult for him to do so because there were simply too many of them. They could use powerful attacks to deal with Lin Feng at any time. Therefore, Lin Feng was now in trouble. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng, it seems like you're going to die today. One of the Sky Prides could not help but laugh out loud. After today, you'll be completely removed from the list. Then, another Sky Pride laughed coldly with murderous intent. They continued to prepare powerful divine abilities to attack Lin Feng. If it was a battle of attrition, Lin Feng would naturally not be able to win against 17 of them. These 17 experts were holding back. Obviously, they wanted to slowly wear Lin Feng down. This was the best way. That way, they wouldn't suffer any casualties. If they were pushed too far, once a fierce battle broke out, even if they managed to kill Lin Feng, a few of them might be dragged down by Lin Feng. These cultivators didn't want that to happen. Therefore, they wanted to continuously consume Lin Feng's Fa Li. When Lin Feng's mana was almost depleted, his combat strength was greatly reduced. At that time, they would swarm him. Kill Lin Feng. Die. A new round of attacks was formed by the dozen or so experts. Lin Feng was still using the Heavenly Profound Pagoda to block their attacks. When their attacks landed on the Heavenly Profound Pagoda, the Heavenly Profound Pagoda suddenly emitted cracking sounds. Cracks had appeared on the defensive barrier formed by the Heavenly Profound Pagoda. After seeing those cracks, the Heavenly Profound Pagoda's defensive barrier began to crack. Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. With so many cracks, the Heavenly Profound Pagoda might not be able to withstand the attacks of these 17 experts. This kid's defensive barrier is about to be destroyed. Once it's destroyed, he won't be far from being killed by us. That's right. Once we break his defensive barrier, with our strength, killing him will be as easy as killing a dog. These prodigies said one after another. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Anyone in this situation would feel incomparably troublesome. Damn it, should I use the 8-9 arcane art to kill them? Lin Feng's expression darkened. Waves of dense killing intent flashed across his heart. Using the 8-9 arcane art required a lot of courage. This was because the 8-9 arcane art caused too much damage to the body. Moreover, it consumed too much of one's lifespan. This was because there was a restriction to using the 8-9 arcane art. When one's cultivation was below 10 million years, using the 8-9 arcane art would immediately kill them. Only when one's cultivation exceeded 10 million years could they use the 8-9 arcane art. Right now, Lin Feng's lifespan was 80 million years. There was naturally no problem using the 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art had already been cultivated to the 3rd level. This level of the 8-9 arcane art could increase one's battle strength by 8 times. The 17 cultivators in front of him were indeed terrifying. Lin Feng admitted this, and they were holding back. But wasn't he holding back as well? Lin Feng estimated that with his current strength, if he attacked with all his strength and then used the 8-9 arcane art, his battle strength would increase by 8 times. At that time, he might be able to kill all these people. However, at that time, he would still have 10 years of lifespan left. This was a lose-lose situation. Therefore, Lin Feng hesitated whether he should use the 8-9 arcane art to kill these guys. Among these people, there were many super powerful enemies. For example, Gongzi Nai, this person hid very deeply. He was one of the most hidden young cultivators of the myriad races. Another example was Xu Qianzong. This person's cultivation was powerful, and his attainments in formations were unfathomable. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. Among these 17 experts, many of them were heaven-defying existences. Their future achievements were limitless. Damn it! These people are courting death. Then I'll kill them. So what if I only have 10 years of lifespan left? I believe that within 10 years, I will definitely become an emperor. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a ruthless gaze. The side effects of the 8-9 arcane art were very terrifying. 10 years of lifespan would disappear in the blink of an eye. Within these 10 years, no heavenly treasures or spirit pills that could increase one's lifespan would be able to increase it. Unless one crossed a major realm within 10 years. Then, one would be able to break through the shackles of heaven and earth to extend their lifespan again. Now that the situation was critical, Lin Feng had already planned to use the 8-9 arcane art to kill these cultivators who had schemed against him. But at this moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from a huge valley in the distance. Then, endless black fog began to roll. The black fog quickly surged over, and there seemed to be some terrifying creature hibernating in the black fog. When he felt the terrifying aura emitted from the black fog, Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. Could it be? Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of the ancient expert that the little golden snake had mentioned. The aura in the black fog was very ancient and incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng guessed that it was very likely that the ancient expert had awakened. Interesting, very interesting. I like to watch a show, but this battle of yours, 17 people besieging one person, isn't exciting enough. I want to see a more exciting battle. A cold voice came from the black fog. Not good, let's go. When the 17 experts besieging Lin Feng sensed the aura in the black fog, their expressions changed drastically, and they turned to flee. Lin Feng also quickly fled into the distance, but everyone failed. The rolling black fog swept over. Everyone was swept into it. Then. Chapter 3093. The demonic fog churned, covering the sky and covering the sun. Its power was terrifying. Everyone struggled violently, trying to break free from the demonic fog. However, it was useless. No matter how hard they tried, they could not break free. This evil fog that engulfed the world was truly a bit too frightening, causing others to be shaken. Was it really that undying expert from the Primordial era? If that was really the case, then they would be in big trouble. So many people were swept away by this terrifying existence into a valley filled with birds and fragrant flowers. The valley was originally beautiful, but in an instant, it became eerie. Everyone's face was gloomy. They no longer had the mood to continue fighting. Others might not know who it was, but Lin Feng had already guessed it. Therefore, his face turned even uglier. If it was really that existence who survived the Primordial War, they were really finished. It would be easy for that existence to kill them. Is this the Devil's Valley of Despair? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The others looked at Lin Feng. They didn't know anything about this place. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would know so much about it. They were astonished. You know quite a lot, that mysterious existence said with a sneer. In that case, you're the cultivator from the Valley of Despair who survived the Primordial War. Lin Feng continued. What? You survived the Primordial War? Many people couldn't help but be shocked. The war at the end of the Primordial era was one of the most terrifying wars of this era. It was comparable to the war between Xiantian lifeforms. After the war, most of the Xiantian lifeforms had fallen. It was rare to see any Xiantian lifeforms walking around the world. After the war, most of the immortals had fallen. It was rare to see any immortals walking around the world. These were two important turning points after the start of the new era. Now, the one who appeared here was actually an existence who survived the Primordial War. What was his cultivation level? These 17 Heaven's Prides who had been scheming against Lin Feng all had ugly expressions on their faces. They had thought that their scheme against Lin Feng was flawless. However, such an unforeseen event had occurred, and even they had fallen into the trap. After such a long time, there are still people in the outside world who remember me. It's really not easy. The voice of this supreme being spoke faintly, as though it was filled with emotions and sadness. Even after a long time had passed, time had not been able to erase him. Living from the Primordial era until now, his lifespan was truly too long. Swish. At that moment, beams of demonic light appeared in the depths of the valley. Then, a palace appeared faintly. Devil Palace of Despair. Everyone saw the name of the palace. The words Devil Palace of Despair were written with the blood of gods and devils, and they would never dry up. This palace should be the palace of that ancient expert. Since it was called the Demon Palace, it should be an expert of the demon path. How can you let us go? A Sky Pride asked. He felt that since this Primeval existence hadn't made a move to kill them, he would definitely give them a chance to survive. It's simple. The 18 of you will fight. The one who survives will be able to leave this place. The expert from the immemorial era laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression didn't change after hearing this. He had already guessed all the possible outcomes, so he wasn't surprised at all. As for the other 17 Sky Prides, their expressions changed drastically. They were originally allies, but now, they were going to kill each other. In the end, only one of them could leave. This was truly too cruel. Whoosh, 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 the 17 Sky Prides, who were originally standing together, quickly separated. Now, everyone was feeling insecure. These 17 Sky Prides had originally formed a temporary alliance. Once they killed Lin Feng, this temporary alliance would then disband. Naturally, there wasn't much trust between these 17 Sky Prides. Let's do it. Let this seat watch an exciting battle, the ancient expert said sinisterly. His voice made everyone's hair stand on end. However, now that things had come to this, they no longer had any other choice. Let's kill Lin Feng first, then we'll fight it out. What do you think? One Sky Pride suggested. All right, the others nodded in agreement. Kill, the 17 Sky Prides shouted coldly and flew toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He took out the heavenly mystery pagoda to defend himself. Boom, 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 all sorts of powerful attacks came at him, but they were all blocked by Lin Feng's heavenly mystery pagoda. Next, Lin Feng took out the heavenly drum, a supreme treasure. The moment the heavenly drum was taken out, the ancient expert exclaimed in surprise, as if he had recognized the heavenly drum in Lin Feng's hand. Dong, 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 Lin Feng began to beat the heavenly drum. A series of earth-shattering sounds rang out, shaking the clouds and reverberating in all directions. After the heavenly drum was beaten, heavenly soldiers and generals formed. The heavenly soldiers and generals quickly rushed toward the group of people surrounding him. Sensing the strength of the heavenly soldiers and generals, the cultivators' expressions changed slightly, and they quickly retreated. They seemed to want to waste a lot of time to kill Lin Feng, just like before. Whoosh! Lin Feng locked onto one of them and quickly attacked. The cultivator he had locked onto was the Bloodbat clan's cultivator. The others all started attacking Lin Feng one after another. Lin Feng ignored the attacks. He instantly activated the 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones and the 9 layers of Haki to form a magnetic field. The 3 Lin Fengs surrounded the Bloodbat clan's cultivator. When the attacks of the other 16 experts arrived, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defense was instantly destroyed. During the previous battle, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defense was almost destroyed. The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda needed some time to recover, so it was naturally difficult to hold on. The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda blocked most of the attacks. The remaining attacks were neutralized by Lin Feng's Dharmic immunity, which was recorded in the Great Immunity Technique. Go to hell! The 3 Lin Fengs attacked with all their might, and powerful attacks bombarded the Bloodbat clan's cultivator. Coupled with the suppression of the magnetic field, the Bloodbat clan's cultivator couldn't block Lin Feng's attacks at all. No, the Bloodbat clan's cultivator let out a terrified roar. Puff! In the next moment, his body was torn apart, and he died on the spot. Chapter 3094. 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones. Not bad. Not bad. This is a supreme divine ability passed down from Taoism. I didn't expect someone to know this divine ability, the immemorial era expert couldn't help but say. This kid has extraordinary means. Now, we should put down our grudges and kill him first. Gong Zong Nai said. Lin Feng's combat strength had indeed made the others wary. Originally, they were still wary of each other, but now, many felt that they could let down their guard before killing Lin Feng. It wouldn't be too late for them to fight after killing Lin Feng. Then let's kill Lin Feng first, then settle our matters. Although one of us died, Lin Feng's Imperial Weapon Defensive Treasure has been destroyed. The 16 of us can easily kill him, Shun Daoqiong of the Ancient God Clan sneered. This person had an extremely high status in the Ancient God Clan. It was said that he was one of the 5 supreme prodigies of the younger generation. His status was even higher than Shun Daoqian's. Moreover, this person was extremely terrifying. Coupled with his powerful bloodline, His future was limitless. Now that he was trapped here, he was only thinking about how to get out. His rallying power was still very strong. His words made many people let down their guard, and they all surrounded Lin Feng. Great Sun demonic palm, heaven and earth dragon subduing technique, 9 revolution stars transformation, immortal dragon technique, immemorial divine king Dao, and so on and so forth. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed, and all of them were aimed at Lin Feng. There were a total of 16 divine abilities, and the cultivators who displayed these divine abilities were extremely powerful. Ordinary people couldn't contend with these terrifying existences at all. Although Lin Feng was strong enough, it was too difficult for him to fight against so many top prodigies alone. When those attacks came, the 16 experts looked at Lin Feng coldly as if they were looking at a dead man. Perhaps in their opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure, and there was no way he could turn the situation around. It was no wonder that they had such thoughts. After all, the combined combat strength of these people was too terrifying. Heaven mending technique. When the attacks of the 16 experts were about to drown Lin Feng used the powerful heaven mending art. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. This was the miraculous aspect of the heaven mending art. Lin Feng relied on the miraculous nature of the heaven mending art. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was already behind one of the myriad race's sky prides. This was a cultivator from the sacred demon tribe. The sacred demon tribe was one of the 10 great royal families of the myriad races. It was an extremely terrifying force. Back then, Lin Feng had killed the sacred demon tribe's sacred demon prince. However, this was something that happened many years ago. Since then, he didn't have any interactions with the sacred demon tribe. Lin Feng and his 2 avatars struck out at the sky pride of the sacred demon tribe. Not good. Although the sacred demon race's prodigy did not see what was going on behind them. However, he could feel an unprecedented aura of death enveloping his entire body. The sacred demon tribe genius wanted to escape through the void. However, he wasn't able to do so. This was because Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering aura superimposed on the magnetic field. In addition, one of his avatars were too powerful. The sacred demon tribe genius couldn't dodge at all. He wanted to turn around to counter Lin Feng's attack, but it was already too late. Bang! 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 3 consecutive punches. Lin Feng and his 2 avatars struck the sacred demon tribe's sacred demon prince's body. In an instant, the sacred demon tribe's sacred demon prince's body exploded. How is this possible? Many Sky Pride's expressions couldn't help but darken. Originally, they thought that they could definitely kill Lin Feng. However, they didn't expect such an outcome. Not only did they fail to kill Lin Feng together, but Lin Feng had also killed one of their experts. Although this kid's means are extraordinary, there must be a great limit to this kind of divine ability. It is very difficult to use this kind of divine ability continuously. Since he has already used that divine ability just now, he shouldn't be able to use it again in a short period of time. Now is a great opportunity for us to kill him, a Sky Pride from the Bloodstar tribe said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This person's eyes were quite sharp. Lin Feng's current situation was indeed as this person had said. Although the heaven patching technique was extremely miraculous, it had a cooldown period. After using it once, it couldn't be used a second time within 3 days. Lin Feng also knew a great death substitution technique. Using this divine ability, he could avoid another calamity. At that time, he should be able to kill one more person. At that time, out of the 17 experts on the other side, there were still 14 left. He would then use the 8-9 arcane art to have a final battle with them. Lin Feng felt that with the 8-9 arcane art, he should be able to kill the remaining 14 experts. However, Lin Feng didn't know if the actual situation would be the same as what he expected. After all, people like Gong Nai, Fairy Yaroji, and the others were all people who had hidden very deeply. Perhaps they also had some terrifying techniques that could increase their battle prowess. When the time came, he could use them to offset the increase in battle prowess brought by the 8-9 arcane art. However, regardless of whether the 8-9 arcane art could kill these people or not, Lin Feng had no other choice. Puff. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about how to deal with this situation, suddenly, Gong Nai silently appeared behind the Sky Pride of the Bloodstar tribe. He suddenly attacked. His right hand pierced the Sky Pride's chest from behind. The Sky Pride of the Bloodstar tribe turned around and looked at Gong Nai, who had appeared behind him. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he died without saying anything. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't understand why Gong Nai would suddenly attack the Sky Pride of the Bloodstar tribe. Gong Nai, what are you doing? The others looked at Gong Nai with gloomy expressions. They quickly separated. The little bit of trust they had built up with great difficulty was now gone because of Gong Nai's sneak attack and killing of the Sky Pride of the Bloodstar tribe. Everyone was on guard and suspicious of each other. Gong Nai sneered. He didn't care about the others' questions. Gong Nai had sucked the Sky Pride of the Bloodstar tribe dry. Then, he quickly flew out of the valley. Gong Nai clearly wanted to break out of the encirclement. You don't know the difference between life and death. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Next, a huge palm suddenly condensed in the rolling demonic fog around the valley. That huge palm directly grabbed at young Master Nai. That palm was really too terrifying. It seemed to be able to grasp the world. No one would be able to successfully dodge that palm. Chapter 3095. Seeing young Master Nai being grabbed by that hand, everyone knew that young Master Nai was dead for sure. Young Master Nai's cultivation was indeed very strong. There weren't many cultivators who could match him. However, the one who attacked was an expert from the Primordial era. How strong was this expert's combat strength? It was hard to imagine. No matter how strong young Master Nai was, there was nothing he could do against an expert from the Primordial era. The hand that grabbed young Master Nai suddenly tightened its grip. Cracking sounds could be heard. It was the sound of bones breaking. Blood flowed down from the hand. Lin Feng and the others were shocked. Young Master Nai's body was crushed into meat paste. Young Master Nai died just like that. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Among the geniuses of the myriad races, young Master Nai was definitely the one he feared the most. Not only was young Master Nai powerful, but he was also very good at disguising himself. Moreover, young Master Nai had never used his full strength in all these years. No one knew just how terrifying his battle prowess was. Young Master Nai was definitely one of the most terrifying existences of the younger generation. But now, he had died just like that. Everyone was filled with emotions. So what if he was a peak genius of the younger generation? He couldn't even withstand a single blow from those peak experts. However, just as everyone thought that young Master Nai's soul had returned to the 9 heavens, with a flash of light, a figure appeared in the churning black mist. It was young Master Nai. He's not dead. Lin Feng was surprised when he saw Gong Zong Nai. That gigantic hand wasn't Gong Zong Nai's real body, it was just a clone. Lin Feng didn't know what Gong Zong Nai had used. But that existence was also made of flesh and blood. How had young Master Nai done it? Lin Feng suddenly thought of how young Master Nai had devoured the flesh and blood essence of that genius from the Bloodstar race. Could it be that young Master Nai had used the flesh and blood essence of that cultivator to create another version of himself? When the huge devil hand reached out, young Master Nai's original body instantly went into hiding. The fake body instantly appeared and replaced the original body. The speed at which the real and the fake body switched was simply too fast. Thus, he was able to fool everyone. The demonic hand pointed at Gong Zui, who was running away. In an instant, a finger of light condensed from devil chi instantly shot towards Gong Zi Nai. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the others also fled in all directions. He wanted to escape while this ancient existence was dealing with young Master Nai. With this existence's strength, it shouldn't be so troublesome to kill Gong Zong Nai. Lin Feng guessed that there might be some problems with the body of this ancient existence. That was why Gong Zong Nai was able to take advantage of it. Sky Devil Body Disintegration Technique. Facing the attack of the Fingerlight, Gongzi Nai did not hesitate to use the ultimate escape technique of the Sky Fiend clan. Perhaps it was because young Master Nai felt the terror of that fingerlight, so he didn't hold back at all. Young Master Nai's body instantly disintegrated into strands of devilish energy. Dense demonic chi rushed out, and the finger of light shot out to kill. A lot of devil chi was destroyed. However, some of the devil chi still managed to escape. Despicable ants, you all deserve to die. I'm going to eat all of you. Gongzong Nai's successful escape also thoroughly angered this ancient existence. One after another, gigantic hands that blotted out the sky condensed and grabbed at the cultivators. Fairy Yaroji was the daughter of the world lord of the heaven and earth great world. She took out a jade talisman. After the jade talisman shattered, the shadow of an ancient existence appeared. That ancient existence wrapped around Fairy Yaroji and then collided with the devil hand in the void. Then he tore open the void and escaped with Fairy Yaoji. Lin Feng guessed that the existence that appeared in the jade talisman should be the heaven and earth great emperor. To be able to become the world lord of a great world, this person was definitely a terrifying figure. Xu Qianzong was also extraordinary. He took out an ancient book. It was an ancient bronze book, mysterious and unfathomable. Xu Qianzong jumped up and flew towards the bronze book. The bronze book formed a space of its own, and Xu Qianzong entered it. When the demonic hand pressed down, ancient figures appeared above the bronze book. These figures had powerful auras and heaven-defying methods. They were all old ancestors of the Earthmaster lineage. After the bronze book clashed with the devil hand, it quickly tore through the devil fog and escaped. Next, it was the beautiful woman in black tights. This woman also seemed to have an extraordinary origin. She took out a scroll painting. The scroll painting was extremely extraordinary. It shook off the devil hand and swept the woman away. However, before the scroll painting left, the devil hand slapped it. Puff! The woman in black tights couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, the scroll painting tore through the devil fog and disappeared. Lin Feng was also attacked by the devil hand. When the terrifying devil hand came down from the sky, Lin Feng felt the aura of death enveloping him. This demonic hand was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng didn't resist the devil hand directly. He used the great death substitution technique. He had managed to avoid a certain death. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived at the outer region of the Devil Valley. Then, he rushed out. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He would be able to get out soon. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the hall. Space-time imprisonment. When the voice came out, in an instant, Lin Feng felt as if heaven and earth had been imprisoned. Space condensed. Time stopped flowing. Lin Feng was shocked to find that he couldn't move his body. His body and the surrounding space-time had stopped moving. The others were the same. They couldn't move their bodies. The situation was extremely bad. It's over. It's really over this time. Lin Feng wanted to cry but no tears came out. He was definitely dead. Whoosh. At this moment, a powerful suction force surged out from the Devil Palace of Despair. The powerful suction force enveloped the remaining people. The group of people flew uncontrollably towards the Devil Palace of Despair. Song of the Worlds. It started in the desolate era. Myriad Dao. Destruction of the era. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. A boundless starry sky world appeared. At the end of this starry sky world, there were 5 mysterious and ancient existences sitting cross-legged. The 5 existences seemed to be unmoving since ancient times. They were as powerful as ancient gods. Swish swish. Chapter 3096. It's the Lord Primogenitor. The Lord Primogenitor has appeared. Shen Daoqiong couldn't help but shout excitedly. The primogenitors of the myriad races were 5 experts that had existed since the primordial era. They were from the same era as the primogenitor in the Devil Palace of Despair. No one knew how strong they were. Hey! I didn't expect to meet people from the same era in this era. A chilling voice rang out from the Devil Palace of Despair. That's right. There aren't many people from our era anymore. The primogenitor opened his eyes and said. Then, he grabbed at the peerless geniuses of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other factions. Only Lin Feng was ignored. This primogenitor probably didn't recognize Lin Feng. He probably saw that Lin Feng was a human cultivator and didn't intend to save Lin Feng. You want to save these people from me? You must be dreaming. The primogenitor in the Devil Palace of Despair's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Then, a huge demonic hand condensed in the void. That huge demonic hand slapped at the primogenitor's hand. Ever since I woke up from my slumber, this is the first time I've made a move. After the Primordial era, I rarely made a move. It's a good opportunity to test your skills. The primogenitor of the myriad races said indifferently. Bang! In the next instant, the two huge palms collided with each other, creating an earth-shattering sound of collision. After all, the primogenitor had launched his attack from far away. Hence, he was at a disadvantage. However, before it shattered, the palm grabbed the demonic woman beside the heavenly demon emperor's son. Then, it quickly disappeared. The 5 ancient figures in the primordial era disappeared together with the primogenitor. No, why did it turn out like this? We don't want to die. Old ancestor, save us. The remaining people were on the verge of breaking down. They saw hope. But in the blink of an eye, that hope turned into deep despair. Anyone who had experienced such ups and downs, anyone would feel a deep sense of despair. In the end, the remaining 11 people were sucked into the Devil Palace of Despair. Inside the Demon Palace, there was a huge stone bed. A middle-aged cultivator was lying on top of the stone bed, looking at Lin Feng and the others. This person must be the existence from the primordial era. You guys are weaker than the others. They escaped, but you guys were left behind. This terrifying existence walked down from the stone bed. At this moment, everyone saw a terrifying scene. The head of this existence was actually separated from its body, although there was divine light intertwining around his neck. However, it was difficult to conceal the wound on the severed head. You, everyone looked at this terrifying expert from the immemorial era in shock. What exactly happened in the past? Who cut off his head? His head had been chopped off for such a long time. It was truly inconceivable that this existence was still alive. How did he do it? He was an expert who had experienced the ancient war. It was indeed extraordinary. His methods were extremely powerful. It was hard to imagine. Are you surprised? The immemorial era expert smiled faintly and asked. Lin Feng and the others did not say anything. They all looked at the immemorial era expert cautiously. The immemorial era expert came in front of a myriad race cultivator. Spare me, senior, please spare me. This junior is willing to do anything for senior. The myriad race cultivator quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the immemorial era expert. In the past, the myriad race did produce many powerful people. However, in your era, have you lost your courage? What a disgrace. The immemorial era expert reached out his right hand and grabbed the head of the myriad race cultivator who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. The myriad race cultivator let out a shrill cry. Everyone saw that the myriad race cultivator's body was rapidly shrinking. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent explosion, there was a loud sound. The myriad race cultivator's body directly exploded. His flesh and soul essence turned into a blood-red ball of light and was swallowed by the immemorial era expert. Not bad, not bad. The power of your bloodline is not bad. The immemorial era expert laughed sinisterly. After seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that this ancient expert wanted to devour all of them? If that was the case, then it would be a disaster. As long as Senior is willing to spare us, we are willing to do anything for Senior. One by one, the myriad race cultivators knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, there were also a few who did not choose to kneel and beg for mercy even though their faces were extremely dark. This was because the immemorial era expert had already activated his killing intent. He did not care about anyone's pleas. It was useless even if they begged for mercy. In the end, they would still die. Since that was the case, there was no need to beg for mercy. Spineless thing. Yi Futian sneered. The immemorial era expert's expression was cold as he grabbed the head of the second myriad race cultivator. Soon, the second myriad race cultivator's body also exploded. Then, the immemorial era expert devoured the second myriad race cultivator's flesh and soul essence. Run! Seeing that begging was useless, the rest of the myriad race cultivators got up and ran outside. A bunch of ants trying to escape. How laughable. The immemorial era expert waved his sleeve. Bang bang bang. Following that, the cultivators' bodies exploded one after another, dying on the spot. Then, the immemorial era expert suddenly inhaled. In an instant, everyone's flesh and soul essence was completely devoured by the immemorial era expert. This immemorial era expert was truly a pitilessly terrifying existence, causing everyone to feel a deep sense of despair. In the end, apart from Lin Feng, there were also Xing Yuchen, Yu Lingxin, and Shen Daoqiong. At least the four of you have some backbone. Moreover, your bloodlines seem to be much more powerful than the bloodlines of the previous people. The immemorial era expert's sinister eyes looked at the four of them. Finally, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Especially your bloodline. It's different from the rest. He reached out to grab Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. He couldn't imagine what cultivation level this immemorial era expert had. He was so terrifying that he couldn't resist. The immemorial era expert was about to grab Lin Feng. But at that moment, the immemorial era expert stopped. His sinister eyes looked in the direction of the Devil Palace of Despair's entrance. Who are you? The immemorial era expert asked with a cold expression. Seeing that the immemorial era expert had stopped, he didn't continue to attack him. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then, he looked at the entrance of the palace. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Devil fog was rolling at the entrance of the palace. A mummified figure stood there with his hands behind his back. It was unknown when he had appeared here. He stood at the entrance of the palace, watching everything that was happening inside with calm eyes. Chapter 3097. The mummified old man had come here. When did he appear? No one even knew. Even this expert from the archaic era didn't sense his presence. It was truly a terrifying existence. The mummified old man didn't answer the primordial era expert's question. Instead, he asked, "I'm here for the immortal Book of Saints. You should know some of the things that happened back then. Who are you? You know about this thing." The ancient expert's expression changed greatly. That ancient book was a taboo that could not be mentioned. Very few people knew about it, especially after the ancient war. He even thought that he was the only one who knew of this name in all the worlds. But now, he knew that there was someone else who knew of the existence of this item, and this person was also living in the world. It was this mysterious old man before him. Immortal Book of Saints. What's that? Lin Feng could not help but be puzzled. From the name, it seemed to be a book, but it was definitely not that simple. He just did not know what this immortal Book of Saints was. But no matter what it was, Lin Feng felt that this immortal Book of Saints was definitely extremely shocking. It must have a shocking origin. Otherwise, the mummified old man would not be so interested in it. One had to know that the mummified old man had a great origin, although Lin Feng did not know who he was. But after he had appeared in the past, the underworld had been deserted. From this, one could see how terrifying this mummified old man was. No matter what, the underworld was the largest power in the underworld. And the underworld was one of the 3 supreme realms, where experts were as common as clouds. Who knew how many powerful existences there were in the underworld? But even such a powerful underworld had been scared out of its wits when it heard the mummified old man appear. The mummified old man's strength was unfathomable. Who I am is not important. What's important is the information about the immortal Book of Saint. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things like straw dogs. The immortal Book of Saints is very useful to me. Tell me everything you know. The mummified old man continued. You dare to covet that thing? I advise you not to have any ideas about the immortal Book of Saints, lest you draw fire to yourself, the supreme ancient expert said. You don't have to worry about that, the mummified old man said indifferently. I can't tell you about the immortal Book of Saints because the things I know are useless to you. The ancient expert couldn't help but ask. I wanted to spare your life, but you don't cherish it. The mummified old man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his body disappeared. No one knew how he disappeared. No one knew how powerful this existence was. The next moment, the mummified old man appeared in front of the immemorial expert. Then, he reached out with his withered right hand and grabbed at the primordial expert. Lin Feng already had some understanding of the strength of an ancient powerhouse. He knew just how terrifying this existence was. But in the face of the mummified old man's grasp, the ancient experts were unable to resist at all. Crack! The mummified old man's hand grabbed the primordial expert's head and twisted it. The primordial expert's head was removed. It's not easy for you to be able to live until now after being beheaded in the past. Since you're unwilling to speak, I'll search your soul by force. Then, I'll learn many secrets. The mummified old man said indifferently. He was too powerful. Everything he did was done in a carefree manner. This wasn't the first time Lin Feng saw the mummified old man in action, but every time he saw him in action, his heart would be filled with shock. This was definitely a peerless expert from ancient times to modern times. Even if someone said that he was an expert on the same level as Pangu, Nuer, Taishang, Guang Yuan, and the others, Lin Feng wouldn't doubt it at all. Spare me, Lord. Since our fates are not up to us to decide, please give me a chance, Your Excellency. The primordial expert immediately begged for mercy. Previously, he had sensed an extremely terrifying aura from the mummified old man's body. However, the primordial expert was also extremely confident in his own strength. That was why he had rejected the mummified old man's request. But now, the situation was completely different. He hadn't expected the mummified old man to be so powerful. This was a terrifying existence that surpassed him by more than a single level. The primordial expert found this hard to believe. Hadn't an existence on this level died long ago during the Great War between Xiantian lifeforms? The few who had luckily survived had all died in the calamity of the primordial era. To think that an existence on this level still existed in this era, it was truly shocking. The mummified old man's expression was still cold. In the end, he tossed the primordial expert's head away. The mummified old man had said, "Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs." From this, one could see that the mummified old man had his own understanding of the heavenly Tao's indifference. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. And from a certain point of view, this primordial expert might indeed be somewhat similar to him. Thank you for sparing my life, Lord. The primordial expert hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the mummified old man in thanks. Who is this person? Shen Daoqiong, Xing Yuchen, and Yu Lingxin were already dumbfounded. After all, even though this primordial expert had been decapitated and his battle prowess had greatly decreased, he still hadn't feared the primogenitors. But in front of this mummified old man, he was nothing more than an ant. It was truly shocking. They couldn't even believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. But, this was all real. This existence was truly far too powerful, to the point where it was simply shocking. Only Lin Feng remained relatively calm. He'd long since known just how powerful this mummified old man was. Thus, Lin Feng didn't find it strange at all that he'd been able to suppress this primordial expert. Speak, the mummified old man said. His words were concise and to the point. He wasn't a particularly talkative person, especially after countless years had passed. He was still as taciturn as he'd been in the past. Everything this junior knows is recorded in this jade tube. The primordial expert handed over a jade tube to the mummified old man. The mummified old man took the tube and sensed its contents. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In that instant, the world seemed to be frozen. It was impossible to tell what was recorded in the tube. The mummified old man then began to walk outside. "Senior, wait for this junior," Lin Feng said, hurrying to follow. The mummified old man turned to look at Lin Feng. In that instant, Lin Feng felt like he'd fallen into hell. The mummified old man finally turned back, no longer paying any attention to him. It was as if he'd tacitly agreed to let Lin Feng leave with him. The other three wanted to leave as well, but an invisible force pushed them back into the hall. The mummified old man wasn't the savior of the world. He didn't pay any attention to people who had no relationship with him. Chapter 3098. The mummified old man didn't walk very quickly. He walked through the forest. Between heaven and earth, not a sound could be heard. Even the chirping of insects and birds had completely disappeared at this moment. The mummified old man was too powerful. His cultivation was heaven-defying, and his battle prowess had reached an unimaginable level. Wherever he passed, there would be a natural pressure. It was as if some people were born with a domineering aura. He suppressed the world. Lin Feng followed behind the mummified old man. Ever since the mummified old man was released from the wooden coffin, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist had formed a mysterious connection with the old man. Perhaps this was a trace of fate in the unseen world. It was the fate of fate within fate. The mummified old man had come for the mysterious immortal Book of Saints, so when he heard the news of the book, he immediately changed his mind. He walked outside. It seemed as if he wanted to leave Lulan Island. It was as if nothing on Lulan Island could attract the mummified old man's attention. This path is full of danger. In the end, this path requires great courage and faith in order to walk down it, the mummified old man said. He seemed to be talking to himself. However, it also seemed as if he was talking to Lin Feng. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. The mummified old man disappeared without a trace. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng bowed at the place where the mummified old man had been standing. He was grateful for the senior's help. At the same time, he was also grateful for the senior's guidance. Lin Feng didn't stay for long and quickly left. On the way, Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, have you heard of the immortal Book of Saints? What is it? The Demon Lord shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. I don't know which era this treasure is from. I don't even know if it's from this era. Lin Feng said, this senior's identity is too mysterious. I don't even know where he came from. I'm not sure. Even at my peak, I couldn't compare to this person. The Demon Lord could not help but sigh. An epoch had 3,000 eras. Each era could last for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, after such a long period of time, no one knew exactly how many experts had appeared in the myriad worlds. The night was bright and clear, and from time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard from the forest. The area of the Swamp of Despair was extremely large, and the Swamp of Despair at night was extremely dangerous. Boom! Violent vibrations could be heard from afar. A great battle broke out. Lin Feng, who was resting in the forest, was alarmed. He quickly flew in the direction of the battle. Not long after, Lin Feng flew to the mountain forest where the battle was taking place. Immediately, he saw a dozen or so cultivators besieging an injured female cultivator. The injured female cultivator was actually the female cultivator from the myriad races, who was wearing a tight black suit. This female cultivator had used a scroll to escape from the Devil Valley of Despair. However, she was injured when she left. Now, her face looked rather pale and her magic power was in disorder. Her injuries should not be light. Wang Hongzhong, we have no grievances in the past. You brought these people to besiege me. Do you want to become enemies with my phantom race? The female cultivator said coldly. Phantom race? Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. This was the first time he heard of this race. However, this race should be very powerful. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to cultivate such a powerful female cultivator. My Shiruo, I heard that you have the legendary 1000 charm body. This is an extremely rare dual cultivation physique. It is said that many people want to become dual cultivation partners with you, but they were all rejected by you. You are such a top-quality beauty, and you also have the 1000 charm body. Originally, this young master didn't have any share, but now that you are injured, this young master also wants to have a taste of your 1000 charm body, a horse-faced cultivator said. This horse-faced cultivator should be the Wang Hongzhong that my Shiruo mentioned. This Wang Hongzhong should also be a cultivator from the myriad races. Lin Feng did not know which race he was from. He had many experts around him, which was why he dared to attack the injured my Shiruo. These myriad races cultivators had many tricks up their sleeves. Therefore, Lin Feng was not surprised to see the battle between the two sides. Now, Lin Feng looked at the two sides of the battle as if he was watching a show. Boom boom boom. Under Wang Hongzhong's leadership, their group's attack was very powerful. Although my Shiruo was very powerful, she was still injured. She could not display her full strength. Therefore, she was suppressed by Wang Hongzhong's group. Moreover, she was surrounded by danger. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Hongzhong seized an opportunity and swept his palm on my Shiruo's body, sending her flying. After receiving this blow, my Shiruo's face turned even paler. Ha 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 ha, my Shiruo, it seems like you will be my woman today. Wang Hongzhong could not help but laugh. The following attacks from this group of people were even more powerful. Boom boom boom. All kinds of terrifying attacks were displayed. It was as if they could destroy the heaven and earth. My Shiruo was about to be drowned. At this moment, a mysterious rune appeared between my Shiruo's eyebrows. It was a rune that looked somewhat illusory. That rune emitted a powerful energy. And that energy poured into my Shiruo's body. God of phantoms, shuttling through the void, thousands of changes, slaying gods and exterminating immortals. Suddenly, my Shiruo chanted a mysterious incantation. It was an extremely ancient language. No one knew what my Shiruo's words meant. My Shiruo's body suddenly became illusory. When all the attacks came, my Shiruo disappeared without a trace. Then, all the attacks hit empty space. 1,000 hands of phantoms. My Shiruo appeared 100 meters away. Then, her hands continuously changed seals. Along with her soft shout, the voice rang out. A terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. A pair of arms grew out from the back of the myriad races cultivators. Those arms were condensed from energy and appeared very abruptly. Then, the pairs of arms grabbed the heads of the cultivators. Crack crack. Following that, those pairs of arms directly twisted and broke the necks of more than 10 cultivators, including the cultivator called Wang Hongzhong. They did not even know what had happened before their necks were twisted and broken. One by one, they died with their eyes open. My Shiruo's face became even paler after using this sacred art. Obviously, this sacred art consumed a lot of her energy. My Shiruo leaned against a tree to rest. At this moment, the sound of rustling footsteps could be heard. It's you. My Shiruo looked towards the direction of the sound. Chapter 3099. The cultivator who came out of the forest was none other than Lin Feng. TSK, you're really powerful. Even after suffering such serious injuries in the Devil Valley of Despair, you were still able to kill more than a dozen experts in an instant. Fairy's strength really makes me prostrate myself in admiration. It seems like you were hiding your true strength when you were besieging me. You didn't use your full strength. Lin Feng looked at my Shiruo with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Lin Feng had already noticed this woman before. He didn't notice her because of how powerful she was, but because this woman was filled with an indescribable charm. Peerless beauties were rare, but this woman wasn't just a peerless beauty. Moreover, she was a delicate peerless beauty. She was even more charming. Any man who saw this woman would not be able to ignore her and would pay attention to her. Lin Feng was naturally no exception. You actually escaped. My Shiruo calmed herself down. She was also a person who had seen the world. Although she was injured and was facing Lin Feng alone, she was still able to maintain her composure. Even so, she was still able to adjust her emotions to the best state. This woman was really extraordinary. Perhaps she knew that only by adjusting her emotions to the best state, she would be able to deal with Lin Feng better. Lin Feng gave her too much pressure, but my Shiruo didn't show it on her face. She still had a calm look on her face, trying to confuse Lin Feng. I didn't escape, I walked out openly. That immemorial expert didn't even dare to fart when he saw me walk out. Lin Feng said indifferently. Brag. Brag with all your might. My Shiruo couldn't help but curl her lips. She was very clear about how powerful that immemorial expert was. That existence was not an existence that they could contend against. Not to mention them, even some extremely powerful Emperor Realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from that immemorial expert. Therefore, my Shiruo naturally didn't believe Lin Feng's words. Of course, my Shiruo did not express her disdain for Lin Feng. She asked, "Other than you, where are the others?" "Dead," Lin Feng said faintly. He walked towards my Shiruo step by step and started to circulate the magic power in his body. Lin Feng wanted to make a move on my Shiruo. My Shiruo was simply too mesmerizing. Furthermore, she had the 1,000-charm body. And now, he was injured. Moreover, they were cultivators of the myriad races. He and Lin Feng were enemies. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to suppress her. My Shiruo quickly retreated and said, "Lin Feng, are you trying to take advantage of me? You're a top genius of the human race. You wouldn't do something that would lower your status, right?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "If you're talking about lowering your status, aren't you all from the so-called myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other top geniuses from the outside world even more so? A total of 17 experts ganged up on me. Do you have any shame?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, my Shiruo didn't know how to refute Lin Feng. The truth was right in front of her. Indeed, she couldn't refute it. Lin Feng continued, "I heard that you have the 1,000-charm body. This physique is a peak-grade dual cultivation physique. If I can capture you, it will be greatly beneficial to my cultivation." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng attacked my Shiruo. He quickly flew towards my Shiruo and sent a palm strike towards her. Previously, my Shiruo had wanted to kill him. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't go easy on her. Moreover, the world of cultivators was an incomparably cruel world. There was no room for compassion towards one's enemies. If one had compassion for one's enemies, they might be the ones to die in the future. Or, one's friends and family would be the ones to die. My Shiruo knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Seeing Lin Feng attacking her, she had no intention of fighting Lin Feng. My Shiruo's hand flashed. A jade talisman flew out. The talisman was covered in dense mysterious runes. Each rune contained a terrifying power. Boom, following the violent explosion, the jade talisman was blasted apart. Following that, waves of destructive energy surged out. The energy from the jade talisman's explosion was so terrifying that it made one's face pale with fright. No one knew who had forged such a powerful jade talisman. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly retreated. He cast the great defensive art and condensed a defensive crystal wall. At the same time, he cast the magic immunity ability. Then, he quickly pierced through the void. This neutralized the terrifying energy from the jade talisman's explosion. By the time the energy dissipated, my Shiruo had disappeared without a trace. "She can't escape." Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. He quickly chased after her. Lin Feng had expected that it wouldn't be easy to catch my Shiruo. Therefore, Lin Feng had already locked onto my Shiruo's aura. Once she escaped, Lin Feng could still catch up to her by tracking her aura. Lin Feng increased his speed and chased after my Shiruo. Half an hour later, Lin Feng saw my Shiruo's figure. My Shiruo was injured. Moreover, her injuries weren't light. Naturally, her speed would be greatly reduced. Escaping from Lin Feng's hands would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "You can't escape. Just give up," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Lin Feng, you, a big man, bullied a little woman like me. What kind of man are you?" My Shiruo looked at Lin Feng hatefully. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Little woman? What a joke. Between enemies, there is only life and death. Who cares if you are a man or a woman?" When the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces cruelly killed countless cultivators of 9 provinces and countless innocent people, have you ever thought that you, the high and mighty cultivators, should spare those women, the elderly, the women, and the children? Have you ever thought about this? Did you ever let them go? You didn't. Since you didn't, don't act pitiful in front of me. I didn't kill those people you mentioned, Mai Shiruo said. I don't care if you killed them or not. You teamed up with others to kill me. Today, I won't let you go, Lin Feng said indifferently. Swoosh, he stepped on the world. His speed was as fast as lightning. Chapter 3100. Lin Feng's palm strike was extremely terrifying. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Mai Shiruo's hands kept changing seals. Seeing Mai Shiruo's ever-changing mysterious seals, Lin Feng felt a sense of familiarity. His heart trembled slightly. Wasn't this the same technique Mai Shiruo used to deal with Wang Hongzhong and the others? These incantations were very powerful and very strange. Previously, Lin Feng saw Wang Hongzhong and the others having their heads grabbed by the hands. Then, more than a dozen of their heads were twisted by those arms. In the end, they died miserably. Therefore, after seeing Mai Shiruo's technique, Lin Feng guessed that Mai Shiruo was going to use that strange sacred art again. Roar. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but roar. His roar seemed to shake the earth and the mountains. It contained a powerful soul attack. Mai Shiruo, who was condensing her sacred art, heard Lin Feng's roar and felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her state was forcefully interrupted. As a result, she suffered a backlash. If Mai Shiruo was still in her peak state, or if she wasn't injured, she might be able to block Lin Feng's soul attack. But now, her state was extremely bad. Her combat strength had fallen greatly. She couldn't block Lin Feng's soul attack. Therefore, that's why Lin Feng had interrupted him. Mai Shiruo's magic power became even more chaotic. Lin Feng stepped forward and said indifferently, Mai Shiruo, you can't fight me in your current state. Why are you still doing this pointless struggle? Black Tortoise Hunchback Steely Diagram. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used the Black Tortoise Steely Diagram to suppress Mai Shiruo. Swish. Mai Shiruo's pretty face turned ugly. She waved her hand. A scroll flew out from the scroll. It was the mysterious scroll that helped Mai Shiruo escape from the Devil Valley of Despair. The scroll slowly unfolded. On the surface of the scroll, there were many drawings. There were thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the drawings. There were towering mountains and steep ridges. There were many cultivation countries. There were also many immortal sects. Of course, there were also ordinary secular countries. No matter what kind of country it was a scene of prosperity. This picture. It was called the Flourishing Mountains and Rivers painting. This painting was full of mystery. It was filled with great power. It was also full of endless unknowns. When the picture was taken out, the Black Tortoise Hunchback tablet was instantly swallowed up by the Flourishing Mountain and River painting. Next, the Flourishing Mountain and River painting quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Then, the Flourishing Mountain and River painting kept expanding. A terrifying devouring power surged out from the Flourishing Mountain and River painting. That terrifying devouring power actually wanted to devour Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was shocked. This scroll was really powerful. He felt as if his body was flying towards the Flourishing Mountain and River painting uncontrollably. This was definitely a supreme treasure. No one knew where it came from. Lin Feng took out the stone sword. He held the stone sword in his hand and slashed towards the Flourishing Mountain and River painting. The stone sword directly swept towards the Flourishing Mountain and River painting. Although it did not tear the painting apart, the Flourishing Mountain and River painting was directly swept away by the stone sword. Moreover, the luster of the painting became much dimmer. The devouring power condensed by the Flourishing Mountain and River painting was also shattered by Lin Feng's stone sword. The stone sword's power was indeed unparalleled. It was really too powerful. Everyone could not help but be shocked. Seeing the Flourishing Mountain and River painting's attack being broken, Mai Shiruo quickly kept the Flourishing Mountain and River painting. Then, she quickly flew towards the distance, wanting to escape again. However, how could Lin Feng let Mai Shiruo escape? He quickly chased after her. Then, he once again swept a fist towards Mai Shiruo. This time, Lin Feng used the Demon Ancestor's Holy Punch, a powerful skill. Mai Shiruo could not avoid it. She was directly swept away by the devil ancestor's sacred fist. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at this time, a figure quickly flew over from the distance. Such a huge commotion had attracted many cultivators over. These cultivators. Most of them were cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, or other foreign forces. A small number of them were cultivators from the 9 continents. Look, it's Mai Shiruo. Who is that male cultivator? Even Mai Shiruo is not his opponent. It's Lin Feng, the human race's Lin Feng. What? He is Lin Feng? Many people exclaimed. After that, the cultivators of the 10,000 clans, foreign races, and other influential groups all looked at Lin Feng with murder in their eyes. These cultivators hated Lin Feng to the bone. Even in their dreams, they wanted to kill Lin Feng. Now, they finally saw Lin Feng. Everyone, quickly come and help Shiruo. Shiruo will definitely remember everyone's kindness. Mai Shiruo looked at the surrounding cultivators with a pitiful expression. This woman's charm was too great. Especially when coupled with that pitiful look. Many people couldn't help but feel tempted and wanted to deal with Lin Feng. However, when they thought of how terrifying Lin Feng was, these cultivators dispelled this thought. Even though the cultivators of the 10,000 clans, foreign races, and other influential groups all wanted to kill Lin Feng, they couldn't. However, they were all aware of their own limitations. They knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. Such an existence. It was not something they could deal with. If they attacked Lin Feng, only death would await them. Therefore, although there were many people watching the show, however, no one attacked Lin Feng. It seems like no one is helping you, Lin Feng said indifferently. He quickly rushed forward. This time, Lin Feng used a thought-blooming flower, Sovereign's Descent. Mai Shiruo used all her strength to resist Lin Feng's sacred art. However, she was still defeated by Lin Feng. Her entire body's magic power was directly scattered. Then, Lin Feng directly carried Mai Shiruo on his shoulder. Put me down. Quickly put me down. Mai Shiruo struggled. Lin Feng, what is the meaning of this? You are a top prodigy of the human race. Don't do something that will tarnish your reputation, a myriad race cultivator said coldly. Swish. Lin Feng disappeared and reappeared in front of the cultivator of the 10,000 clans. He threw a punch at the cultivator of the 10,000 clans. That myriad race cultivator looked at Lin Feng in horror. He didn't expect Lin Feng to attack him. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack, but it was too late. A loud bang was heard. This myriad race cultivator was directly killed by Lin Feng. The myriad race invaded the 9 continents and killed many innocent people. Even if your myriad race cultivators died 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to comfort the souls of the countless innocent people in the 9 continents. Any means to deal with your myriad race cultivators is not excessive, Lin Feng said indifferently. Seeing Lin Feng kill so decisively, the myriad race, extraterrestrial race, and other cultivators couldn't help but turn pale with fear. Facing Lin Feng's words, they didn't even have the courage to refute. Chapter 3101. Beasts roared in the forest. Powerful ferocious beasts roamed everywhere. The swamp of despair was as dangerous as ever. Inside a cave, Lin Feng looked at Mai Shiruo with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng, what will it take for you to let me go? Mai Shiruo forced herself to calm down and asked. However, no matter how calm she appeared on the surface, her heart was filled with deep fear. If they ended up in Lin Feng's hands, it would be a disaster for them. The only thing Mai Shiruo could do now was to persuade Lin Feng to dispel the bad thoughts in his heart. She had no other choice. Lin Feng said indifferently, it wasn't easy to capture you, so how could I let you go so easily? In fact, you should be glad that you have such a peerless beauty because I am someone who knows how to take care of the fairer sex. If it was someone else, they would have been a corpse by now. But when facing you, I can't bear to kill you. Isn't it too much of a pity to kill a peerless beauty like you? Mai Shiruo said, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. There is nothing that can't be negotiated. What do you want? Magic treasure? Cultivation resources. Heavenly treasure. Divine ability inheritance. Wait, whatever you want, I can satisfy you. TSK, your tone is quite big. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Mai Shiruo said, this is because I have enough confidence to say these words. That's why I said that there is nothing that can't be negotiated. I can give you anything you want, even the location of an ancient cultivator's cave, the inheritance of an immortal, etc. I only ask that you let me go. Looks like you are also someone with great luck. However, I don't like to take things from women. Magic treasures, cultivation resources, and even legacies, I will look for them myself. Compared to those things, I am more interested in you as a person. The Thousand Charms body must be filled with miraculous aspects, right? Lin Feng looked at Mai Shiruo and said. Lin Feng, don't make a mistake. Our Phantom clan is powerful and has many experts. You should consider the consequences. Mai Shiruo bit her red lips and said. Her words were threatening. Lin Feng didn't know much about the Phantom clan, but he could tell from Mai Shiruo's words that this clan was definitely a powerful force. But so what? Lin Feng even dared to kill someone from the Sacred God clan. Let alone the Phantom clan? Maybe you'll fall in love with me and stick to me wholeheartedly, said Lin Feng with a smile yet not a smile. In your dreams, Mai Shiruo said. Who can say what will happen in the future? Said Lin Feng smiling and walking towards Mai Shiruo. Under the bright moonlight, he played the flute. Wind, flower, snow, moon, spring night warm. Yin yang. 8. Meridians 8. Billions of divine powers, world domination the pillar of the spirit spring 100 meetings. 10. The immortal ascension platform let out a soft cry. The night was filled with endless gentleness and beauty. Lin Feng's cultivation increased again. This time, his cultivation climbed 2 stone steps and stopped at the 55th stone step. The Thousand Charm body is indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Dual cultivation was the fastest way to increase one's cultivation. However, dual cultivation had extremely high requirements for the Dao Companion. Generally, the Dao Companion had to have a supreme grade physique. Only when the primordial yin was still present could the results be doubled with half the effort. If the primordial yin was lost, the effects would be greatly reduced even if the Dao Companion had a supreme grade physique. Lin Feng planned to continue walking deeper. Naturally, he wouldn't kill Mai Shiruo. Just as Lin Feng said, he had always been protective of women and rarely killed female cultivators. Especially beautiful female cultivators, Lin Feng was even more reluctant to kill them unless they provoked Lin Feng. Only then would he kill a female cultivator or a beautiful female cultivator. Don't forget this young master's words. If you want to be my concubine in the future, you can come and find me. This young master will have a place for you in his harem. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and quickly left. Lin Feng, I will definitely kill you. Mai Shiruo gritted her teeth and screamed. I wonder where Du Zhu and the evil sovereign sage are now? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Lulan Island had special laws of order. Therefore, many communication methods, such as some communication jade talismans, would lose their effects here. Spiritual senses would also be greatly suppressed. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign sage had a spiritual master-servant connection. However, he couldn't use spiritual senses to contact them now. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't worried about Du Zhu and the evil sovereign sage's safety. This was because the two of them had broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Moreover, the two of them had accumulated a lot of power. Before they broke through to the Great Emperor realm, they could rely on various powerful techniques to contend with great emperors. After breaking through, their life force had undergone a transformation. Their battle strength had increased by many folds. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't worried about their safety at all. Lin Feng continued to traverse through the forest. Suddenly, a tiger's roar resounded. Following which, a demonic wind swept over. A demonic tiger rode the demonic wind and attacked. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng and the demonic tiger fought over 100 rounds before finally killing it. Following which, Lin Feng dragged the demonic tiger away and cut open its stomach. A bonfire burned fiercely. An alluring aroma filled the air. Oil dripped from the golden barbecued meat. It was extremely delicious. In the distance, more than 10 streams of light flew over. A group of people descended from the sky. This was a group of extremely young cultivators. Each of them was powerful and unfathomable. Humans. What surprised Lin Feng was that these cultivators were all humans. Lin Feng knew most of the top human experts in the 9 states. Even if he didn't know them, he had heard of them. However, he didn't know any of the people in front of him. Human experts outside the 9 states? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The outer realm was vast and boundless. There were many great worlds with human cultivators. There were even some human cultivators who ruled over some outer realm planets or great worlds. During this period of time, there were also some outer realm humans who had descended on the 9 states. However, their numbers were extremely small. Lin Feng didn't know much about the outer realm humans. Moreover, he didn't know much about the outer realm human experts. These people were probably the outer realm human experts who had descended on the 9 states recently. Chapter 3102. The young master who spoke was very handsome. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was confident and elegant. He looked like a fine young master in a chaotic world. However, that pair of slightly long and narrow eyes affected his entire person, making people feel that this person had an indescribable feminine temperament. Lin Feng did not have much contact with the extraterrestrial humans. There were very few extraterrestrial humans in 9 prefectures, and they were extremely low-key. These Xenorace humans didn't participate in the battle between the cultivators of the 9 provinces, the myriad of races, the Xenorace, and the other forces of the outside world. Perhaps it was because they didn't want to get into trouble, so they didn't participate in this battle. Of course, not all extraterrestrial humans were extremely low-key. In fact, the extraterrestrial humans were very powerful. Even the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces were wary of the extraterrestrial humans. From this, one could see how powerful the extraterrestrial humans were. Such a force. Naturally, not many people dared to provoke them. Now, the young master's identity was obviously not simple. His aura was very powerful, and he was definitely an expert of the younger generation of the extraterrestrial humans. However, Lin Feng did not pay attention to this person. So what if he was an extraterrestrial human cultivator? It had nothing to do with him. Although the extraterrestrial humans and the humans of 9 prefectures were both human cultivators, they did not choose to help the humans of 9 prefectures fight against the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Of course, Lin Feng would not blame these people because the extraterrestrial humans were not cultivators of 9 prefectures. They had enough reasons not to participate in this battle. Outsiders could not make any decisions about this kind of thing. Seeing that Lin Feng directly ignored him, the young master's face suddenly sank. He said coldly, "Kid, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Get lost." Lin Feng looked coldly at the young master. He had always had a strong personality. Naturally, he would not let others ride on his head. Lin Feng had been extremely unhappy with the young master's high and mighty attitude. There was no need to show any mercy to such a person. "Kid, you dare to ask me to get lost? Are you courting death?" A dense killing intent appeared in the eyes of the brocade-robed young man. "Brother son, please calm down. There is no need to get angry over such a trivial matter, right?" A blue-clothed cultivator in the group hurriedly said. "This kid actually dares to humiliate me. How could I tolerate this? If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know that there's always someone better out there," the young master in embroidered clothes said with an indifferent expression. Although he could not sense Lin Feng's specific cultivation, he could sense Lin Feng's life aura. Lin Feng was really too young. His lifespan was not even 60 years. In the world of cultivators, a casual closed-door meditation could take hundreds of years. A human cultivator with less than 60 years of lifespan was naturally looked down upon. Therefore, in the prince's opinion, Lin Feng, A cultivator who didn't have a high cultivation level dared talk to him like that. Lin Feng was simply courting death. Brother Sun, you're a high and mighty human prodigy. There's no need to be so angry over such a small matter. It's ungentlemanly, a female cultivator said aloud. This female cultivator's voice was delicate and very gentle. Lin Feng could not help but look at the woman who spoke. This woman was dressed in white and was as otherworldly as a fairy. After seeing this woman, a name instantly flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Liu Huaxian. This woman's temperament was very similar to Liu Huaxian's. They were both like peerless fairies who had walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, now that he saw this woman in front of him, he could not help but feel his eyes light up. Since Fairy Qing Wn has pleaded for this kid, I won't argue with him today, the young master in embroidered clothes said. There were 7 people in this group, 1 male and 1 female. In addition to this female cultivator called Fairy Qing Wan, there was another female cultivator who attracted Lin Feng's attention. This female cultivator's temperament was also excellent. She wore a light purple dress that completely set off her perfect figure. This woman looked elegant and noble, as if she was otherworldly. Of course, the other women were also extremely beautiful. They were all first-class beauties. However, compared to these 2 women, they were slightly inferior. Hehe, brother's barbecue is really fragrant and tempting. I wonder if we have the fortune to try it. A burly cultivator with a full beard said. He was also very young, but his appearance gave people an incomparably rough feeling. Of course, Lin Feng nodded and said. That rough cultivator hurried to the bonfire, then took out a dagger and cut off a piece of barbecue to taste. One after another, people came forward to try Lin Feng's barbecue. The wine and barbecue were a perfect match. It was simply a delicacy. Mortal enjoyment. However, there were also some people who didn't try Lin Feng's barbecue. Instead, they took out spirit fruits and ate them. Many cultivators had harsh requirements for themselves. They absolutely didn't eat grains, let alone meat. This was because, in their opinion, these things had a lot of impurities. If they ate too much of these things, it would affect their cultivation. Of course, everyone had a different attitude towards cultivation and life. Lin Feng was an optimist and liked to enjoy good food. If there were impurities in his body, he could just spend some time refining them. Lin Feng and this rough-looking cultivator got along quite well. This cultivator was called Zhong Senator. From this person, Lin Feng understood the origins of this group of people. This group of cultivators came from the Devil Dragon Starfield in the Outer Realm. This Devil Dragon Starfield was quite a famous starfield in the Outer Realm. There were many experts there. Many of them came from different life planets in the Devil Dragon Starfield and then came to the 9 prefectures together. As soon as they came to the 9 prefectures, they heard about Lulan Island and immediately rushed to Lulan Island. One had to admit that these people were very lucky to encounter the appearance of Lulan Island. The young man in embroidered clothes was called Sun Tianwei. He was a direct descendant of the Sun family, a famous ancient family in the Devil Dragon Starfield. He was very talented and arrogant. The young man in blue clothes was called Lan Chaoyang. He was also a descendant of an ancient family. He came from the Lan family in the Devil Dragon Starfield. The woman with an otherworldly temperament like a fairy in a painting was called Nangong Qingwan. She came from the Pavilion of Immortals in the Devil Dragon Starfield. This was an extremely huge force in the Devil Dragon Starfield. Finally, the beautiful cultivator in purple clothes was called Ouyang Zixue. Chapter 3103. Zhong Sen was also very curious about Lin Feng's background, but Lin Feng did not tell him who he was. He simply said that his surname was Lin. That was because he was simply too famous. Even though this group of people had just arrived in the 9 provinces, they must have heard of his name. Lin Feng did not tell them his name because he did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Perhaps aside from Zhong Sen, the others were not interested in knowing Lin Feng's name. They were just strangers who had met by chance and would not move together. Besides, even if Lin Feng wanted to join their group, they probably wouldn't agree to it. In their opinion, Lin Feng joining them was the same as adding a burden. Therefore, they would not allow Lin Feng to join them. The next day, Lin Feng parted ways with these people. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally left the Swamp of Despair. Lin Feng was very strong, so he could easily deal with any danger he encountered in the Swamp of Despair. However, many people died in the Swamp of Despair. The Swamp of Despair was simply a land of death. It was filled with danger, and there were massacres everywhere. The slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. Therefore, one had to be very careful when entering the Swamp of Death. After leaving the death curse, there was a boundless black grassland. The weeds growing here were all black. The soil was also black. It was extremely strange. Didn't they say that after passing through the Swamp of Despair, one would be able to see the treasures of Lulan Island? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He had obtained this information from the little golden snake. However, it seemed that the little golden snake's information was not very accurate. After all, the little golden snake had never passed through the Swamp of Despair. The little golden snake's information was also obtained from others. Therefore, it was understandable that the little golden snake's information was not accurate. Lin Feng saw the group of cultivators from the Demon Dragon Star region again. They seemed to be in a sorry state. Originally, there were 14 of them, but now only 13 were left. He did not know what had happened to cause them to lose one of their members. "Isn't that Brother Lin?" Zhongsen pointed in the direction of Lin Feng. "Let's go," Sun Tianwei said in a low voice. Then, he quickly flew into the distance. The others also did not stop and quickly left. Zhongsen wanted to come over and greet Lin Feng, but the matter seemed to be quite urgent, so he didn't come over. Instead, he quickly left with the others. This group of people had hurried expressions. Something unknown must have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't be acting like this. But no matter what happened, it had nothing to do with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too lazy to care about these things. He walked towards the depths of the black grassland. When night fell, a hurricane blew over the black grassland. The powerful hurricane swept across the world, shattering the void. Lin Feng had never seen such a terrifying hurricane before. He quickly flew away to avoid being sucked into the hurricane. That night, the black grassland was not peaceful. This was because when the hurricane blew over the black grassland, waves of sinister laughter came from within the hurricane. It was like the cry of a malicious spirit. Many cultivators who heard this sound felt their hair stand on end. Moreover, the hurricane became more and more violent. In the latter half of the night, it swept through half of the black grassland. Many people were sucked into the hurricane and died tragically. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly flew away like lightning. He tried to avoid the terrifying hurricane, but there were hurricanes coming from all directions. There was no way to avoid the hurricane. The earth cracked open, and a demonic wind blew out from it, forming the hurricane, a cultivator shouted. This cultivator saw a terrifying scene. He saw the cracked earth and the black hurricane surging from the earth. The black earth, the black grass, the black hurricanes, all of this seemed so bizarre. That cultivator had extraordinary means, so he managed to avoid the hurricane. But now, he could no longer avoid it. In the end, that cultivator was sucked into the hurricane and died. Before Lin Feng was engulfed by the hurricane, he took out the hurricane pearl. With the hurricane pearl, he could travel through the hurricane. From time to time, he heard the screams of cultivators. Many cultivators were sucked into the hurricane and died tragically. It was too tragic. Lin Feng sped through the black hurricane. He wanted to leave the hurricane as soon as possible and go to the Rift Valley to take a closer look. There must be something amazing in the Rift Valley. Otherwise, such a terrifying black hurricane wouldn't have formed. Now, Lin Feng suddenly thought of another possibility. Lulan Island was so big. Although there were many treasures, these treasures might be hidden in various secret places. Then, they would wait for cultivators to explore these treasures. Maybe this was an opportunity, Lin Feng had to cherish it. Maybe he would be able to find some extremely precious treasures in the future. Swoosh! At that moment, a black silhouette appeared behind Lin Feng without making any sound. Upon closer inspection, It was an extremely ugly monster. Its body was as black as ink, and it had a pair of huge wings. It was about 2 meters tall. Its head was like that of a bat's, and it had huge fangs. Its eyes emitted a blood-red light. This terrifying existence used the hurricane as a cover to get behind Lin Feng. Its sharp claws swiped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know what happened next, but his instincts were extremely fast. He vaguely sensed a sinister aura coming from behind him. Therefore, Lin Feng hurriedly moved to the left. Whoosh! A terrifying cold light streaked past where Lin Feng had been standing. That sharp cold light almost tore Lin Feng's body apart. Lin Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Lin Feng finally saw what this terrifying existence was. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the stone sword and held it in his hand. He looked at the terrifying creature with an indifferent expression, then swung his sword and killed it. Lin Feng had long guessed that there couldn't be no danger in such a demonic black hurricane. Now, it seemed that he had guessed correctly. This strange creature was hiding in the hurricane. It was extremely terrifying. And creatures like this were definitely not rare in the hurricane. There must be many more. Screech. Chapter 3104. The stone sword could not split the monster's claws. One could imagine how hard the monster's claws were. Moreover, the monster's body was emitting a strong stench. Lin Feng guessed that the stench should contain poison. If one breathed in too much, one's body would be poisoned. After being poisoned, one's combat strength would decrease greatly. However, the monster's combat strength would not decrease at all. At this time, it was time for the monster to show its might. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. If he could not kill the monster quickly, Lin Feng might be in danger. Lin Feng also knew this. Therefore, he sped up his attack. Moreover, he used an even more powerful method. He used 3 layers of haki to condense a magnetic field. The powerful magnetic field enveloped the monster. Although the monster was very powerful, after being enveloped by the magnetic field, its speed decreased greatly, and its combat strength also decreased greatly. Lin Feng held the stone sword in his hand and charged at the monster again. He clashed with the monster again. The stone sword used a terrifying power. The two sides collided more than 10 times. Lin Feng seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He stabbed the monster's chest with the stone sword. Blood immediately gushed out. The blood that the monster spat out was actually black blood. The black blood contained a deadly poison. When its blood dripped on the ground actually made a sizzling sound and black smoke rose. Obviously, the blood contained a terrifying corrosive power. After killing the monster, Lin Feng quickly walked into the depths. Not long after, he was attacked by another monster. When this monster attacked Lin Feng, a few more powerful monsters quickly flew over and attacked Lin Feng together. These monsters attacked Lin Feng while letting out sharp and ear-piercing cries. The monsters in the distance quickly gathered after hearing these cries. Seeing so many monsters besieging him, Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. These monsters seemed to be taking revenge for the monster that he had killed earlier. Lin Feng did not fight with these monsters. Because even if he spent a lot of effort to kill these monsters, he would not be able to get any benefits from them. In such a dangerous place, it was better to preserve his strength. After Lin Feng opened a gap, he quickly flew deeper into the depths. Soon, he got rid of the group of monsters that were chasing after him. At this time, Lin Feng saw a cultivator appear in front of him. The cultivator walked forward step by step, and the space around him distorted. The violent hurricane produced a power that was enough to shatter the void. The terrifying power slammed into the cultivator's body. However, it was unable to cause any harm to the cultivator. The terrifying power produced by the hurricane was blocked by the distorted space around the cultivator. Who is he? He's actually so powerful. Lin Feng was very surprised. The cultivator's appearance was rather ordinary, but he was very young. Could it be a human from the outer realm? Lin Feng could not help but think of it now. The outer realm humans had arrived in the 9 regions. Many of the outer realm humans had shocking ancient inheritances. Some of these inheritances were even coveted by the ancient forces of the heaven realm. The cultivator also glanced at Lin Feng, but he quickly turned his head and did not continue to pay attention to Lin Feng. In the distance, dozens of terrifying monsters quickly flew towards the cultivator, as if they wanted to surround and kill him. But those monsters had no way to get close to the cultivator. When those monsters tried to attack the cultivator, the distorted space around the cultivator directly enveloped the group of monsters. The bodies of the monsters were torn to pieces. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face showed an extremely shocked expression. That cultivator was simply too powerful. Just how much power did he possess? He didn't even make a move, just the terrifying distortion power emitted from his body was able to kill so many powerful monsters. If he made a move, what kind of terrifying combat power would he be able to display? Just the thought of it was enough to make people feel shocked. Lin Feng quickly left. In the end, he passed through the black hurricane. Then he continued to fly towards the depths. By the next day, the black hurricane had dissipated. Many cultivators who survived were very glad. This night was really too thrilling. Who knows how many cultivators died tragically in the hands of the black hurricane or those monsters. The cultivators who survived were all ecstatic. Lin Feng was looking for the mysterious Rift Valley. Because before the cultivator was devoured, he said that he saw the Rift Valley, the black hurricane and those terrifying monsters flew out from the Rift Valley. Now the hurricane had disappeared. What's the situation with the Rift Valley now? Will the Rift Valley disappear? Many cultivators heard the cultivator's words at that time. So many people were looking for the Rift Valley. After about an hour, Lin Feng heard a piece of news. It was said that someone had found the mysterious Great Rift Valley. Currently, many cultivators were flying towards the Great Rift Valley at high speed. After hearing this, Lin Feng also quickly flew towards the Rift Valley. When he arrived next to the Rift Valley, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. It was a rift valley that was over 100 miles long and 30 to 40 miles wide. Fierce hurricanes constantly blew out from the Rift Valley. However, the hurricane that blew out of the Great Rift Valley only covered the top of the valley. It didn't engulf the entire black grassland like before. Some cultivators tried to enter the Rift Valley, but they were torn to pieces by the hurricanes inside the Rift Valley. It wasn't easy to enter the Rift Valley. One needed to have extraordinary means to enter. But there were also some cultivators who relied on powerful magic treasures, special abilities, or treasures like jade talismans to successfully enter the Rift Valley. They quickly disappeared without a trace, obviously going to search for the opportunities at the bottom of the Rift Valley. Lin Feng took out his Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda. He used the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda to protect himself. Then he also entered the Rift Valley. After entering the Rift Valley, Lin Feng found that the hurricanes only covered the top part of the Rift Valley. When they entered the Great Rift Valley. Chapter 3105. Originally, Lin Feng thought that there might be some terrifying creatures in the Great Rift Valley to stop these foreign cultivators from entering the Great Rift Valley. But when he really entered the Great Rift Valley, Lin Feng found that there was no danger here. After entering the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, Lin Feng saw many corpses. These corpses had already completely decayed. Who knew how long they had been dead? After seeing these corpses, Lin Feng hurriedly looked for their storage rooms. Lin Feng found some storage rings. Then, his spiritual sense invaded these storage rings. He wanted to see what kind of treasures were hidden inside. But soon, Lin Feng found that his spiritual sense couldn't enter these storage rings at all. This was because these storage rings had already been destroyed. Time was the fastest thing to do. Nothing could withstand the erosion of time, not even these storage rings. More and more cultivators entered the Great Rift Valley one after another. Then, these cultivators saw so many corpses and began to look for storage rings among the corpses. After finding the storage rings, they also used their spiritual sense to sense them. These cultivators found that the storage rings they obtained were all destroyed storage rings. After finding that these storage rings were destroyed, many people couldn't help but curse. Then, these people stopped looking for other storage rings. Instead, they quickly flew deeper into the valley. Lin Feng also quickly flew deeper into the valley. But soon, Lin Feng found something shocking. He flew for more than 20 miles. He found that this area was completely covered by corpses. There were so many corpses. How many living beings had died back then? It was simply unimaginable. He didn't know how these living beings died. Could it be that they were killed in this place? The yin qi in this place was extremely heavy. Such ordinary people couldn't come to this place at all. Because once the yin qi here entered their bodies, ordinary cultivators would probably die tragically here. Such a place is definitely not simple. I'm afraid it has long formed a place of extreme yin. The demon lord couldn't help but say. Lin Feng naturally knew what kind of place the land of extreme negative energy was. It was an extremely terrifying place, and such a place usually appeared in the land of death. Of course, even within the land of death, not every place would have a land of extreme negative energy. Over the years, Lin Feng had been to many places of death, but he had only seen 1 or 2 places of extreme negative energy. Places of extreme negative energy often gave birth to terrifying evil spirits. The land of extreme negative energy was formed because too many creatures had died here, and many of them were extremely powerful. It's not just the land of extreme negative energy. I vaguely feel that a magnetic field has formed here, Lin Feng said. His perception was extremely strong, and Lin Feng had cultivated 3 types of haki, so his perception of magnetic fields was very special. The formation of a magnetic field is often very special. For example, some experts may form a magnetic field after they die, but the range of such a magnetic field is not particularly large. In addition to the magnetic field formed after the death of an expert, the fusion of haki can also form a magnetic field. Some of the top experts with extraordinary talent may be able to comprehend the power of magnetic field. The magnetic field here is very obscure, enough to fool everyone. Those who have never come into contact with a magnetic field might not be able to sense it at all. This time, there is actually a hidden magnetic field. The demon lord couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Feng said, "The magnetic field here isn't very strong, right? Is that why it's so obscure?" "Of course not." The demon lord shook his head and said, "It's because the magnetic field here is too strong." Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. It seemed that this place was even more complicated than he had imagined. An underground palace has appeared in front. Suddenly, someone shouted. "What? An underground palace has appeared? Let's go and take a look." This news was simply earth-shattering. Many cultivators quickly rushed out, wanting to see what was going on outside. Lin Feng also quickly flew forward. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to arrive at the area where the underground palace had appeared. When he arrived, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This was because an underground palace had indeed appeared. A large number of cultivators had already rushed into the underground palace. Lin Feng also entered the underground palace. The walls of the underground palace were vermilion. This made Lin Feng think of many imperial palaces. Many imperial palaces in countries would paint their walls vermilion. It was said that this color could ward off evil spirits. Even the talisman liquid used by Taoists to write talismans was fused with vermilion. Vermilion was the color of vermilion. Therefore, the saying that vermilion could ward off evil spirits was not without basis. Lin Feng chose a passage and quickly rushed forward. Not long after, he saw a palace. At present, a battle had broken out in the palace. 2 groups of cultivators were fighting. There were many cultivators around who were watching the show. Of the 2 groups of cultivators, the side with fewer people had a total of 13. Surprisingly, Lin Feng recognized all of them. They were the group of cultivators from the Devil Dragon Starfield that Lin Feng had seen before. The other group had about 50 cultivators. They were cultivators from outside the starfield. These cultivators were from the Eternal River Starfield. The Eternal River Starfield was a starfield that was relatively close to the Heavenly Sage Great World. This starfield was extremely powerful. The famous Bloodstar Clan and Starmoon Clan were both from the Eternal River Starfield. The disparity in numbers in this battle was quite large. The cultivators from the Devil Dragon starfield had been bitterly holding on. Clearly, they would not be able to hold on for long. Why are these two groups fighting each other? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The cultivators from the Devil Dragon starfield obtained a scroll from this palace. It is said that the scroll recorded several powerful 3,000 grand daos. However, the cultivators from the Eternal River starfield saw it. The cultivators from the Eternal River starfield asked them for it. Naturally, they were unwilling to hand over the scroll. Thus, the two sides fought. A cultivator said, "A scroll that recorded several 3,000 grand daos." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The 3,000 grand daos were the foundation of the Dao. Every time he cultivated one of the 3,000 grand daos, he would be able to increase his grand Dao foundation. Lin Feng's desire for the 3,000 grand daos surpassed his desire for immortal techniques. He could cultivate immortal techniques at any time. However, the earlier he cultivated the 3,000 grand daos, the better. This was because the 3,000 grand daos were divine abilities that built the foundation. It was like building the foundation of a house. Building the house halfway before returning to strengthen the foundation was naturally not as reliable as building the foundation from the beginning. Below the Great Emperor realm was the stage of building the foundation. Thus, before breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, the more grand daos one cultivated, the better. Chapter 3106. Lin Feng did not make a move directly. He was still observing the battle. Although the people from the Devil Dragon Star area were obviously at a disadvantage. However, the experts on their side were also very powerful. Even if they were at a disadvantage for the time being, but in terms of strength, they were too weak. It would not be a problem for them to hold on for a while. The cultivators from the Eternal River Star area had more people. However, it would not be easy for them to kill all the cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area in a short period of time. This battle would not end in a short period of time. Lin Feng watched the battle from afar. He was waiting for the cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area to be unable to hold on and the cultivators from the Eternal River Star area to be exhausted before he made a move. According to Lin Feng's character, in such a situation, he would definitely sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He would only make a move when both sides suffered heavy casualties. This was also the safest time to make a move. However, Lin Feng and Zhong Sen from the Devil Dragon Star area had a good chat before. This was the reason why Lin Feng helped them at the last moment. If it was not for Zhong Sen, what did the life and death of the cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area have to do with Lin Feng? Boom, 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 all kinds of powerful attacks were launched. It was as if they could destroy heaven and earth. The cultivators from the Eternal River Star area attacked more fiercely. The cultivators from the Devil Dragon Star area found it more and more difficult to resist. The Devil Dragon Star area is not to be trifled with. Do you really want to kill us all? If you kill us, the news will spread to the Devil Dragon Star area. At that time, it will definitely cause a war between star areas. At that time, all of you will die. Sun Tianwei roared with a gloomy face. He had tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but to no avail. Now, Sun Tianwei was extremely aggrieved. After all, the cultivators on his side were suppressed not because their cultivation was not good enough. It was because their disadvantage in numbers was too great. Sun Tianwei, I know who you are, and I also know who you and your group are. However, you think too highly of yourself. How important is a war between starfields? Do you think the Devil Dragon Star area will start a war between star areas for a few juniors like you? You're really indulging in fantasy. A young noble from the Eternal River Galaxy's side couldn't help but mock. His name was Wang Xingheng. The organization he belonged to was a famous and powerful force in the Eternal River Galaxy. Many followers had gathered around him. As for this Wang Xingheng, he was even more extraordinary. It was said that 300 years ago, this Wang Xingheng had fought 300 rounds with an early-stage God Emperor without losing. It could be seen how powerful this person's talent was. Wang Xingheng, you've gone too far. Sun Tianwei could not help but roar in anger. Lin Feng didn't have a particularly good impression of Sun Tianwei. Previously, this Sun Tianwei was acting all high and mighty. Lin Feng had long been in a bad mood. However, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with this person. Right now, Sun Tianwei was too full of himself. Since Wang Xingheng dared to make a move against them, he had already anticipated what would happen in the future. Things had already developed to this extent, yet Sun Tianwei still dared to threaten Wang Xingheng. Lin Feng even suspected that there was a hole in this guy's head. Did he really think that all the cultivators in the universe would fear the Devil Dragonstar area? Sun Tianwei, since this young noble dared to make a move against you, I've already thought of all the countermeasures. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over the scrolls that record the 3,000 grand Daos. Otherwise, all of you will die here today, Wang Xingheng said with an indifferent expression. This person was definitely a cultivator who killed decisively. When he said these words, his voice was filled with dense killing intent. Obviously, he wasn't deliberately threatening Sun Tianwei and the others. Some cultivators from the Devil Dragonstar area were already moved. They didn't want to continue fighting and wanted to hand over the scrolls that recorded the 3,000 grand Daos. Brother Sun, hand it over, someone said. The hatred has already been sowed. Even if we hand it over, this person won't let us go. Sun Tianwei couldn't help but say. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Even though Sun Tianwei looked down on everybody, he was a bit arrogant. Although Sun Tianwei was arrogant, he was indeed a meticulous person, just as Sun Tianwei had said. Now that they had become enemies, even if they handed over the scrolls, Wang Xingheng and the others wouldn't let Sun Tianwei and the others go. This was a fight between the younger generation. Even if they killed the cultivators from the Devil Dragonstar area, they wouldn't be afraid. Even if the other party wanted to seek revenge, they would only send cultivators around the same age. The older generation wouldn't take action. Therefore, Wang Xingheng and the others didn't have to worry about being killed by the older generation. Since they didn't have to worry about this, they naturally wouldn't choose to let the tiger return to the mountain. The cultivators from the Devil Dragonstar area were all top experts. If they were allowed to leave alive, they might come back to seek revenge in the future. These people all had great luck. Once they came to find them, it might be the cultivators from the Eternal River Star area who would die without a burial place. Wang Xingheng was naturally very clear about this. After hearing Sun Tianwei's words, the cultivators from the Devil Dragonstar area who originally wanted to make peace with Sun Tianwei had extremely ugly expressions. Sun Tianwei said, "Everyone, break out of the encirclement. When we break out, we'll find some experts. When the time comes, we'll definitely tear these people into pieces." That's right. Let's break out together. The cultivators from the Devil Dragonstar area all had fierce expressions on their faces. However, the cultivators from the Devil Dragonstar area couldn't break out of the encirclement just because they wanted to. Their methods were indeed amazing. However, the other party's cultivation was also very strong. Moreover, there were too many of them. The cultivators from the Devil Dragonstar area continued to try to break out of the encirclement. However, they failed every time. Bang, 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 along with the sound of violent collisions. The cultivators from the Devil Dragonstar area were blasted away one by one. Their faces were as pale as paper. Many of them had even reached the point of being a lamp that had run out of oil. Therefore, at this time, their faces were filled with despair. Kill them. Wang Xingheng gave the order with an indifferent expression. Wait. At this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly resounded in the palace. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Then, they saw a black-robed young man step out. This black-robed young man was none other than Lin Feng. The scroll that records the 3,000 Great Dao is mine. You can leave now. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the cultivators from the Eternal River Star area. Chapter 3107. The scroll that recorded the 3,000 Great Daos was obviously something that the cultivators of the Eternal River Star Zone were determined to obtain. Now, however, Lin Feng had suddenly appeared and claimed that the scroll belonged to him. Naturally, many people found this unbelievable. Could it be that this guy felt that he had lived for too long and wanted to court death? Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng was simply courting death. The cultivators of the Eternal River Star Zone were not kind people. Besides, Lin Feng was a human cultivator. He had no choice but to die. It's him. The cultivators of the Demon Dragon Star Zone were extremely shocked when they saw Lin Feng. Naturally, they all recognized Lin Feng. Not long ago, they had some interactions with Lin Feng. However, other than Zhong Sen, the rest of them were not familiar with Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng appear at this moment, many people were extremely shocked. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Demon Dragon Star Zone, Lin Feng was a cultivator who had cultivated for an extremely short period of time. How much cultivation could he have? Now, he actually wanted the scroll that recorded the 3,000 great Daos. He was simply overestimating himself. Brother Lin, hurry up and leave this place, Zhong Sen said hurriedly. Zhong Sen was a very simple and honest person. Now that he was worried about Lin Feng, he kept winking at Lin Feng. He hoped that Lin Feng would leave quickly. However, Lin Feng did not choose to leave. Who has the scroll? Lin Feng asked indifferently. The cultivators of the Demon Dragon Star Zone looked at Sun Tianwei. Obviously, the scroll was in his hands. Young master, should we kill this kid? A cultivator of the Eternal River Star Zone asked. Wang Xingheng said faintly, let's see what tricks this kid is playing first. Yes. The cultivator hurriedly replied. Hand it over. Lin Feng came to Sun Tianwei's side and said indifferently. Seeing Lin Feng's nonchalant attitude, Sun Tianwei couldn't help but be enraged. In Sun Tianwei's opinion, if it weren't for Lan Chaoyang and Nangong Qingwan's persuasion, he wouldn't have done it. At that time, he took care of Lin Feng, who was disrespectful to him. From start to finish, Sun Tianwei had never put Lin Feng in his eyes. Now that he was in such a sorry state, yet Lin Feng was still so calm and collected, it seemed to have deeply provoked Sun Tianwei. His expression couldn't help but darken. Sun Tianwei sneered and said, Who do you think you are? How dare you demand something from me? You should be thankful that I didn't make a fuss about it with you before. Now you actually dare to be impudent in front of me. You're simply courting death. Lin Feng couldn't help but look glum. He looked coldly at Sun Tianwei. Then, he raised his hand and slapped Sun Tianwei. Die. Sun Tianwei's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and slammed it towards Lin Feng. Sun Tianwei felt that he was dead. Before he died, it would be quite good to drag Lin Feng down with him. Slap. However, just as Sun Tianwei's palm struck out, he felt a burning pain on his face. The sound of a loud slap was heard. Everyone saw Lin Feng's slap directly on Sun Tianwei's face. Sun Tianwei's body flew out. His face was smashed by Lin Feng. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Sun Tianwei, with such a powerful cultivation, was actually sent flying by a slap from that kid. This is too unbelievable. Exclamations of surprise came out one after another. One by one, the cultivators looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. It was no wonder that everyone was so shocked. Although the continuous battles had caused Sun Tianwei to consume a lot of energy, causing Sun Tianwei's battle strength to decline. But Sun Tianwei's talent, realm, and strength were there for all to see. No matter what, he should not have been sent flying by a slap. But the reality was that Sun Tianwei was really sent flying by a slap. Moreover, his face had been slapped to a pulp. Seeing Sun Tianwei's miserable appearance, many people felt as if they were in a dream. For Lin Feng to be able to send Sun Tianwei flying, it was enough to show how powerful Lin Feng's strength was. At this time, Lin Feng's right hand gently swiped in the air. Poochie. Blood splattered. Sun Tianwei's finger with the storage ring was directly cut off. Lin Feng grabbed the storage ring that slid off the severed finger. Seeing Lin Feng's swift and decisive methods, many people could not help but be shocked. Lin Feng's methods were too shocking. He acted decisively. Decisive in killing. At such a young age, such an expert should not be unknown. Who is this person? A cultivator asked, wanting to know Lin Feng's identity. It's him. It must be him. I was wondering why this person looked so familiar. I know who he is. A myriad race cultivator could not help but say. Who is he? Many people asked curiously. Everyone was extremely interested in Lin Feng's identity, including the cultivators from the demonic Dragon Star Zone, including the cultivators from the Eternal River Star Zone. They all wanted to know Lin Feng's background. Lin Feng of the 9 States Human Clan, the myriad race cultivator said. What? His Lin Feng of the 9 States Human Clan? Heavens, this person is Lin Feng. Exclamations could not help but be heard. Many people's faces were filled with incomparable shock. Who did not know Lin Feng's name? Who did not know? The myriad race, the extraterritorial race, and the cultivators from other forces hated Lin Feng's name to the bone. Many cultivators from those 3 groups wanted to kill Lin Feng even in their dreams. However, there were too few people who had seen Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng's identity was exposed, it immediately caused an earthquake. He's actually the rumored Lin Feng. Nangong Qingwan looked at Lin Feng in shock, and her beautiful eyes could not help but flash with a bright light. She had not been in the 9 states for long. However, she had heard too many legends about Lin Feng. Nangong Qingwan had long been fascinated by Lin Feng. She did not expect that the cultivator she met not long ago was actually Lin Feng, whose name shook the 9 states. The purple-clothed woman also looked at Lin Feng in shock. Just like Nangong Qingwan. During this period of time, she had heard too many rumors about Lin Feng, but she had never had the chance to meet him. The purple-clothed woman also wanted to meet Lin Feng, who was like a legend. Now, she finally got to see him. Lin Feng ignored everyone's shock. His divine will invaded Sun Tianwei's storage ring and found the scroll. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the scroll flew out. Lin Feng's divine will invaded the scroll. He immediately discovered. Chapter 3108. Great Soul Technique. Great Vajra Technique. Great Snowdrift Technique. Great Assassination Technique. These were the 4 3,000 Great Tao recorded in the scroll. These 4 3,000 Great Tao each had their own merits. For example, the Great Soul Technique could help cultivators cultivate their souls and continuously increase their soul power. The Great Vajra Art, one of the 3,000 Great Taos, could help a cultivator temper their physical body and continuously improve it. The Great Snowdrift Technique could condense a scene of thousands of miles of snow. Each snowflake contained endless killing intent. The Great Snowdrift Technique was also a divine ability that had existed since ancient times. The Great Assassination Technique could help cultivators comprehend the Tao of assassination. If he cultivated the Great Assassination Technique, he would be able to kill the Great Assassination Technique. Then the cultivator would become a top-notch assassin. These 4 divine abilities were extremely targeted and could have an astonishing effect at critical moments. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He had obtained another 4 3,000 Great Tao. Including these 4 3,000 Great Tao, he had already obtained 56 types of 3,000 Great Tao. The most important thing was that among the 56 types of 3,000 Great Tao, there were a total of 9 types that were ranked in the top 10. Of course, 56 types of 3,000 Great Tao seemed to be a lot. However, there were 3,000 types of 3,000 Great Tao. Lin Feng still had a long way to go to collect the 3,000 Great Tao. Swoosh! Lin Feng waved his hand and put away the scroll that recorded the 3,000 Great Tao. To be able to obtain 4 types of 3,000 Great Tao, even if he couldn't obtain anything else on this trip to Lulan Island, this trip was already worth it. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. You're that Lin Feng. Wang Xingheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng with a cold glint in his eyes. He waved his hand. In an instant, the cultivators around him quickly spread out and surrounded Lin Feng. What? Could it be that you want to attack me? Do you think ant-like characters like you are worthy? Lin Feng flicked his sleeves. Then, he sneered. His face was full of disdain. This guy is too arrogant. This Lin Feng thinks that because he has some strength, he is arrogant. Wang Xingheng is a powerful character. Just wait and see, he will cry later. Ever since Wang Xingheng fought with the Emperor Realm experts 300 years ago, He hasn't used his full strength. Who knows how terrifying his strength is now? Moreover, Wang Xingheng has so many experts by his side. Lin Feng actually dares to look down on Wang Xingheng in such a manner. This kid will definitely die. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other forces began to discuss among themselves. Lin Feng was indeed very powerful. Moreover, Lin Feng possessed many powerful magic treasures. Even ordinary great emperors might not be Lin Feng's match. However, in the eyes of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces, Wang Xingheng was also extremely powerful. Moreover, Wang Xingheng was surrounded by so many experts. Lin Feng was strong. But if he didn't have those powerful magic treasures to protect him, he was definitely no match for Wang Xingheng. Even if he had those powerful magic treasures to protect him, it would be very difficult to defeat Wang Xingheng. This was because Wang Xingheng was not only powerful, he also possessed powerful treasures. This battle had yet to begin. In the eyes of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces, it was already over. In their eyes, Lin Feng would die miserably today. With Wang Xingheng's character, he might not kill Lin Feng directly. Instead, he would capture Lin Feng first. Then, he would torture Lin Feng ruthlessly. Lin Gongzi is really domineering. Fighting against Lin Gongzi, he is simply courting death. The cultivators of the 9 states were all amazed. In the eyes of the 9 states cultivators, Lin Feng was a legend. Lin Feng's domineering and unparalleled strength was also well known. They had almost unconditional trust in Lin Feng. The group of people from the Demon Dragon Star Zone also looked at Lin Feng and the people from the Eternal River Star Zone. Especially Nangong Qingwan, Ouyang Zixue, and the other beauties. Their eyes were staring at Lin Feng without blinking. They were very curious. Was the rumored Lin Feng really that powerful? Was it just a rumor? Or did he really possess terrifying combat strength? Although they had heard many rumors about Lin Feng, there were too many rumors in this world. However, after careful consideration, they realized that many of the rumors were not true. After all, what you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. Lin Feng, I have long heard that you are arrogant and arrogant. Now that I have seen you, you really live up to your reputation. I am looking forward to the scene of you kneeling in front of me and begging for mercy. Wang Xingheng looked at Lin Feng indifferently. His voice was filled with killing intent. Said Lin Feng indifferently. If you want to be arrogant, you need to be strong. I didn't take the initiative to kill you because your ancestors burned incense for you. You should feel lucky. Now you dare come and offend me. Since you want to die, I'll help you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng walked toward Wang Xingheng step by step. 10,000 sword slaughtering god formation. Wang Xingheng could not help but shout. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Wang Xingheng finished speaking, the cultivators surrounding Lin Feng all took out flying swords. The flying swords quickly slashed toward Lin Feng. Suddenly, in the air, the flying swords rapidly vibrated and emitted dense sword lights. Hundreds of millions of sword lights condensed. The dazzling sword lights all slashed toward Lin Feng. The power was extremely terrifying. After seeing those sword lights, many people couldn't help but reveal an aghast expression. The cultivators from the Eternal River Starfield were using a combined attack technique. A large group of people worked together to form a sword formation. Everyone's power combined and evolved into hundreds of millions of sword lights to kill the enemy. Such an attack was truly peerless and terrifying. Lin Feng is dead for sure. That's right. He can't resist such a terrifying attack. Hee. At the critical moment, he might spare his life. Wang Xingheng still wants to torture him. The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces all looked at Lin Feng indifferently. The expressions of the cultivators from the 9 states turned solemn. The sword formation displayed by the cultivators from the Eternal River Galaxy was simply too terrifying. However, these 9 states cultivators believed that Lin Feng could definitely defeat the opponent's sword formation. Will Lin Feng be killed? Nangong Qingwan and Ouyang Zixue, the 2 beauties, also looked at Lin Feng. Naturally, they hoped that Lin Feng could defeat the opponent. Because, if Lin Feng won, they would be able to live. If Lin Feng lost, they would die. Wang Xingheng would definitely not let anyone from the Demon Dragon Galaxy go. Just as the hundreds of millions of sword lights were about to drown Lin Feng, suddenly, the void around Lin Feng distorted slightly. When the hundreds of millions of sword lights flew 3 meters away from Lin Feng. Chapter 3109. This, everyone had an incomparably shocked expression. They simply couldn't believe their own eyes. It was really too inconceivable. Billions of sword chi. It was so powerful, but it was so easily fixed in the void. What kind of terrifying technique did Lin Feng use to achieve this? Everyone was guessing, and they were all shocked. Lin Feng continued to step forward. Wherever he passed, the sword chi collapsed. It was as if he had transformed into an immortal god. His body exuded a suffocating power. You. The Eternal River Star Domain cultivators who were surrounding Lin Feng looked at Lin Feng in shock. Their faces were full of disbelief. Lin Feng's battle prowess had already astonished them. It made them feel a great shock. Swoosh, Lin Feng waved his hand. Light flashed. Then, a dazzling sword light swept out, cutting the void and shattering heaven and earth. It was so powerful that it was shocking. The sword light directly slashed towards the group of Eternal River Star Domain cultivators. It was too fast. In an instant, it was in front of the Eternal River Star Domain cultivators. The cultivators quickly took out their Dharma treasures or flying swords to block the sword light that Lin Feng slashed out. Clang, 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 a series of violent collisions sounded. The Dharma treasures were directly sent flying. The power of the sword light that Lin Feng slashed out did not weaken much. Poof, poof, poof. Tearing sounds rang out one after another, accompanied by screams of agony. Cultivators from the Eternal River Galaxy were torn apart one by one. Their corpses fell to the ground. They were dead. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but have an expression of disbelief. The combat power that Lin Feng displayed was too terrifying. So many experts were killed by Lin Feng in one move. They didn't even have the power to resist. It was unbelievable. It was like a myth. But this was the truth. It happened in front of their eyes. Among the Eternal River Star Domain cultivators, only Wang Xingheng was left alive. Lin Gongzi is like a saint descending to the mortal world. He's invincible. That's right, he's really too powerful. That Wang Xingheng is definitely no match for Lin Gongzi. The cultivators of 9 regions began to discuss excitedly. Lin Feng's display of such formidable battle prowess made them feel proud and elated. How is that possible? How is that possible? The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other foreign powers all murmured. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. They couldn't accept what they saw. So many experts from the Eternal River Galaxy had been instantly killed by Lin Feng. This deeply provoked the cultivators of the 3 powers. They had always prided themselves on being high and mighty. But Lin Feng's appearance dealt a heavy blow to the confidence of these cultivators. It's your turn. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xingheng indifferently. Wang Xingheng was incomparably powerful, but so what? Lin Feng was confident that he could defeat this person. How dare you kill so many people from the Eternal River Galaxy? Today, I'll tear you into pieces. Wang Xingheng couldn't help but roar angrily. He leaped out and blasted a palm towards Lin Feng. Meteor fall palm, Wang Xingheng shouted coldly. A powerful divine ability was displayed. He blasted a palm towards Lin Feng. This divine ability was really terrifying. As he struck out with his palm, 10,000 stars appeared behind him. Those stars suddenly began to rotate. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Tens of thousands of stars were continuously boosting Wang Xingheng's strength. Wang Xingheng's battle prowess instantly soared to a shocking level. Feeling the terror of Wang Xingheng's attack, many people couldn't help but be shocked. Wang Xingheng had never displayed his true battle prowess before. Therefore, no one knew how powerful Wang Xingheng was. Now that Wang Xingheng had displayed his true battle prowess, everyone was shocked. This person was indeed worthy of being a top genius of the extraterritorial race. He was really too powerful. That terrifying palm strike made people feel as if the ruler of the starry sky had descended to the world. The morale of the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces was originally low. But now, they saw how powerful Wang Xingheng was. The morale of these cultivators was greatly boosted. Everyone was looking forward to Wang Xingheng's great power and killing Lin Feng. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Feng and Wang Xingheng collided. Originally, the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces were looking forward to the scene of Lin Feng being defeated by Wang Xingheng. But they didn't get to see it happen. After Lin Feng and Wang Xingheng collided, the two of them were evenly matched. Lin Feng was quite surprised. Wang Xingheng's battle prowess was really strong. He actually blocked his attack. Some initial stage god emperors might not even be able to block his attack. Therefore, he saw Wang Xingheng block his attack. Lin Feng was very surprised. But then, Lin Feng sneered. His expression was indifferent. He directly executed the demon horde worshipping god picture and attacked Wang Xingheng. The scene of a horde of demons kneeling and worshipping Nuer appeared behind Lin Feng. After seeing that scene, many people were extremely shocked. This was because they felt a terrifying pressure coming from the painting. It was a pressure that originated from the level of life. Whether it was the horde of demons or Nuer, they were all the most ancient existences in this world. Their pressure suppressed the world. When future cultivators saw these existences, they would feel even more depressed. Sensing the power of Lin Feng's divine ability, Wang Xingheng said with an indifferent expression, "It's rumored that you have mastered many powerful divine abilities. It seems that the rumors are true. Later, I will search your soul and take all these divine abilities." After Wang Xingheng finished speaking, he also condensed an extremely powerful divine ability. This divine ability was called the God of the Starry Sea. An endless sea of stars appeared. Within the sea of stars, an ancient and terrifying existence walked out step by step. Heaven and earth were born with me. The sea of stars was born with me as its ruler. I control billions of stars. I am the God of the Starry Sea. A deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura that originated from the absolute beginning era spread between heaven and earth. The God of the Starry Sea became more and more real. It was as if he was about to walk out of that illusory world of stars. At that moment, everyone finally got a clear look at the God of the Starry Sea. The God of the Starry Sea was like a huge sea demon. He held a trident in his hand. This was a powerful existence from the era of titled gods. He ruled over the endless starry world. Now, he had crossed the torrent of time and arrived in this part of the starry sky. Chapter 31:10. This God of the Star Sea was truly powerful. His appearance excited the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers. How could a mortal be able to contend against such a terrifying existence? The God of the Star Sea also charged toward Lin Feng. He seemed to want to kill Lin Feng directly. The God of the Star Sea struck out with a palm. That terrifying palm strike seemed capable of shattering the heavens and the earth and obliterating the universe. Its might was so strong that it was shocking. Endless starlight gathered in the void. In that instant, the entire world seemed to have turned into a starry sky world. The God of the Star Sea attacked with endless divine might. He was about to drown Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng summoned the phantom of the demon horde worshipping god painting and quickly flew toward the God of the Star Sea. The phantom of the demon horde worshipping goddess Nuer exuded endless sacred might. Even after billions of years, goddess Nuer's sacred splendor would not disappear. Bang! The illusory world manifested by the demon horde worshipping god painting swept toward the God of the Star Sea. The God of the Star Sea was instantly sent flying. After seeing this scene, everyone's face was filled with disbelief. The God of the Star Sea was so powerful and terrifying. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers all thought that Lin Feng would die without a doubt. Even the cultivators of the 9 states were somewhat worried for Lin Feng. But when the two divine abilities collided, everyone was shocked to find that Lin Feng's divine ability was actually so powerful. It was so powerful that people couldn't help but be aghast. This person is really powerful. Even in the endless starry sky world, among the countless geniuses of the Milky Way, he can definitely be considered a genius. Nangong Qingwan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes overflowed with splendor as she looked at Lin Feng. Nangong Qingwan knew many top geniuses of the starry sky world. But there weren't many who could be compared to Lin Feng. The most important thing was that Lin Feng was too young. To possess such terrifying combat strength at such a young age, it was hard to imagine what kind of achievements he would achieve in the future. Ouyang Zixue looked at Lin Feng with a similarly brilliant gaze. Lin Feng's battle prowess, talent, and so on had shocked Ouyang Zixue. Men like to look at beautiful women. Women, on the other hand, liked men who were like heroes. As for Lin Feng, young, handsome, dashing, heaven-defying talent, powerful strength, limitless future. It was like a deadly poison, attracting the attention of many women. Ouyang Zixue's gaze was also attracted by Lin Feng because of this. When Wang Xingheng saw Starseed God being sent flying, he began to pour his mana into Starseed God's body. After receiving a large amount of magic power, the aura of the god of the starry sea became even stronger than before. Billions of stars, the sovereign of all worlds, shattering heaven and earth. Only I am undying. The god of the starry sea suddenly let out a series of cries. Then he stepped toward the illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping God painting. The god of the starry sea's hands kept changing. Suddenly, billions of stars were condensed. Every astral sea world had the power to destroy the world. They could easily destroy heaven and earth. The starry sea worlds came crashing down with boundless power. Under the support of Wang Xingheng, the battle prowess displayed by the god of the starry sea was many times stronger than before. However, Lin Feng also continued to increase the power of the demon horde worshipping God painting. The demon horde worshipping God painting continued to expand. In the illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping God painting, the scene of the demons kneeling and submitting to Nuer in the past reappeared. When the illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping God painting collided with the billions of stars, the billions of stars were all shattered. The demon horde worshipping God painting, it turned into eternal light, immortal. Accompanied by waves of terrifying fluctuations, the aura emitted by the demon horde worshipping God painting became stronger and more terrifying. The illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping God painting descended from the sky, enveloping the god of the starry sea, and then rushed toward the god of the starry sea. The god of the starry sea swung his right fist at the illusory world descending from the sky. Bang bang bang, 3 consecutive punches. It shook heaven and earth. But it couldn't break the illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping God painting. In the end, the body of the god of the starry sea directly collapsed and disappeared. The illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping God painting then swept toward Wang Xingheng. Wang Xingheng's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect that the god of the starry sea he summoned would be defeated by Lin Feng. Wang Xingheng immediately knew that with his battle prowess, he was no match for Lin Feng. So when he saw the illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping God painting bombarding him, Wang Xingheng didn't have the intention to fight it at all. Wang Xingheng quickly rushed into the distance, wanting to escape. The illusory world condensed by the demon horde worshipping God painting bombarded the air, and then dissipated in the void due to the exhaustion of energy. Lin Gongzi is really too powerful. What outer realm heaven's pride, compared to Lin Gongzi, his far inferior. That's right, they're not on the same level at all. Comparing him with Lin Gongzi is simply an insult to Lin Gongzi. Seeing that Wang Xingheng didn't dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng, but chose to escape, the surrounding cultivators began to discuss animatedly. They were full of admiration for Lin Feng. The cultivators of the myriad races, the outer realm races, and other foreign forces all had gloomy expressions, because things were completely out of their expectations. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so tyrannical. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Swish. A light flashed. As if teleporting in an instant. Lin Feng disappeared from his original spot. When he appeared in the next moment, Lin Feng had already arrived at the entrance of the palace, blocking Wang Xingheng's escape route. Then, Lin Feng executed the Ancestor Dragon Fist, this sacred art, and charged towards Wang Xingheng. Roar! A loud dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. Behind Lin Feng, a phantom of the Ancestor Dragon appeared. The phantom of the Ancestor Dragon roared towards the sky, causing the air to tremble violently. Facing Lin Feng's invincible punch, Wang Xingheng's expression changed drastically, and hurriedly blocked Lin Feng's punch. Bam! The two sides collided. Wang Xingheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and was sent flying by Lin Feng's terrifying punch. His face was as pale as paper, and his internal organs were injured. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and executed the Black Tortoise Hunchback Monument diagram. He directly charged towards Wang Xingheng. Wang Xingheng didn't have time to dodge and was sent flying by the Black Tortoise Hunchback Monument diagram. Chapter 31:11. Wang Xingheng. Is this your battle prowess? It's really disappointing. It's much worse than I imagined. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xingheng indifferently. The winner takes all. I've fallen into your hands. If you want to kill me, do whatever you want, Wang Xingheng said indifferently. His attitude surprised Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng thought that Wang Xingheng would beg for mercy or threaten him to let him go. But Wang Xingheng didn't do that. This Wang Xingheng made Lin Feng have a higher opinion of him. All right, based on your words, I respect you as a person with backbone. I, Lin Feng, hate to kill cultivators with backbone like you the most, so I won't kill you today. I'll let you live. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xingheng indifferently. What tricks are you trying to play? Wang Xingheng looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. He, hand over 10 types of 3,000 Great Dao. Then I'll let you go. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xingheng and said. Don't even think about it. Wang Xingheng immediately looked at Lin Feng fiercely. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a cold glint. Large forces like them valued the inheritance of their orthodoxies very much. Generally, they absolutely wouldn't allow their orthodoxies to be leaked. This was because it was very likely to destroy the foundation of a top force. Wang Xingheng was a person with backbone. If it weren't for the fact that they were enemies, Lin Feng might be very willing to make friends with such a backbone. Originally, Lin Feng could try to search Wang Xingheng's soul. However, he thought that these top forces would often set up soul restrictions in the minds of their disciples. Therefore, after thinking of this, Lin Feng gave up this idea. If Wang Xingheng's soul was also set up with a soul restriction, not only would he not be able to find anything, at that time, Wang Xingheng might even die. Wang Xingheng's talent was so powerful. His status in his family must be extremely extraordinary. In Lin Feng's opinion, Wang Xingheng was equivalent to a powerful 3,000 Great Dao. The 3,000 Great Dao was the foundation of Dao validation. It was too useful for cultivators. Lin Feng realized that he was about to cultivate to the Great Emperor realm, but until now, he had only cultivated 56 types of 3,000 Great Dao. It was too little. Lin Feng wanted to obtain more 3,000 Great Dao, but a divine ability like the 3,000 Great Dao. It wasn't something that one could obtain. This required luck and opportunity. Lin Feng had been practicing cultivation for so many years. He had obtained so many things, but he had only obtained 56 different kinds of Great Dao, and that was all. From this, one could see how difficult it was to obtain the 3,000 Great Daos. Lin Feng felt that he had to find another way. He thought of a way, and that was to extort and blackmail the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, or other external forces. Capture the top geniuses of their races and extort them to take out 3,000 Great Dao in exchange for the top geniuses of their races. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xingheng with a smile yet not a smile. Brother Wang, Since you don't want to cooperate with me, I have no choice but to cooperate with your clan. If your clan wants you to live, you'll have to give me more than just 10 types of the 3,000 Great Dao spells. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people knew what Lin Feng was up to. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces all looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a lunatic. This guy actually kidnapped Wang Xingheng and asked for a ransom from the force behind Wang Xingheng. He was simply courting death. This move was simply too crazy. I'd rather die than let my family take out the inheritance of their Dao teachings to redeem my life. Wang Xingheng raised his right hand and slapped the top of his head. He actually wanted to end his life. Lin Feng flicked his finger. Suddenly, Wang Xingheng's body was completely imprisoned. He couldn't move at all. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's better to live than to die. Don't be in a hurry to die. Even if you want to die, you have to think about my feelings. I can't let dozens of 3,000 Great Dao leave me just like that." Wang Xingheng looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a demon. Lin Feng put Wang Xingheng into the 4 ferocious cauldrons and suppressed him. "I believe someone must be able to contact the force that Wang Xingheng is in, right? Send the news back and bring 30 types of 3,000 Great Dao in exchange for Wang Xingheng's life." Lin Feng looked at the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces around him. The 3 forces felt extremely aggrieved, but they were both hateful and afraid of Lin Feng. Now, they naturally did not dare to refute Lin Feng's words. "All right. We will send the news back," a cultivator said. Lin Feng was satisfied with the answer, so he turned around and left. "Lin Gongzi, wait." At this moment, Nangong Qingwan said. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Nangong Qingwan. She was like a fairy that walked out of a painting. Lin Feng had noticed Nangong Qingwan before. She was really too enchanting. Any man who saw such a woman would involuntarily take a few more glances at her. Lin Feng was naturally no exception. "Fairy Nangong, is there something wrong?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "Thank you for saving me, young master." Nangong Qingwan came to Lin Feng's side and bowed to Lin Feng. A tempting fragrance came from her body. It was unknown whether it was the fragrance of her body or the fragrance of the spices that she applied. That fragrance was really too pleasant to smell. Ouyang Zishue also came to Lin Feng's side, bringing with her a fragrant wind. She also bowed to Lin Feng and thanked him. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving me. I will never forget this kindness." "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving me." The other cultivators of the Devil Dragon Starfield bowed to Lin Feng and thanked him. Only Sun Tianwei was injured by Lin Feng and even had one of his fingers severed by Lin Feng. Therefore, his expression was extremely gloomy and he did not pay attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also too lazy to pay attention to him. He held Nangong Qingwan and Ouyang Zishue with both hands and quickly said, "Fairies, please don't be so polite." Nangong Qingwan and Ouyang Zishue stood up. When they separated their hands from Lin Feng's, Lin Feng noticed that Ouyang Zishue's lily-white hand had actually lightly brushed against his palm. When Lin Feng looked at Ouyang Zishue's expression remained the same. Ouyang Zishue's expression was normal, and there was nothing strange about it. Everything that she had just done, it was as if she hadn't done it. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Although Ouyang Zishue's actions were very subtle, they were extremely bold. What was her goal? Could it be that she wanted to seduce him? Chapter 31:12. Lin Feng didn't know much about Ouyang Zishue. Although he had met Ouyang Zishue before, he hadn't had much interaction with her when he was tricked. Ouyang Zishue's temperament was noble, just like the noble ladies in the stories. She was so charming, but now she had done such a thing in private. Anyone would think too much about it. Lin Feng couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. If he could do something wonderful and unforgettable with a peerless beauty like Ouyang Zishue, it would be quite nice. Lin Feng had such a personality. He didn't reject any peerless beauty. He naturally wanted to touch a peerless beauty like Ouyang Zishue. "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite." Lin Feng looked at the Devil Dragon Star region's cultivators who were saluting him. Only then did the others stand up. Lin Feng also knew that it wasn't the right time to talk about love and romance. There were countless fortuitous opportunities on Lulan Island. He should search for more on Lulan Island before it disappeared. As for romance, he could leave it for later. There was still a long way to go. There would be plenty of time in the future. He wasn't in a hurry. I still have some matters to attend to. I'll bid farewell to everyone here. Lin Feng cupped his fists and turned to leave. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Ouyang Zishue sighed. Ouyang Zishue looked a little sad. Nangong Qingwan also felt a little disappointed. After Lin Feng left, he continued to search for treasures in the underground palace. However, he didn't find any other fortuitous opportunities. Many people found fortuitous opportunities in the underground palace. Those cultivators' luck was quite good. Lin Feng didn't envy those cultivators who found fortuitous opportunities. Everyone had their own luck. Therefore, there was no need to envy others. Boom! Just as Lin Feng was about to leave the underground palace, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out from the depths of the underground palace. The terrifying aura that was suddenly emitted shocked everyone. What's going on? There's a change in the depths of the underground palace. Let's go and take a look. Many people couldn't help but talk. Then, they quickly rushed into the depths of the underground palace. Lin Feng also entered the depths of the underground palace. When Lin Feng arrived, he discovered that the depths of the underground palace had completely collapsed, and there was an underground world of lava below. Within the lava world, the lava was boiling. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the situation in the underground lava world. This was because he saw a huge stone ball in the magma. The diameter of the stone ball was more than 10 meters long. 4 thick chains pierced through the stone ball and were tied to the 4 mountains of the underground lava world. Why is there such a stone orb locked in the lava world? Many people were puzzled. Let's go down and take a look, another cultivator said. He quickly put his plan into action and entered the underground world to investigate. Soon, they arrived at the lava world. The cultivators who entered the lava world were also very careful because the sudden appearance of the lava world was very strange. Lin Feng stood above and did not enter the lava world. He had an uneasy feeling. He felt that the lava world was very strange and that there might be other hidden dangers. This feeling was very strong, so Lin Feng suppressed the curiosity in his heart and did not take the risk to enter the lava world. The cultivators came to the top of the stone orb. Someone said, "How about we break this stone orb?" This suggestion was quickly approved by the others. Then, the group of cultivators joined forces and tried to break the stone orb. Could there be some supreme treasure sealed inside the stone orb? Or could it be a sacred spirit that is in the process of being born? Some cultivators who were watching the show said. Lin Feng also felt that this was very possible. The truly extraordinary thing was the stone orb. If they could break the stone orb, the secret hidden inside the stone orb would be revealed. The cultivators joined forces and attacked. All kinds of powerful attacks blasted toward the stone orb. The attacks all landed on the stone orb. However, the attacks did not cause any damage to the stone orb. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Everyone was extremely shocked. Wasn't this stone ball a little too hard? Use Dharma treasures to attack the stone orb, a cultivator said, planning to use Dharma treasures to attack the stone orb. At this moment, waves of violent fluctuations were emitted from the stone orb. Then, a terrifying aura spread out. That terrifying aura immediately enveloped everyone. Bang, bang, bang. Next, the sound of bodies exploding could be heard. The cultivators could not withstand the terrifying aura emitted from the stone orb. After the cultivators' bodies exploded, only the purest source energy was left. Then, the stone orb emitted a terrifying devouring power, devouring everyone's source energy. Not good, there's danger. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart suddenly jumped. He had felt that the stone orb was extremely strange before, so he did not go down to check it. Now, it seemed that his guess was confirmed. The stone orb was indeed very strange. Lin Feng did not hesitate and turned to fly into the distance. Huff, 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 huff. At this moment, An endless evil aura spread out from the stone orb. The evil aura blotted out the sky and the sun. It was too fast. The evil aura swept towards the cultivators outside. Many people could not help but turn pale with fright when they saw this scene. They wanted to escape the area as soon as possible. However, it was too late. The evil aura swept across heaven and earth. Bang, 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 one by one, the bodies of the cultivators exploded, transforming into the purest essence power. The source energy was all devoured by the stone orb. In the end, only a small number of people escaped. Ah! How many years have I been trapped? I've finally recovered. The power of the seal has reached its lowest point. I'm finally going to break free. At this moment, a hoarse, deep, and terrifying voice came from the stone orb. The voice was like the voice of a peerless evil demon that had been trapped for hundreds of millions of years. After hearing the voice, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Who was the owner of the voice? Why was he trapped here? Who was the one who trapped the owner of the voice? Crash, crash. The stone orb shook violently. The 4 chains that pierced through the stone orb made violent clanging sounds. The clanging sounds. Clanging sounds. The stone orb wanted to break the 4 chains and break free. However, at this moment, dense runes appeared on the 4 chains. The runes surged with a terrifying power, and all the power surged into the stone orb. Ah! A scream came from the stone orb. The mysterious being inside the stone orb seemed to have suffered great damage. Chapter 31:13. No one can restrain me. No one can continue to imprison me. I want to break free. After the blood-curdling screams died down, waves of angry roars came from within the stone orb. Clatter, clatter. The stone ball shook more and more violently. It kept struggling, trying to break free from the chains. However, the 4 chains were very scary and strange. The runes on them contained unimaginable power. The stone ball couldn't break free from the chains. The chains would cause serious damage to the living being inside the stone ball. Even so, the living being inside the stone ball didn't give up. It kept struggling. More and more violently. Finally, catcher, catcher. The runes on the chains began to crack. The chains were made of black devil mystic gold copper. It was an extremely rare material. After being made into chains, the runes were strengthened. The power of the chains would increase tremendously. If the runes broke, the chains would likely break as well. Ha 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 ha. No one can trap me. No one can trap me. The being inside the stone ball continued to roar. He should have noticed that the runes on the chains had begun to crack. That was why he was so excited at this moment. Break, break, break. As the being roared, the stone ball shook more and more violently. The stone ball wanted to break the chains. But obviously, it wouldn't be easy. Even though the runes had begun to crack, the chains were still very scary. After leaving the Rift Valley, Lin Feng stood in the distance and looked in the direction of the Rift Valley. From time to time, loud roars could be heard coming from within the Great Rift Valley. These were the sounds coming from within the stone sphere. What era was that being from? It was very strange to be trapped inside the stone ball. Something unknown must have happened in the past. Would that being be able to come out? Break, 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 break. The being inside the stone ball kept roaring. It kept on struggling. No matter how many times it struggled, it couldn't break free. The chains shook along with the stone ball, and the runes broke faster and faster. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the runes broke completely. When the runes broke completely, at that time, the stone orb would be born. Suddenly, divine light surged out from the runes, and the endless divine light seemed to cover the sky. A mysterious creature appeared in the divine light. That living being. It was hazy and indistinct, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. It was also unknown what kind of existence it was. The only thing he knew was that the creature was definitely a terrifying existence. Terrifying waves of energy rippled out from his body. That fluctuation. People couldn't help but be shocked. The being shrouded in endless divine light reached out with his right hand. The right hand began to move in the void. Then, a series of distorted runes appeared. The densely packed runes sealed the entire stone ball. Damn it. You actually had such a plan. But don't even think about scheming against me. The creature inside the stone ball couldn't help but roar in anger. The stone ball shook even more violently. Suddenly, a drop of blood flew out from the stone ball. The drop of blood flew towards the mysterious existence within the divine light. Puff! The drop of blood directly pierced through the mysterious existence within the divine light. You actually condensed immortal blood. The existence within the divine light couldn't help but let out a low roar. He seemed to be extremely unwilling to accept this. However, no matter how unwilling he was, there was no way to reverse the situation now. My life will complete its transformation, no one can suppress me. The people who suppressed me back then, when I am born, I will kill them all, the mysterious existence within the stone ball said eerily. His voice contained monstrous killing intent. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, and it was very likely that he wasn't a good person. The existence within the divine light vanished into thin air. The stone ball shook violently again. Crack, 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 crack. 4 consecutive cracking sounds were heard, and the runes on the 4 chains completely shattered. The 4 chains were completely broken. The stone orb, on the other hand, managed to break free. I'm free. I'm finally free. An extremely excited voice came from within the stone orb. Then, the stone orb quickly flew out. Let's go. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay, and quickly flew into the distance. Soon, the stone orb rushed out. An endless evil aura surged. It was a dusky energy, and it emitted the power to distort time and space. It was extremely terrifying. The grayish evil energy quickly spread out in all directions. Hurry up and run. The scattered cultivators couldn't help but shout in fear, and didn't dare to stay any longer. However, many of them didn't manage to escape. The evil energy surging out of the stone orb was extremely terrifying. Any cultivator who was caught in the evil energy felt as if all the energy in their body had been sucked out. They couldn't struggle anymore. Then, the cultivators' bodies directly exploded. Bodies after bodies. They exploded into a bloody mist. A large number of cultivators died tragically. The blood, flesh, and soul essence of those cultivators were all devoured by the mysterious stone orb. Lin Feng stood in the distance, watching this scene. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. That stone orb was really too terrifying, and it killed without batting an eyelid. No less than 400 to 500 cultivators had died under the stone orb's attack. 300 to 400 cultivators had died in the underground palace. The stone orb had just been born. It had already caused such a large number of casualties. When the stone orb left Lulan Island and reached the 9 states, who knew what kind of terrifying massacre it would cause? But this stone orb was too terrifying. It wasn't something Lin Feng could destroy. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. I want to eat to my heart's content. The stone orb had devoured the blood, flesh, and soul essence of so many cultivators, but it was still hungry. The stone orb quickly flew into the distance, looking for cultivators it could devour. Lin Feng continued to fly into the depths of the island, looking for new opportunities. There were many opportunities on Lulan Island, but Lin Feng wanted to find the location of the ancient city of Lulan the most. If he could find out where the ancient city was, then he would be able to obtain countless treasures. Moreover, it was a place like the ancient city of Lulan. There might even be many of the 3,000 great Daos. Thinking of the 3,000 great Dao, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. If he could cultivate hundreds of 3,000 great Dao before becoming an emperor, it would be too terrifying. As for cultivating 3,000 great Dao like the Red World Fairy, Lin Feng didn't dare to have extravagant hopes for the time being. Lin Feng's goal was to cultivate at least 300 types of 3,000 great Dao. If he cultivated less than 300 types of 3,000 great Dao, Lin Feng felt that his great Dao foundation would not be strong enough when he became an emperor. If his great Dao foundation was not strong enough. Chapter 31:14. However, Lin Feng had only mastered 56 types of 3,000 great Dao. There was still a huge gap from his goal of 300 types of 3,000 great Dao. Therefore, Lin Feng thought of extorting cultivators from the myriad races, the alien races, and other foreign forces. Apart from extorting those cultivators, he was looking for all kinds of opportunities. There was a high possibility that there were a large number of 3,000 great Dao in the ancient city of Lulan. However, the prerequisite was that Lin Feng could find the ancient city of Lulan. If he couldn't find the ancient city of Lulan, everything would be just wishful thinking. Every day, cultivators would obtain opportunities on Lulan Island. Lin Feng even saw a few cultivators obtain a few immortal herbs. However, in the next few days, the birth of the stone ball caused quite a bit of chaos. This was because the stone ball was constantly devouring the cultivators who entered Lulan Island. Many cultivators died tragically. Many Emperor-level experts were furious. This was because the descendants of those Emperor-level experts were also devoured by the stone ball. The casualties were extremely heavy. Those Emperor-level experts wanted to take revenge for their descendants. Therefore, they all attacked, wanting to destroy the stone ball. Many emperors joined forces to attack the stone ball. The stone ball was originally full of confidence and threatened to devour these emperors to recover its strength. However, the stone ball overestimated itself. After being sealed for so many years, the stone ball's combat strength was no longer the same as before. In addition, there were more than 20 emperors who joined forces. From this, one could see, what kind of terrifying power was this? With so many emperors joining forces, their combat strength was monstrous. In the end, the stone ball was injured. To be precise, perhaps the living being inside the stone ball was injured. Of course, the living being inside the stone ball could also be the soul born from the stone ball, and the stone ball was the body of this living being. Everything was hard to say. Therefore, no one had seen what the living being inside the stone ball looked like. Although those emperors had injured the stone ball's vitality was greatly damaged. However, when those emperors wanted to join forces to completely destroy the stone ball used a secret technique to escape. A group of emperors searched everywhere for the stone ball's whereabouts, but they couldn't find it. The moonlight was bright. In the forest, the roars of beasts shook the sky. Lin Feng started a bonfire. Above the bonfire was barbecued meat that had been roasted to a golden color. The roasted meat emitted an enticing aroma. Lin Feng took down the barbecued meat. They enjoyed the delicious barbecued meat while drinking wine. What a great pleasure! Rumble. A loud sound was heard. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a gigantic stone ball flying towards him at high speed. That stone ball was very high profile. Wherever it passed, an earth-shaking sound could be heard. Many ferocious beasts were frightened and fled in all directions. However, they were all killed by the stone orb. The bodies of the ferocious beasts exploded into flesh and blood. In the end, his flesh, blood, and soul were all devoured by the stone ball. F***ck, after seeing the stone orb, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. To think that he would encounter a stone orb here. How unlucky. Without thinking, Lin Feng turned around and ran. But at this moment, a terrifying power spread out and enveloped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng found that he had been imprisoned. The stone orb descended from the sky and said in a sinister voice, "Kid, you ran away when you saw me. Am I that scary?" Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly and said, "Senior is wise and powerful. How can I be scary? This junior wasn't running away. It was because I suddenly remembered that there was something I had to do. That's why I left in a hurry." The stone orb pursed its lips and said, trying to deceive me with words that would deceive a 3-year-old child. "You're daydreaming. I have an impression of you. I've seen you twice before, but you're very good at running. You managed to escape both times." Lin Feng was very shocked. The stone orb was too terrifying. He was so far away from it, and there were so many people around, but the stone orb still remembered him. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the stone orb's perception was. This perception deeply shocked Lin Feng, making him feel incredulous. He was also very moved. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Senior, congratulations on escaping. This is really something worth celebrating. No need to be so fake. No matter what you say, I won't let you go. Now, I'm going to devour you, said the stone orb. Then, a terrifying power surged towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. But at this moment, Lin Feng used his haki to dissolve the stone orb's imprisonment. Then, Lin Feng quickly dodged the stone orb's attack. Lin Feng took out the stone sword and slashed at the stone orb. Clang! The stone sword's terrifying attack slashed onto the stone ball, immediately leaving a deep dent on the stone ball. However, it couldn't destroy the stone orb. The stone orb was too hard. Stone sword. You actually have the legendary stone sword. Rumor has it that the 36 stone swords can kill any cultivator of any level. Anyone who obtains the stone sword is a person with great luck. I would like to see who exactly you are. A sinister voice came from within the stone orb. A cold aura spread out from the stone orb, enveloping Lin Feng's body. Following that, Lin Feng's immortal god blood and sovereign emperor blood began to circulate uncontrollably. Immortal god blood. Sovereign emperor blood. Powerful, powerful. He was actually a descendant of these two families. This is truly shocking. A surprised voice came from the stone orb. Since you know who I am, you should leave as soon as possible, said Lin Feng. Hehe, what is there for me to be afraid of? The undead divine race lives in that mysterious place, and their clansmen usually don't appear, but you are wandering outside. This means that your bloodline was abandoned by the undead divine race, and if I kill you, not only will the undead divine race not be angry, they will also thank me. As for the sovereign emperor race, in the past, they were indeed incomparably powerful, but that was already in the past. Who still remembers the sovereign emperor race now? It's just a race that has long been forgotten by history. The voice from the stone orb was extremely cold, and emitted a dense killing intent. Next, a terrifying grey energy surged out from the stone orb and engulfed Lin Feng. After seeing the greyish energy, Yi Zichen was shocked. Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly changed. That grey and misty energy was terrifying. Once it enveloped Lin Feng's body, he would die. If he was careless, there was a possibility of dying. When that dusky energy enveloped Lin Feng did not plan to continue fighting with this terrifying existence. He wanted to quickly escape from this place. However, the surrounding space had already been sealed, and he was unable to leave this place. Lin Feng's expression became increasingly ugly. Lin Feng knew that he had encountered a huge problem. At this dangerous moment, suddenly, Chapter 31:15. The demonic orb was filled with mysteries. It was definitely an unimaginably powerful supreme treasure. Lin Feng's rise to power had played an important role in obtaining the demonic orb. The demonic orb had witnessed Lin Feng's rise step by step. It had witnessed Lin Feng's growth from a weak cultivator to an expert who could contend against a great emperor. The demonic orb was too mysterious. Even the current Lin Feng was unable to completely uncover its secrets. Lin Feng was astonished. He had obtained the demon pearl for such a long time, but now it was shaking violently. Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng had rarely seen the demonic orb emitting such fluctuations of its own accord. Swish. The next moment, the demonic orb flew out. The demonic orb was now extremely terrifying. The fluctuations it emitted were also extremely shocking. The void around the demonic orb distorted. At this moment, the demonic orb seemed to be awakening the boundless demonic power within it. The stone orb had originally intended to kill Lin Feng. However, after seeing the demonic orb, the stone orb stopped. How is this possible? The stone orb cried out in disbelief. It seemed to have recognized the origin of the demonic orb. Lin Feng was shocked. The stone orb actually recognized the demonic orb. However, he did not know the origin of the demonic orb. Originally, Lin Feng had thought that the demonic orb was a supreme treasure passed down by Sovereign Dracophant. Only later did he find out that it was not the case. In the past, Sovereign Dracophant had only obtained the demonic orb by chance. Even after obtaining the demonic orb for such a long time, Lin Feng still did not know the origin of the demonic orb. However, it seemed that there were still some people in this world who knew the true origin of the demonic orb. You recognize the demonic orb? Lin Feng asked the stone orb. Do you think an ant like you has the right to ask me that? The stone orb said disdainfully. It immediately sent out a terrifying power towards Lin Feng. It wanted to kill Lin Feng. At this moment, the demonic orb also sent out boundless demonic energy to block the stone orb's attack. Lin Feng quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and the stone orb. That bastard Shi Qiu actually dared to look down on him. Lin Feng wished he could smash the stone ball into smithereens. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the stone orb was too terrifying. Currently, he was unable to cause any damage to the stone orb. Perhaps the demonic orb could cause damage to the stone orb. If even the demonic orb could not deal with the stone ball, then he would immediately crush the void teleportation talisman and teleport out of this place. When the time comes, he could also get rid of the stone orb, but the demonic bead might be snatched away by the stone orb. Lin Feng naturally did not wish to see this happen. Therefore, he was still waiting for the final result of the collision between the demonic orb and the stone orb. Bang bang bang, the demonic bead and the stone ball collided again and again. Every time they collided, the void shook violently. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. The demonic orb collided with the stone orb over 100 times. Suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of the stone ball. Lin Feng's face lit up. Was the stone orb going to be destroyed by the demonic orb? The demonic orb shone brightly. It shone with an even more terrifying power, shaking the void violently. Its power was extraordinary. At this moment, the power of the demonic orb increased tremendously. Lin Feng even felt that there was an ancient giant demon within the demonic orb that had awakened. That giant demon looked up to the sky and let out a long roar that could collapse 100,000 void worlds. Once again, the demonic orb collided with the stone orb. The stone orb also collided with the demonic orb. Bang! Accompanied by a terrifying surge of energy, the stone orb and the demonic orb collided once again. Catcher 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 sounds could be heard. The collision between the stone orb and the demonic orb was far more powerful than any previous collision. This time, the stone orb finally could not withstand the terrifying impact of the demonic orb. The cracks on the stone orb became more severe. The cracks were extremely severe. The demonic orb once again shot out a ray of demonic light, sweeping across the stone orb. The stone orb was completely shattered. The stone orb has been destroyed. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but reveal a surprised look on his face. The demonic orb was truly peerless and terrifying. Even a supreme treasure like the stone orb was destroyed by the demonic orb. Was there anything else that the demonic orb could not destroy? The demonic orb must be hiding a shocking secret. Lin Feng could not determine how powerful the demonic orb was. Roar, however, at this moment, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard from the cracked stone orb. Next, endless divine light surged out from the stone orb. The divine light covered the sky. A terrifying creature appeared in the endless divine light. That creature was actually a huge dragon. It was a golden dragon with a slender body. Its scales shone with a cold luster. This huge dragon had a head like a cow, horns like a deer, eyes like a shrimp, ears like an elephant, neck like a snake, belly like a snake, scales like a fish, claws like a phoenix, and palms like a tiger. There were 81 purple scales on its back. There was a beard beside its mouth, a pearl under its chin, and a reverse scale under its throat. This huge dragon. It could form clouds with its breath. It could form water and fire. This huge dragon was actually an Eastern divine dragon. This was an extremely rare race. The Eastern divine dragon race had the third lowest population among all the dragon races, including the Eastern and Western dragon races. In history, only the ancestral dragons, a total of 3 appeared, and the true dragons, a total of 9 appeared, had fewer populations than the Eastern divine dragons. Any of the other dragon tribes would outnumber the Eastern divine dragons by a lot. It was very rare to see the Eastern divine dragons now. Not to mention the pure-blooded Eastern divine dragons, even those with impure bloodlines were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Ha 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 ha. I'm free. Master Long Outian is finally free. This Eastern divine dragon could not help but laugh excitedly. His body was extremely huge. As he spiraled, he was about 3,000 meters long. He looked like a mountain ridge that rose and fell continuously. His huge body spiraled in mid-air, giving people a sense of visual awe. Anyone who faced such a terrifying creature would probably tremble in fear. This is bad. This huge dragon must have been sealed in the stone orb. Just now, this guy used the power of the demonic orb to break the seal. This is bad. Seeing the Eastern divine dragon being born, Lin Feng immediately thought of the cause and effect. His expression became extremely serious. Now that the Eastern divine dragon had broken the seal, there were no more restrictions. The demonic orb would not be able to deal with this Eastern divine dragon, right? Ha 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 ha. I'm born. From now on, this demonic orb is my treasure. Chapter 31:16. Lin Feng had always lacked sufficient understanding of the Eastern divine dragon tribe. However, that did not mean that Lin Feng did not understand the Eastern divine dragon tribe at all. Lin Feng had heard many things about the Eastern divine dragon tribe. For example, there were rumors that the Eastern divine dragon tribe was a tribe that loved to collect all kinds of treasures. In fact, this was very similar to the other dragon tribes. Many of the dragon tribes loved to collect all kinds of treasures. If one could find the dragon cave, it was equivalent to finding a huge treasure trove. The Eastern divine dragon before him was determined to get Lin Feng's demonic orb. His eyes were filled with greed as he looked at the demonic orb. He could not wait to get his hands on the demonic orb. The huge claws had the power to grab the heavens and earth. The dragon claws enveloped the demonic orb and grabbed it. After seeing this, Lin Feng almost crushed the void teleportation talisman and escaped. However, he felt that the demonic orb would not be so easily subdued by the Eastern divine dragon before him. Therefore, Lin Feng forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart. He planned to stay and observe for a while to see what would happen next. Ha 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 ha, I caught it. After grabbing the demonic orb, the Eastern divine dragon was extremely excited and could not help but laugh. Powerful divine power continuously surged out from the Eastern divine dragon's body. The Eastern divine dragon wanted to refine the demonic orb directly. However, at this moment, the demonic orb emitted an extremely terrifying power. The terrifying power swept across the Eastern divine dragon's body and sent him flying. The demonic orb also broke free from the Eastern divine dragon's huge claws. No matter how you struggle, you can't escape from my hands. You're destined to become my treasure. The Eastern divine dragon snorted when he saw the demonic orb break free from his suppression. The huge and winding dragon body continued to pounce on the Eastern divine dragon. At this moment, divine light surged out from the Eastern divine dragon's body. At that moment, the Eastern divine dragon seemed to have completed his transformation. His combat strength was increasing crazily. Seeing this, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The Eastern divine dragon's methods were extraordinary. Wasn't this guy injured when he was besieged by the great emperors? How could he still be so powerful? Furthermore, he had been suppressed for so many years. Over the long years, the combat power of the Eastern divine dragon was no longer comparable to its peak. But even so, the Eastern dragon god was still so powerful that it was shocking. The current Eastern divine dragon seemed to have transformed into an unparalleled and immortal divine spirit. His dragon claw. It also became the holy claw. The Eastern dragon god's dragon claws grabbed at the demonic pearl again, trying to subdue it. This guy was very greedy for the demonic bead and couldn't wait to take it for himself. Right at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded from within the demonic bead. Time flies, and the world changes. How many people still remember the past? The voice was hazy. He didn't hear it clearly. Next, an endless amount of demonic chi rumbled as an illusory figure appeared amidst the demonic chi. That figure. It was actually a woman. When he saw the woman, Lin Feng was shocked. How could a woman appear in the demonic bead? When Lin Feng first obtained the demonic bead, he remembered seeing a boundless world when his divine consciousness entered the inner space of the demonic bead. In the world of the demonic bead, there was an immemorial dragon-esque elephant. The immemorial dragonesque elephant was chained up by chains. Of course, the vision Lin Feng saw might not be real. It might just be some special images that appeared in the demonic bead. However, Lin Feng didn't know that there was a woman in the demonic bead even though he had obtained it for such a long time. This woman was so beautiful, so holy, and so otherworldly. She was like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. She was like a fairy who had descended from the 9 heavens. Even looking at her seemed to be a kind of blasphemy. Could she be a weapon spirit? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. He couldn't determine the true identity of the woman. The sudden appearance of the woman caught Lin Feng off guard. "Who are you?" When he saw the woman, the Eastern Dragon God stopped attacking. He looked at the woman with a solemn expression. Ever since the Eastern Dragon God was born, he had been fearless. However, this was the first time he showed such a serious expression. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. There was actually an existence in this world that could make this annoying guy afraid. The mountains and rivers are gone. My homeland is gone. My heart is dead. Looking back on the long road, I feel that everything is like a flower in the mirror. It's so sad that I don't want to wake up, the woman murmured. Her voice was very soft. Neither the Eastern Dragon God nor Lin Feng could hear what the woman was saying. However, no matter what she was saying, it must have something to do with the situation in front of them. What are you murmuring about? Didn't you hear my question? Do you believe that I, Long Outyen, will eat you? The Eastern Dragon God glared at the woman. Long Outyen was this guy's name. A little loach dares to be so presumptuous. The woman raised her head and looked at the Eastern Dragon God. In the face of such a terrifying existence like the Eastern Dragon God, her tone was so calm. It was as if the person standing in front of her wasn't an Eastern Dragon God, but a little loach. Not an item spirit. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He increasingly felt that the woman wasn't the item spirit of the demonic orb. However, it was difficult to guess her exact identity. How dare you humiliate me, Long Outyen? You have successfully angered me, Long Outyen. Now, you shall suffer the wrath of Long Outyen. The Eastern Dragon God roared furiously. Then, a loud rumbling sound was heard. His huge body quickly charged towards the mysterious woman. Divine Dragon Claws. The Eastern Divine Dragon struck out with its huge claw, which was as huge as a mountain, towards the woman. Ha 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 ha, I, Long Outyen, will beat you into a pulp. Long Outyen couldn't help but laugh. This guy had always been extremely arrogant. This attitude seemed to be integrated into his blood, his bones, and his soul. That terrifying claw was so powerful that it even shattered the void. Although Lin Feng was unhappy with Long Outyen, he had to admit that Long Outyen was indeed very powerful. The huge claws slapped down viciously. Just as it was about to land on the woman's body, the woman waved her sleeve and casually swept it away. Long Outyen was struck by lightning. He was sent flying. God knows how many dragon scales on his body had been shaken off. Moreover, there were many wounds on his body. Chapter 31:17. Ah, it hurts so much. What is this little girl? How can you be so powerful? The Eastern Dragon God shrieked in agony. He had suffered such a huge loss that he even wanted to cry himself to death. However, the Eastern Dragon God was quite ferocious. After roaring a few times, he opened his bloody mouth and spat out a powerful dragon breath. The dragon breath that covered the sky shrouded the mysterious woman. The Eastern Dragon God wanted to use the dragon breath to deal with the mysterious woman. However, the mysterious woman was too powerful. She only used her right hand to sweep the dragon breath gently. The dragon breath collapsed. After that, an invisible force that was so terrifying that it made people pale with fright hit the Eastern Dragon God's body. The Eastern Dragon God was sent flying by the force of the attack. Dragon scales continued to fall off. More and more wounds appeared. Fresh blood flowed out. Looking at the miserable state the Eastern Dragon God was in, Lin Feng doubted if his eyes were playing tricks on him. The Eastern Dragon God had such a terrifying cultivation level, but in front of this mysterious woman, he did not even have the strength to resist. It was too shocking. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the mysterious woman's combat strength was. It was really shocking. Today, I, Long Outyen, have lost. It's a small world. When I, Long Outyen, have recovered my cultivation, I, Long Outyen, will be back. At that time, I, Long Outyen, will definitely keep you as my human pet. Keikokik. The Eastern dragon god could not help but laugh strangely. Following that, his huge body dashed into the distance. This guy actually wanted to run away. Before he escaped, he even said something that sounded very pretentious. Although the origin energy of a little loach isn't much, it's better than nothing, the mysterious woman in the demonic pearl murmured. Her jade-like hand made a grabbing motion across the void. The Eastern dragon god, who had escaped far away, seemed to be devoured by some terrifying force. His body flew uncontrollably toward the mysterious woman. Damn! You can't be trying to trick me, Long Outyen, right? I've just escaped and I've already met such a pervert. Long Outyen could not help but scream in fear. This guy was so arrogant before, but now he was scared out of his wits. That was because that mysterious woman was simply too terrifying. Long Outyen felt a chill run down his spine. Facing the woman's attack, he couldn't even resist. Clearly, the gap between the two was too great. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so powerless to resist. If God gave him a chance to start over. Long Outyen told himself that he would never provoke Lin Feng again. This was because the demonic orb was now Lin Feng's treasure. Long Outyen felt that he was really unlucky to have encountered such a terrifying existence not long after he was born. As expected, it was better to keep a low profile. Previously, he had been too high profile and looked down on everyone. That was why he had ended up in this situation. Spare me. Heroine, fairy, goddess, ancestor, grandaunt, please spare me. Long Outyen could not help but beg when he realized that he could not break free. This fellow was truly an unprincipled fellow. Such a powerful existence. He actually begged for mercy in such a humble manner. Lin Feng rolled his eyes after hearing Outyen's begging. This fellow's skin was simply too thick. There was nothing that this fellow could not say. However, the mysterious woman ignored Long Outyen's begging. The mysterious woman placed her palm on Long Outyen's head. Then, Long Outyen's origin energy was forcefully taken away by the woman. Lin Feng could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he saw this. That woman's methods were simply too overbearing and ruthless. Forcefully taking someone else's origin energy. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing such an ability. *CK your entire family, Long Outyen cursed as he struggled. This fellow probably knew that he could not escape this calamity, so he went all out. What a pathetic escapee. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and muttered when he saw Long Outyen's origin energy being sucked away by the mysterious woman. Long Outyen was strong enough. If he was given some time to recover, he would definitely become a powerhouse that could shake the heavens. However, this fellow did not seem to have the chance anymore. As the mysterious woman continued to devour the source energy in his body became smaller and smaller. His body, which was originally 3,000 feet long and looked like a winding mountain ridge, continued to shrink and shrink. In the end, Long Outyen's body was only slightly more than a meter long. If the mysterious woman continued to devour his origin energy, Long Outyen would definitely turn into a dried corpse. By then, he would definitely die without a burial place. However, the woman did not completely devour Long Outyen's origin energy. Instead, she flicked her finger. Long Outyen was sent flying by the impact. Long Outyen fell into the forest. He was only slightly more than a meter long, but now he looked like a strange little golden snake with long horns. Long Outyen did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly rushed into the forest and escaped. Lin Feng looked at the mysterious woman in shock. Who was she? What extraordinary background did she have? The woman gave Lin Feng a deep sense of unease. Because this woman was simply too powerful. If the woman wanted to harm him, he would definitely not be able to resist. Lin Feng even prayed that the woman would take the demonic orb and leave. After all, he had already obtained the cultivation method of the Archean dragonesque elephant technique. He had enough treasures on him. If he did not want the demonic orb, then so be it. As for the shocking secret hidden in the demonic orb, he did not want to explore it. However, the mysterious woman did not seem to have any intention of leaving. The mysterious woman stood in the void. Her eyes were blurred, and no one knew what she was thinking. Endless years. How long is life? How many of my old friends are still alive? Suddenly, the woman muttered. It was still a language that Lin Feng could not understand. Moreover, her voice was extremely soft. Even though Lin Feng could understand her language, he didn't understand. He probably could not hear what she was saying. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt sadness coming from the mysterious woman. She seemed to be sad about something. However, Lin Feng did not know what she was sad about. In the end, the woman sighed. It's better to sleep than to wake up. I hope I never wake up again. In the end, the mysterious woman entered the demonic orb again. The demonic orb quickly flew toward Lin Feng. Chapter 31:18. Lin Feng had a bitter smile on his face. The demon orb had returned to his dantian, but he couldn't feel happy about it. Lin Feng already knew that the demon orb was strange. Now, his guess had come true. Lin Feng felt that he should have a good talk with the demon lord. The demon lord resided in the demon orb. Perhaps the demon lord knew the identity of the mysterious woman. Demon lord, who is that woman? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The demon lord chose to remain silent and didn't answer Lin Feng. He didn't even communicate with Lin Feng. Is this a secret? Lin Feng couldn't help but continue asking. He was unwilling to give up and hoped to hear the answer he wanted from the demon lord. This was because, aside from the demon lord, Lin Feng didn't know who else to ask about the mysterious woman's identity. However, the demon lord still didn't pay attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept sending voice transmissions to the demon lord, asking about the woman's identity. However, the demon lord's attitude never changed. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. The demon lord was too tight-lipped. If he didn't want to say anything, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to get information from him. After a long time, the demon lord said, I don't know who she is. After so many years, I never knew that such an existence existed in the demon orb. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then, a chill ran down his spine and into his brain. At that moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bone-chilling aura enveloping his body. No matter what, the demon lord was one of the 72 big shots of the Undying Realm in the past. He was a powerhouse from the immemorial era. Even the demon lord couldn't discover that woman's existence. Wasn't that woman's concealment method too terrifying? It was truly shocking and inconceivable, causing everyone to be shocked and emotionally moved. Such an existence had always been hidden in the demonic bead, and he did not know who she was. Naturally, Lin Feng would be more worried about his own safety. But now, the demonic orb seemed to have formed an extremely close connection with him. It was as if they had been connected by fate and could no longer be separated. Therefore, it was impossible for him to lose the demonic orb now. The existence of the demon bead caused Lin Feng to feel extremely uneasy. However, after thinking about it, it was precisely due to the existence of the demon bead that he had been able to avert danger several times. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt much better. Controlling a treasure like the demonic orb was not entirely a bad thing. There were good things too. Lin Feng didn't have the heart to continue staying here. Moreover, the commotion just now was so big that it would probably attract many experts. This wasn't a place to stay for long. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew into the distance. In the next few days, Lin Feng had been sensing the internal space of the demonic orb. He wanted to find the place where that woman was hibernating. However, he found nothing. The demonic orb had formed a master-servant contract with Lin Feng. However, many places were still very mysterious. Even Lin Feng, the master, couldn't explore them. Lin Feng was already mentally prepared for this. Although he was a little disappointed, it wasn't unacceptable. Not long after, Lin Feng heard that a sacred medicine valley had appeared on Lulan Island. Many precious spiritual herbs grew there. It was said that there was an ancient sacred tree growing in the depths of the sacred Medicine Valley. The sacred tree was shrouded in sacred light, so no one could see its exact appearance. However, many people could smell the fragrance of fruits from the sacred tree. The sacred tree definitely bore sacred fruits. Now that the fruits had ripened, they could be plucked and consumed. I heard that many cultivators who smelled the fragrance of the sacred fruits directly gained enlightenment and broke through to the next level, a cultivator said. He was extremely shocked and didn't dare to believe the rumors. However, he still told the others what he had heard. Is it that magical? What kind of sacred tree is it? Some cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. I'm not sure. However, some say that it's a Tao tree. Some say that it's a sacred Tao tree. No matter which ancient tree it is, it's heaven-defying. The fruits it bears can help cultivators gain enlightenment and greatly increase their cultivation, another cultivator said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and try our luck. Let's see if we can get some sacred fruits. Some cultivators couldn't wait any longer. Many cultivators on Lulan Island who heard about the sacred tree rushed to the sacred Medicine Valley in groups. There were too many spirit herbs growing in the sacred Medicine Valley, so even if they couldn't get the sacred fruit, they would still be able to obtain it. Even if they couldn't get their hands on the sacred tree, it would be a worthwhile trip if they could get some other precious herbs. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited when he heard about the sacred tree. A treasure that could increase one's cultivation would naturally make one go wild with joy. Such a treasure would definitely be shocking. Anyone who heard about it would be tempted. Lin Feng was no exception. Lin Feng asked around for directions to the sacred Medicine Valley and quickly flew there. Along the way, he saw many cultivators heading to the sacred Medicine Valley. Little brother, are you heading to the sacred Medicine Valley as well? A middle-aged cultivator asked Lin Feng. This was a middle-aged human cultivator. There were more than 100 people in the group. There were human cultivators and yarrow cultivators. They were all cultivators from the 9 states who had teamed up to explore Lulan Island. There were relatively fewer cultivators in the 9 states, so they preferred to work together. That way, they could look out for each other in times of danger. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. We've received news that the cultivators in the sacred Medicine Valley have gone crazy. Little brother, it's too dangerous to travel alone. Why don't you join our group? The middle-aged cultivator invited Lu Xian. The others also looked at Lin Feng kindly. This was because of the invasion of the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Therefore, the cultivators of the 9 states were unprecedentedly united. Thank you, uncle. Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked the middle-aged man. Little brother, you're welcome. We cultivators of the 9 states are one family. It's only right for us to be united and help each other, the middle-aged cultivator said with a smile. No one in the group recognized Lin Feng's identity. After all, the 9 states was very vast. Many people might have seen Lin Feng before, but these people were scattered all over the 9 states. Therefore, it was not easy to meet Lin Feng again. Among these people, no one had seen Lin Feng before. Everyone hurried along. There were a few young cultivators in the group who were looking forward to the sacred Medicine Valley, but they were also very nervous. This was because the sacred Medicine Valley was full of opportunities and dangers. When night fell, everyone looked for a place to rest. Lulan Island was very dangerous at night, especially when a group was traveling. They were too big of a target and could easily be ambushed by cultivators or attacked by ferocious beasts. Late at night, a terrifying aura spread out from the sacred Medicine Valley. It was as if some ancient existence had awakened from its slumber. Chapter 31:19. Looks like something has happened deep within the island, the demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. Such a terrifying chi was coming from the depths of the cave, something astonishing had happened. Perhaps something terrifying was about to be born. All the cultivators on Lulan Island looked toward the island in shock. All of their faces had turned pale with shock. The aura and fluctuations emanating from deep within the island was simply too terrifying. No one could ignore such a huge commotion. Anyone who sensed such a terrifying fluctuation would pale with fright. Lin Feng said, as more and more cultivators enter Lulan Island, the secrets of Lulan Island are being unearthed. At this moment, Lin Feng thought of his father-in-law, the heavenly wind god. He was most likely the first cultivator to enter Lulan Island. What kind of opportunity did the heavenly wind god obtain on Lulan Island? That terrifying aura soon disappeared. After that fluctuation disappeared, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Everyone scattered around and began to discuss the fluctuations emanating from deep within the island. Lin Feng was sitting next to the bonfire and would occasionally add a few words. These cultivators were all very friendly, even though many of them came from different powers. But now, everyone took care of one another, so they were all quite honest with one another. The next day, the group continued on their journey. Lin Feng had always kept a low profile when he joined the group. The atmosphere within the group was very good. The cultivator who had organized this group was called Peng Yu. He was the middle-aged cultivator who had invited Lin Feng to join the group. Peng Yu didn't ask about Lin Feng's identity in detail. This was a taboo in the world of cultivators. Not only did Peng Yu not ask about Lin Feng's background, but he also didn't ask about everyone else's background. Perhaps it was because of this that everyone was able to stay in this group so comfortably. After asking about each other's backgrounds and learning about each other's identities. At that time, some unnecessary things might happen due to the difference in their identities. Instead, they would lack sincerity. For example, if Lin Feng's identity was exposed, these people would definitely come to curry favor with Lin Feng. This was not something Lin Feng wanted to see. If Lin Feng's identity was exposed, he wouldn't be able to stay in the group anymore. The team continued to fly quickly in the direction of the sacred Medicine Valley. There were many powerful ferocious beasts living on Lulan Island. Cultivators wanted to kill these ferocious beasts to obtain their essence. At the same time, these ferocious beasts also wanted to kill cultivators to devour their flesh, blood, soul essence, and even soul memories. Many ferocious beasts would constantly devour the flesh and soul essences of cultivators to improve their bloodline power. Then, the life level of these dire beasts. It would continue to improve. These ferocious beasts would also become stronger and stronger. Lin Feng's team was also besieged by fearsome beasts. They encountered a Beast King level existence. That terrifying Beast King was leading this group of beasts. In the beginning, the cultivators in Lin Feng's team saw the Beast King leading the group of beasts to kill more than a dozen cultivator teams. That Beast King level existence even injured an extraterritorial God Emperor level powerhouse. That God Emperor level powerhouse fled in a sorry state. Lin Feng's team avoided the Beast King and the group of beasts it led several times, but they were not surrounded in the end. The group of beasts began to besiege them. The Beast King eyed them covetously from the side. Many people even showed signs of despair. It was almost impossible to fight against the group of beasts, and that Beast King had yet to make a move. If that Beast King were to make a move, at that time, wouldn't all of them be wiped out? The group of beasts continued to besiege them, and their attacks became more and more violent. Many people could not hold on any longer. In the eyes of many cultivators, perhaps the Beast King did not need to make a move personally. The group of more than 100 people was likely to be drowned by the group of beasts. However, just as more and more people were feeling deep despair, suddenly, the powerful Beast King let out a low roar. Rumble. Then, the group of beasts that were besieging them quickly charged into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the group of beasts had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but show an extremely shocked expression. The group of beasts had launched such a fierce attack, and it looked like they could not hold on any longer. But at this time, the Beast King actually gave the order to retreat. This made many people feel incredulous. They did not know what was going on. The Beast King had no reason to order the group of beasts to retreat. "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly," Peng Yu said in a low voice. Everyone did not dare to stay and quickly left the place. The Beast King stood on a mountain peak in the distance and watched the group of cultivators leave. The Beast King's cold eyes looked at a young cultivator in the group. Then, The Beast King could not help but murmur, "What a terrifying human cultivator." The killing intent he emitted just now was truly terrifying. This human cultivator is so young, but he already has the strength to threaten a great emperor. Of course, no one heard the Beast King's words. Now, the cultivators in the group still felt a lingering fear. Just now, many of them thought that they were going to die this time. Now that they had survived, the feeling of surviving a calamity was really great. When night fell, everyone found a hidden valley to rest. Then, cultivators who knew array formations set up a great concealment array. After concealing the valley, everyone could rest in the valley without worry. A bonfire burned fiercely. There was a big pot on top of it. Meat soup was boiling in the pot. This soup was very extraordinary because Peng Yu had added some spirit liquid. It was said that this spirit liquid was a recipe passed down in Peng Yu's family. It could allow cultivators to quickly recover exhausted physical strength. It might be easier for cultivators to recover their magic power, but the consumption of physical strength was slower. If they wanted to recover their physical strength, they needed sufficient rest. However, Peng Yu's ancestral spirit liquid greatly shortened the recovery time. After everyone drank the broth, they scattered and rested in different places. Lin Feng leaned against a big tree to rest. At that moment, a fragrant wind swept over. A female cultivator with a sexy figure wearing a fiery red dress came to Lin Feng's side. There were more than 30 female cultivators in the group, and a few of them were extremely beautiful. Chapter 31:20. Lin Feng had naturally noticed this female cultivator before, but he didn't know her name. Now that this female cultivator had come to him, Lin Feng felt a little puzzled. He didn't know why this female cultivator had come to him. Lin Feng stood up and cupped his fists towards the female cultivator. He said, "Fairy, is there something you need?" Hee. The red-robed female cultivator let out a pleasant laugh and said, "Young master is too polite. This servant doesn't dare to call herself a fairy." Lin Feng smiled and didn't reply. The red-robed female cultivator said, "I have a sister who would like to meet young master. I wonder if there's a chance." As the red-robed female cultivator spoke, she pointed at a female cultivator not far away. That female cultivator wore a pure white dress that completely revealed her tall and slender figure. The white-robed female cultivator had a small oval face that was incomparably exquisite and beautiful. That female cultivator was also one of the most beautiful female cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng had some impression of her. TSK, being handsome is an advantage. Naylan Chinga seems to like that brat a lot. A cultivator smacked his lips as he watched the scene unfold. His eyes were filled with envy. Between cultivators, they were all natural and unrestrained. Therefore, whether it was a man chasing a woman or a woman chasing a man, they didn't feel embarrassed. Therefore, when the red-robed female cultivator helped the woman named Naylan Chinga ask Lin Feng about him, she didn't try to hide anything. Naylan Chinga is the daughter of the Sunset Immortal Sect's vice sect master, Naylan Kuan. Her background is extremely extraordinary. If Naylan Chinga likes that brat, he can be considered lucky. Not only does Naylan Chinga have a good background, but she is also an outstanding beauty. Unfortunately, Naylan Chinga didn't take a fancy to me. If she did, it would be a blessing for her ancestors. If you want to capture the heart of a peerless beauty like Naylan Chinga, you not only need an outstanding appearance, but also talent and cultivation. Although that young cultivator is extremely low-key, I have been observing him. Just like when we were besieged by the beasts, everyone was extremely panicked and desperate, but this young cultivator was calm. Moreover, he alone killed more than a dozen extremely powerful ominous beasts. It can be seen that this person's psychological quality, talent, strength and so on are all extremely outstanding. Such a young talent will definitely have a great future, so it's not strange that Naylan Chinga has taken a fancy to such a young talent. As the saying goes, fair and graceful women are sought after by gentlemen, but in reality, if they meet an outstanding young talent, these female cultivators will naturally be moved. Some of the cultivators in the group couldn't help but whisper to each other. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with great interest, wondering what Lin Feng's choice would be. To be admired by a peerless beauty like Naylan Chinga. If it were any other man, they would probably be wild with joy, right? Therefore, in many people's opinion, Lin Feng might be the same. Nalan Chinga was not a shy woman. When Lin Feng looked at her, she smiled. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. She was very bold. Seductress, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This woman, Nalan Chinga, was definitely a demoness. Whether it was her figure or her appearance, they were all top-grade beauties. However, Lin Feng's thoughts were now on the various opportunities on Lulan Island. Therefore, he had no intention of provoking Nalan Chinga. Therefore, Lin Feng said, cultivating the Tao is difficult. Now that I'm focused on the Tao, I have no other thoughts for the time being. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Some were even shocked. Obviously, no one had expected Lin Feng to make such a decision. He didn't want a peerless beauty like Nalan Chinga who had offered herself to him. Was his head stuck in the door? Me. The woman in the red dress couldn't help but snort softly. She seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Lin Feng's words. Then, she turned around and walked toward Nalan Chinga. When Nalan Chinga heard Lin Feng's words, her pretty face turned slightly ugly. However, since Lin Feng had already made his decision, she naturally wouldn't stick to Lin Feng shamelessly. After all, Nalan Chinga was also a reputable figure. 2 days later, the group arrived at the Sacred Medicine Valley. The Sacred Medicine Valley was extremely huge. It covered a radius of more than 10 miles. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Sacred Medicine Valley, a large number of cultivators had already gathered there. The Sacred Medicine Valley exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. In the depths of the valley, there was chaos. The sacred tree grows in the depths of the chaos. Cultivators have already entered it. However, it is said that there is a dense array there. Many cultivators have suffered a calamity. Ordinary people no longer dare to enter it. Only the extremely powerful cultivators can give it a try. After arriving at the Sacred Medicine Valley, Lin Feng and the others received a piece of news. This news was naturally extremely important to them. Peng Yu said, "There are many treasures in the Sacred Medicine Valley. Let's split up and search." Everyone nodded and then hurriedly split up. Lin Feng looked into the depths of the chaos. It should be very dangerous there. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy to obtain the sacred fruit. Even if those cultivators could reach the vicinity of the sacred tree, a huge battle would break out. However, the depths were very peaceful now. Lin Feng felt that they could wait for a while longer. It wouldn't be too late to enter the chaos world in the depths of the Sacred Medicine Valley when the battle broke out. He strolled around the Sacred Medicine Valley. The various spirit herbs in the Sacred Medicine Valley were enveloped by powerful restrictions. To obtain those spirit herbs, one had to break the restrictions first. However, it was very difficult to break the restrictions here. Not far away, a scream could be heard. A cultivator was attacked by the restrictions when he was trying to break the restrictions. In the end, he was killed by the restrictions. Some of the restrictions here were stronger. If one accidentally encountered a powerful restriction, it would be very dangerous. It was very likely that one would die tragically here like the cultivator just now. Some of the restrictions were relatively weaker. If one encountered a relatively weaker restriction, it would be easier. However, no one knew beforehand which restrictions were strong and which were weak. There was another special characteristic about the restrictions here. They were all enveloped by divine light. Therefore, it was impossible to know what spirit herbs were in the restrictions. Only after the restrictions were destroyed, only then would one know what spirit herbs were in the restrictions. Lin Feng broke more than 10 restrictions one after another. He actually obtained 3 spirit herbs that were more than 200,000 years old. The rest of the spirit herbs were also more than 100,000 years old. It was really too shocking. The spirit herbs here were truly extraordinary. Of course, there were also many restrictions that didn't have anything in them. However, Lin Feng was proficient in the dragon-searching incantation. The restrictions he opened definitely contained spirit herbs. Chapter 31:21. The commotion in the distance was so loud that it attracted Lin Feng's attention. He quickly walked towards the source of the commotion. Soon, he arrived and saw more than 10 cultivators surrounding Nalan Chinga and the woman in the red dress. The woman in the red dress was called Huishin-E. She and Nalan Chinga grew up together and were as close as sisters. Previously, they worked together to break the restrictions. The two of them went through a lot of hardships and finally broke one restriction. Inside the broken restriction was a blood ginseng that had been growing for 1.2 million years. Such an old blood ginseng was too precious. It had reached the level of an immortal medicine, so it attracted the attention of others. The cultivators surrounding Nalan Chinga and Huishin-E were a group of cultivators from the myriad races. The leader was a young expert from the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan was one of the royal clans of the myriad races. It was said that this clan was very terrifying and had a secret technique to communicate with the moon. Through this secret technique, the cultivators of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan could even borrow the power of the moon to fight against their enemies. Especially at night, the battle power of this clan's cultivators would be greatly increased. Other than their amazing talent and battle power, there was a huge difference between the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan and the other royal clans of the myriad races. The other royal clans of the myriad races usually had fewer people, but the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan had a lot of people. This might have something to do with their clan. Under normal circumstances, the stronger the bloodline, the harder it was for the clan to reproduce. Therefore, the stronger the bloodline, the fewer the clan members. Of course, this was not absolute. There would always be some unexpected situations in this world. For example, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan was an exception. This clan had a lot of people and many of them were very talented. This cultivator of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan was called Xiao Changfeng. This person was quite handsome, but his eyes were extremely long and narrow. From time to time, he would reveal a sinister look in his eyes, which made people's hair stand on end. This person wanted the blood ginseng. Nalan Chinga and Huishin-E naturally would not hand over something as precious as the blood ginseng. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't know what's good for you, we don't mind suppressing you. At that time, the blood ginseng will be ours, and you will also be ours. Xiao Changfeng's evil eyes looked at Nalan Chinga and Huishin-E. Ha 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 ha, that's a pretty good idea. These two girls are each prettier than the other. They're really the best in the world. That's right, she's definitely of the highest quality. If I can get close to her, I'd be willing to die. Many cultivators around Xiao Changfeng couldn't help but let out waves of filthy laughter. The group of people looked at Nalan Chinga and Huishin-E evilly. Shameless, Nalan Chinga and Huishin-E were so angry that their faces turned green. Shameless. In a moment, our brothers will let you know how shameless we are. All of you, go and capture these two women. Xiao Changfeng couldn't help but wave his hand as he sneered. Yes. After receiving the order, Xiao Changfeng's lackeys were about to take action. The two girls were naturally no match for these people. However, at this time, Peng Yu rushed over with a group of people. Don't go too far. We, the cultivators of 9 regions, are not that easy to bully, Peng Yu said indifferently. The cultivators of 9 regions are not that easy to bully. Who the F***ck do you think you are? Other than Lin Feng, who else in 9 regions dares to say this? Do you deserve to say this? Kneel down. Xiao Changfeng's expression suddenly became cold. He let out a fierce roar. Then, a terrifying pressure was emitted from Xiao Changfeng's body. That terrifying pressure directly enveloped Peng Yu and the others. Facing that terrifying pressure, Peng Yu and the others' bodies were immediately imprisoned. They couldn't struggle at all. Moreover, that terrifying pressure forced Peng Yu to kneel on the ground. Ah! Peng Yu couldn't help but roar. He was trying hard to resist that terrifying pressure, but his body was trembling violently. Facing such a terrifying pressure, Peng Yu couldn't resist at all. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, Peng Yu might have already knelt on the ground. Domineering aura. It's domineering aura. Rumor has it that Xiao Changfeng has mastered the mysterious domineering aura. Once his domineering aura is released, he's invincible. It seems that the rumor is true. Xiao Changfeng really has mastered the domineering aura. Suddenly, the cultivators of thousands of races exclaimed. Many people were shocked when they heard this. Domineering aura was too mysterious for cultivators. Any kind of domineering aura was incomparably powerful. Mastering the domineering aura meant that the cultivator's talent had risen to another level. It was a level that countless geniuses could only look up to. Xiao Changfeng had mastered the domineering aura. How many peerless geniuses and great emperors haven't mastered the domineering aura? Xiao Changfeng has mastered the domineering aura. Xiao Changfeng is really terrifying. If he becomes an emperor in the future, how terrifying will he be? If a cultivator who has mastered the domineering aura becomes an emperor, he can definitely cross several levels to fight against enemies. Xiao Changfeng has mastered the domineering aura. These human cultivators have no power to resist at all. Apart from Lin Feng, these lowly human cultivators can't find a second powerful person. This guy actually dares to jump around in front of Xiao Changfeng. I'm looking forward to seeing how Xiao Changfeng will deal with him later. Ha 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 ha. I'm also looking forward to seeing this scene. Suddenly, many cultivators of the thousands of races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces began to discuss spiritedly. These people were waiting to watch a good show. Some of the surrounding 9 provinces' cultivators' faces were extremely gloomy. Lowly bloodline dog, I'd like to see how long you can hold on. Xiao Changfeng looked indifferently at Peng Yu, who was struggling to hold on. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister arc. His gaze towards Peng Yu was full of ridicule. It was like the gaze of a cat playing with a mouse. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly resounded. Everyone saw a young human cultivator step out. This cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. You only have mastered the white domineering aura. How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Changfeng indifferently. Chapter 31-22. Obviously, Nailan Qing'er was very worried that Lin Feng would suffer a loss in the hands of Xiao Changfeng, so she wanted Lin Feng to leave this place quickly. Xiao Changfeng was really too powerful. There was no way to resist at all. Ha 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 ha, I like to see these lowly humans' desperate and helpless expressions the most. Suddenly, many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces laughed sinisterly. All these years, because of Lin Feng's existence, because of Lin Feng's deterrence to the 3 forces. This caused many people's mentality to become distorted. Now, seeing Xiao Changfeng oppressing Peng Yu and the others, all of them felt incomparably carefree. You think you can leave just because you want to? If you want to leave, you can. Come over and crawl under my crotch, and I will let you go. Xiao Changfeng looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. This person had a high and mighty expression, and he did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. His high and mighty attitude was completely emitted from his bones. Xiao Changfeng's pair of cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. That pair of eyes emitted a burst of ghastly light, making people feel a sense of creepiness. The humiliation of crawling under his crotch. Xiao Changfeng is really something. He can even think of such a humiliating method. Admirable, admirable. I really admire Xiao Changfeng. If he really crawls under Xiao Changfeng's crotch, how can he live in the future? At that time, today's experience will definitely become a nightmare. That's right, at that time, this person will be completely crippled. Those myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces cultivators all began to discuss. Their discussion was very loud, without any consideration, as if they deliberately wanted to be heard by others. The expressions of those cultivators of the 9 regions were quite ugly. However, a terrifying existence like Xiao Changfeng was simply unable to contend with, and they were powerless. Hearing Xiao Changfeng's excessive request, Nailan Qing'er's expression became extremely ugly. Now, it seemed that even Lin Feng was going to be implicated. Although she had asked Hu Xinyi to convey her intention to get to know Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had rejected her, Nailan Qing'er did not hate Lin Feng because of this matter. She still felt that Lin Feng was a man who made her heart pound. Men could be attracted to women, and women could also be attracted to men. Not everyone would deliberately hide their inner thoughts. Kid, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear Brother Xiao telling you to crawl between her legs? Hurry up and crawl under Brother Xiao's crotch. Our time is very precious. Don't waste our time. The group of cultivators beside Xiao Changfeng suddenly shouted out loudly. All of them cast looks of ridicule at Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng was just a target for them to tease. As for how much of a threat Lin Feng could pose to them, these people did not even consider this point. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Changfeng and said indifferently, just based on what you just said, even if the great emperor of your clan comes, he won't be able to save your dog life. Hearing Lin Feng's incomparably arrogant words, everyone could not help but be stunned. This kid actually dared to say such words. Wasn't this too audacious? He did not put Xiao Changfeng in his eyes at all. To provoke Xiao Changfeng in such a manner, he was truly courting death. This kid is dead for sure. I wonder how Xiao Changfeng will kill him later. I don't think Xiao Changfeng will kill him directly. He will probably torture him first and only kill him after he's done torturing him. The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces all looked at Lin Feng indifferently. When Lin Feng said those words, the group of people already knew that Lin Feng was dead for sure. Absolutely no one could save Lin Feng. You're courting death. You're courting death. Xiao Changfeng's eyes could not help but reveal a dense killing intent. His eyes were practically spitting fire. Capture this kid for me. Later, this young master will torture him ruthlessly. I want him to kneel in front of this young master like a dog and beg me to give him a quick death. Xiao Changfeng said with a gloomy expression. Yes. After receiving the order, the group of people hurriedly responded. Then, these cultivators pounced on Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. In many people's opinion, a young human cultivator like Lin Feng did not even have the strength to resist. However, they soon saw a scene that was enough to make everyone turn pale with fright. Bang! 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 Violent explosions spread in the air. The cultivators of the 10,000 clans, foreign clans, and other influential groups who were rushing towards Lin Feng exploded one after another. They died on the spot. Heavens, how is this possible? After seeing this scene, many people exclaimed. They could not believe their eyes. Look carefully, the space around him is distorted. How terrifying is this person? How can he cause the space around him to distort? Then, an extraterrestrial race cultivator pointed at the distorted space around Lin Feng and shouted in disbelief. His face was filled with shock. Everyone looked over and saw the distorted space around Lin Feng. Everyone's expression changed abruptly. Heavens, he's actually so powerful. Nalan Chinga's beautiful eyes revealed a deep sense of shock. She knew that Lin Feng's talent was not ordinary and his cultivation was also quite strong. However, she definitely did not expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Hua Xin-Yi's beautiful eyes could not help but light up when she looked at Lin Feng. Such a proud son of heaven. She couldn't help but feel extremely interested. She wanted to know more about Lin Feng. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so capable. However, since you've offended me today, it's your end. Seeing that his followers had all died here, Xiao Changfeng was completely enraged. The killing intent in his heart surged to the heavens. If he could not kill Lin Feng today, then, Xiao Changfeng's reputation would be completely ruined. Xiao Changfeng began to condense a powerful divine ability, wanting to kill Lin Feng completely. However, at this moment, a myriad races cultivator seemed to have recognized Lin Feng's identity. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. You're courting death, courting death. How dare you provoke this person? Xiao Changfeng is simply courting death. The myriad races cultivator's voice trembled as he shouted. Who is he? Someone asked. His Lin Feng. The myriad races cultivator said. When the name Lin Feng was mentioned, the surroundings became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was so quiet that it was somewhat strange. Chapter 31-23. Who didn't know Lin Feng's name? It could be said that without holding back. Lin Feng was simply a nightmare for the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other cultivators from the outside world. It turned out that when Lin Feng's cultivation was relatively weak, So many of the geniuses from the three forces had been killed by Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng had also carried out a massacre on the Tianwu continent. Countless people from the three forces had died in Lin Feng's hands. And as Lin Feng's cultivation increased, even the great Emperor realm cultivators could be killed by Lin Feng. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other cultivators from the outside world didn't even need to mention Lin Feng's name when they talked about him. Instead, they used that person to replace Lin Feng's name. Many people from the three forces viewed Lin Feng as a demon. And now, Lin Feng actually appeared in this place. He's actually that person. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other cultivators from the outside world all looked at Lin Feng in horror. Their faces were filled with shock and emotion. Everyone's hearts were filled with deep fear. Lin Feng was simply too powerful. He was like a towering mountain that they could only look up to. He's actually Lin Feng. Nailan Qing'er couldn't help but take a deep breath. Only at this moment did she know who the man she admired was. It was actually the famous Lin Feng. Who in the world didn't know him? Who in the 9 prefectures didn't know Lin Feng? Perhaps even the ancestors of the myriad races had already heard of Lin Feng's name. After knowing Lin Feng's identity, other than deep shock, Nailan Qing'er couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Previously, Lin Feng had tactfully rejected further contact with her. Was it because he didn't like her? Lin Feng, his actually the legendary Lin Feng. Hu Xinyi's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Lin Feng. She couldn't help but lick her red lips. She had already heard the name Lin Feng countless times. She had always wanted to meet him. But there was no chance. Right now, he finally saw Lin Feng. Only after seeing him did they realize that Lin Feng was so extraordinarily handsome. He was like a god descending from the heavens, causing people to be fascinated. At this moment, Xiao Changfeng's face turned extremely pale. Although Xiao Changfeng was very powerful, Xiao Changfeng was very self-aware. He knew that compared to Lin Feng, the gap between him and him was extremely large. Now, Xiao Changfeng had restrained his aura and looked at Lin Feng warily. Do you want to live or die? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Changfeng indifferently. Live. Xiao Changfeng said with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he was extremely sullen in his heart, but he couldn't resist Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng was simply too powerful. He wasn't someone he could fight against. Therefore, no matter how sullen he was at this moment, he could only suppress it in his heart, not daring to express it. Don't you like to humiliate others? Kneel on the ground now and slap yourself 10 times. Then, I'll spare your life. Lin Feng said indifferently. As soon as Lin Feng said that, the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Xiao Changfeng was a top genius of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan. He had the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan behind him. Lin Feng actually asked Xiao Changfeng to kneel on the ground. If Xiao Changfeng really kneeled, the entire Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan would be humiliated. At that time, Lin Feng and the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan would definitely fight to the death. However, Lin Feng didn't seem to care about this at all. Devil, he's really a devil. Many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces couldn't help but mutter. In their eyes, Lin Feng was a complete devil. It simply made everyone from the 3 forces extremely afraid. Xiao Changfeng's face became incomparably gloomy. Now, he was in a dilemma. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Xiao Changfeng persuaded himself like this. With a plop. Then, Xiao Changfeng knelt on the ground. Pa pa pa. Then, Xiao Changfeng raised his hands and slapped his face. He forced the top geniuses of the myriad races to kneel on the ground and slap their own faces in order to survive. Lin Feng was the first person who dared to do this. He was also the first person who scared countless cultivators of the myriad races out of their wits. Domineering. Lin Gongzi is really domineering. The cultivators of the 9 regions all felt their blood boiling. Xiao Changfeng, who was previously extremely arrogant and looked down on the human race, was now kneeling on the ground and slapping his own face like a stray dog. Was there anything more satisfying than this? Peng Yu and the other cultivators who had been in the same team as Lin Feng were even more shocked. Previously, many people had paid attention to Lin Feng. They felt that Lin Feng had always been very low-key, but they did not expect that the young man who joined their team was actually the famous Lin Feng of the 9 regions. Although Lin Feng usually kept a low profile, when he really made a move, he was incomparably domineering. Many people could not help but feel a deep sense of admiration. After slapping himself 10 times in a row, Xiao Changfeng said with a gloomy expression, "Can I leave now?" "Of course not," Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people were stunned. Could it be that this devil wants to go back on his words? The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces could not help but mutter in their hearts. They couldn't help but look at Xiao Changfeng with pity in their eyes. Xiao Changfeng's expression changed drastically. He thought that Lin Feng was going to kill him. His voice trembled as he said, "You said that you won't kill me. You are a top genius of the human race. How can you go back on your words? Don't you humans value promises the most? You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Spare me. As long as you spare me, I will immediately leave the 9 regions. I can swear that I will never set foot in the 9 regions again." Xiao Changfeng had completely lost his composure. He still had a good time and a bright future ahead of him. He was still very young. He did not want to die. A bad life was better than a good death. If one could live, no one would want to die. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Since I said that I won't kill you, I won't kill you. However, I plan to capture you and wait for your clansmen to come and ransom you. After all, you possess a domineering aura. Your future is promising. You should be worth a lot of money, right?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Changfeng finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, his life was spared. Lin Feng then suppressed Xiao Changfeng within the 4 vicious cauldrons. This guy actually wants to use Xiao Changfeng to threaten the Silver Moon Celestial Wolf clan. He actually dares to do such a thing. This devil is fearless. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. Chapter 31-24. Before Xiao Changfeng, Lin Feng had also suppressed Wang Xingheng from the Eternal River Galaxy. Now, Lin Feng had already suppressed 2 geniuses. Lin Feng intended to use these geniuses to exchange for the 3,000 Great Paths. Thinking of the dozens of 3,000 Great Paths that he was about to obtain, Lin Feng suddenly became extremely happy. Whether it was the Eternal River Galaxy or the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf race, they were extremely large races. These 2 races could definitely take out 3,000 Great Paths. "Are you all okay?" Lin Feng looked at everyone. "We are fine. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your help," Peng Yu and the others quickly said. Seeing that Peng Yu and the others were so polite, Lin Feng knew that it was time for him to leave the team. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving our lives." Nailan Qing'er and Hu Xin-yi came forward to express their gratitude. These 2 women were both peerless beauties of the highest quality. They looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Many people could not help but mutter. If Lin Feng had used some tricks, he might have been able to capture the hearts of these beauties. "You don't have to be so polite. We have known each other for a while. Naturally, we should help each other," Lin Feng said. Then, without stopping, he walked into the depths of the chaotic world. Originally, he had wanted to continue looking for some other spiritual herbs, but now his identity had been exposed. If he continued to stay outside, he would attract countless people's attention. Lin Feng did not want to be surrounded by people. Therefore, Lin Feng simply entered the chaotic world in the depths of the sacred Medicine Valley. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Nailan Qing'er sighed softly in her heart. She could feel that Lin Feng was estranged from her. The 2 of them seemed to be destined to be people from 2 different worlds. Hu Xin-yi squinted her phoenix eyes as she watched Lin Feng leave. Light flashed in her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. The people outside were still discussing what had just happened. Lin Feng's strength had deeply shocked everyone present. At this time, Lin Feng had already entered the depths of the chaotic world. Inside the chaotic world, there were powerful seals. The seals here were extremely terrifying. If one was careless, they could be killed by the seals. Of course, Lin Feng was proficient in all kinds of great arrays. Therefore, even though the restrictions here were very powerful, they were still very powerful. However, it was unable to cause any harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng went deep into the primal chaos world. Along the way, he saw many broken limbs. Those severed limbs were obviously left behind by the fallen cultivators who had entered this place. It seems that many people have died. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The void here is distorted, the demon lord said. Hearing that, Lin Feng carefully sensed his surroundings. As expected, the space there was distorted. It meant that this place was different from the outside world. This world shrouded in primal chaos had its own independent spatial laws. When there was an independent space law, the space here would expand a lot. At this time, a scream came from the depths. When Lin Feng heard that horrible shriek, he sped up and rushed into the depths of the forest. Soon, he arrived at the depths and saw a ferocious beast pouncing on a cultivator to the ground. When Lin Feng arrived, the cultivator's neck had already been bitten off by the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast was extremely strange. Its head was like a dragon and a lion. Its body was like a tiger, but it was densely covered with silver scales. Its body was 5 meters long and 4 meters tall. Its body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. After feeling that terrifying aura, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become slightly solemn. This ferocious beast was definitely not simple. However, he had never seen such a ferocious beast before. This was the first time he had seen such a ferocious beast. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of race that ferocious beast was. Demon Lord, do you know this kind of ferocious beast? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord said, I have never seen such a ferocious beast before. I don't know what kind of race it is. There were too many races in the universe, as many as the hairs on an ox. Therefore, it was normal that Lin Feng and the Demon Lord couldn't recognize the race of this ferocious beast. The terrifying ferocious beast looked at Lin Feng coldly. Then, the ferocious beast abandoned the cultivator it had killed. Roar! The ferocious beast let out a low roar. Then, the ferocious beast leaped out and pounced towards Lin Feng. A terrifying aura was emitted from the ferocious beast's body. The ferocious beast's speed was too fast. It was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed in front of Lin Feng. Its incomparably sharp claws directly grabbed towards Lin Feng. I'll just kill you and stew you. Lin Feng raised his right hand and directly slashed out a dazzling sword chi towards the ferocious beast that was pouncing towards him. The dazzling sword chi tore through the void and quickly slashed towards the ferocious beast. The Demon Lord couldn't help but roll his eyes. Because this guy Lin Feng always seemed to be unable to live without eating. He was simply a complete glutton. Seeing that Lin Feng's sword chi was about to pierce through the ferocious beast's body in an instant. But at this time, with a swoosh, a light flashed. The ferocious beast actually disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's attack slashed through the air. The ferocious beast's attack was very similar to a teleportation technique. The next moment, the ferocious beast appeared behind Lin Feng. The ferocious beast's eyes flashed with dense killing intent as it coldly looked at Lin Feng. Swoosh. Then, the ferocious beast once again waved its claws and slapped towards Lin Feng. The sharp claws flashed with terrifying cold light. Just as it was about to hit Lin Feng's body quickly moved sideways to the left. He narrowly avoided the ferocious beast's sharp claws. Then, Lin Feng kicked over. This side kick landed on the ferocious beast's body, and suddenly, there was a dull collision sound. Bang! Accompanied by the dull collision sound, there was a dull collision sound. The ferocious beast was directly sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. Crack, crack. Countless bones in the ferocious beast's body were directly broken. Lin Feng quickly charged towards the ferocious beast, wanting to kill it, but the ferocious beast's body was rapidly dissipating. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The ferocious beast just now didn't seem to be real. But, when he was fighting against the ferocious beast, Lin Feng clearly felt that the ferocious beast was a real one. This place is really strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but mumble to himself. At this time, there was a violent fluctuation coming from the depths. When the fluctuation came out, a refreshing fruity fragrance immediately pervaded the air. It's the fruity fragrance of the holy fruit. Lin Feng couldn't help but look towards the depths in surprise. Chapter 31:25. The fluctuations coming from the sacred fruit were no small matter, so Lin Fan had no idea what was going on. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that the fluctuations quickly disappeared without a trace. It was extremely strange. Although the fluctuations from the sacred fruit had disappeared, Lin Feng didn't slow down. He wanted to enter and see what was going on with the sacred fruit. As he went deeper, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the distortion in the void was getting worse. Ordinary cultivators couldn't enter the depths of the chaotic world at all. Their bodies would be directly torn apart by the distorted void. The requirements for the physical body here were extremely high. The most shocking thing was that as he went deeper, Lin Feng realized that his magic power was gradually being restrained. This place was very strange. Not only did it have high requirements for the physical body, but it also restrained a cultivator's magic power. Places like this often appeared in extremely dangerous and hopeless places. Lin Feng didn't expect that this place was also a distorted space. Lin Feng frowned. The situation in the depths of the chaotic world was much more complicated than he had imagined. One day later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the depths of the chaotic world. He saw more than 10 figures, both male and female. However, because the chaotic chi covered the world, Lin Feng couldn't see them very clearly. To be able to come here, one's cultivation level was abnormally high. Their battle strength could be said to be heaven-defying. Everyone was here for the sacred fruit. In the depths of the chaotic world, there was a sacred tree that lingered in the chaos. The sacred tree emitted a faint sacred light. There were a few fruits on the tree, but there weren't many of them. Such sacred fruits were too extraordinary. Naturally, there couldn't be too many of them. When he saw the sacred fruits, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Those sacred fruits were very attractive. If he could get his hands on them, his cultivation might be able to increase by a few levels. The others were also eyeing the sacred fruits covetously. They wanted to use such heavenly treasures to increase their cultivation. What kind of sacred tree is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He looked at the holy tree. Previously, there were many rumors about the holy tree being covered. Some said that it was an ancient immortal tree, while others said that it was a demonic tree. In the end, it turned from a devil to a saint, and became a supreme sacred tree. There were all kinds of rumors in the outside world, and Lin Feng found it hard to determine which rumors were true. Now that he saw this sacred tree, he couldn't help but feel moved. Was this sacred tree related to chaos? Because there was primal chaos energy lingering in the surroundings, this place was very special and had an ancient aura. This ancient aura seemed to be able to trace back to the absolute beginning era. Lin Feng continued to head deeper. The deeper he went, the more difficult it became. This was because the laws of order here were very terrifying. They distorted space-time and imprisoned mana. It was not easy to resist the distorted space-time with just the strength of the physical body. The requirements for one's physical body were simply too high. Ah! At this moment, a loud roar came from the front. It was a cultivator with a head full of golden hair. His figure was very slender and handsome. It was unknown which race he was from. Now that he was in trouble, his body was already cracking. His roar attracted the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. He shouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, the cultivator was only 30 to 40 meters away from the holy tree. This was already very close. If it was outside, 30 to 40 meters would only take one step. But here, it was very difficult. However, the cultivator obviously didn't want to give up. He gritted his teeth and persevered, wanting to quickly get closer to the area. Crack, crack. The sound of his body cracking could be heard. The cracks on the cultivator's body were getting more and more severe. At this moment, A large amount of golden energy suddenly surged out of the cultivator's body. The golden energy enveloped his entire body. Under the protection of the golden energy, he temporarily resisted the tearing of the distorted spacetime. However, the golden energy was very unstable and was constantly dispersing. The golden energy was very special and shouldn't be able to last for too long. Swoosh. Then, he increased his speed, wanting to rush to the holy tree and pluck the holy fruit as quickly as possible. Then, he quickly left. However, he had only rushed out a dozen meters when his body couldn't take it anymore. Bang! Along with a violent explosion, the sound of the explosion was heard. The cultivator's body directly exploded. The cultivator died tragically on the spot. His body was torn apart, leaving only broken limbs. Someone took the cultivator's storage ring, but then shook his head slightly. Then, he threw the cultivator's storage ring away. Obviously, the cultivator's storage ring should have been damaged as well. The things inside should have been destroyed by the collapsed spacetime. Lin Feng looked at this scene with an indifferent expression. This was the fate of a cultivator. Defying the heavens and seizing life. Many people died in the process of defying the heavens and seizing life. No matter how powerful your talent was or how extraordinary your background was, the moment your life ended, everything would become history. Everything became a thing of the past, a thing of history. The others continued to walk towards the holy tree. Everyone's speed was very slow because the order laws here were too strong. If they wanted to move forward, it was almost impossible. Lin Feng increased his speed. His body was unparalleled in the world, comparable to the body of an emperor-level powerhouse. Now, Lin Feng's powerful body, coupled with the powerful recovery ability of the undying bloodline, made Lin Feng like a fish in water in this space. Although he was also greatly suppressed, compared to the others, it was much easier. Lin Feng. Someone looked at Lin Feng, who was gradually catching up, with a cold and murderous expression. The cultivator who spoke was shrouded in divine light. This was an extremely powerful young prodigy. This person was called the Battle of the Divine Path. It was rumored that this person had the body of the war god, a physique that was known for its powerful combat strength. He was a prodigy of the ancient god clan, and his status in the clan was far above Shen Daotian and the others. This was one of the 3 supreme prodigies of the younger generation of the ancient god clan. Since his debut, he had always been invincible and had never been defeated. Lin Feng had never seen a battle of the divine path. However, many people in the ancient god clan had seen Lin Feng before, so it was not difficult to know what Lin Feng looked like in a battle of the divine path. His Lin Feng. Many people looked over in surprise, and then a cold light flashed in their eyes. The dozen or so experts were very young, and they were all top experts of the younger generation. However, these people were all top experts of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Apart from Lin Feng, there were no other cultivators of the 9 states. From this, it could be seen that the 9 states had been in decline for too many years. In terms of foundation, there was no way to compare with the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Chapter 31-26. What? You want to join forces to deal with me? Lin Feng looked at them indifferently. This group of geniuses had heaven-defying strength, and some of them were even as strong as him. Moreover, with so many people joining forces, how terrifying would their destructive power be? Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. If they were outside, Lin Feng might really have a hard time fighting against these people. But now, they were in this distorted forbidden space. Here, magic power could not be used, and divine abilities could not be used. Lin Feng was naturally not afraid of these people joining forces. As long as we can kill you, it doesn't matter what method we use, the Divine Path warrior said indifferently. His killing intent was very strong, and deep greed flashed in his eyes. The combat strength of the Divine Path battle was definitely heaven-defying to an unimaginable extent. Now, there were naturally many reasons why the Divine Path battle wanted to kill Lin Feng. One of the most important reasons was that Lin Feng was rumored to have many powerful magic treasures and divine abilities. These things attracted the attention of countless people. Many people could not help but go crazy over them. The Divine Path battle naturally wanted to kill Lin Feng. When the time came, he would have a share of these things. Most of the others had the same goal. The main reason for killing Lin Feng was not because Lin Feng was an enemy of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, or other external forces. It was because Lin Feng had something that they desired. Lin Feng, it's a miracle that you're still alive. But now, it's all over. A cultivator with a muscular physique sneered. This was the Golden Saint Lion race's genius, Huang Yanmo. Back at Nine Beast Mountain, Lin Feng had seen this person before. Huang Yanmo was very terrifying. This race was one of the most powerful among the myriad races' royal families. Few races could be compared to this race. Moreover, this race was one of the top 10 royal families of the myriad races. Later, perhaps I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground, Lin Feng said indifferently. His expression was very indifferent, revealing contempt and disdain. He was very arrogant. Even though he was surrounded by experts, he was still extremely calm, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps only Lin Feng had such a bearing. He was used to all kinds of storms and waves, and he had absolute confidence in himself. Huang Yanmo sneered and said, "Reckless thing, I will break all the bones in your body later." Huang Yanmo had a malevolent expression on his face. It was incomparably ugly. His face was shocking and extremely terrifying, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Among these prodigies, there were some extremely powerful characters. For example, Gongzi Chao of the Sky Devil race was much more famous than the low-key Gongzi Nai. He was relatively high-profile and had just arrived in the 9 regions not long ago. Some time ago, when he heard that Gongzi Nai was injured, he once said in private that Gongzi Nai was just a trash. Not only was he injured in a barren land like the 9 regions, but he was also unable to kill Gongzi Yu for such a long time. There was a reason why Gongzi Chao dared to slander Gongzi Nai like this. One must know that Gongzi Nai was the son of the Sky Devil Emperor. Who would dare to offend him? For the Sky Devil race that had a strict hierarchy, no one dared to offend Gongzi Nai. Furthermore, Gongzi Nai's father was the current patriarch of the Sky Devil race, and his power was overwhelming. Ordinary Sky Devil emperors might not even dare to offend Gongzi Nai, let alone the younger generation of Sky Devil race cultivators. This Sky Devil Chao didn't put Gongzi Nai in their eyes because Gongzi Chao's origin was equally shocking. Gongzi Chao's ancestor Xian was an illustrious ancestor-level existence in the Sky Devil race. It was said that he was one of the core members of the Sky Devil race's Supreme Elder Group. The Sky Devil race was extremely large in the Outer Realm. For example, many Outer Realm planets had branches of the Sky Devil race. Even the Heavenly Sage Great World and the Nest of the Myriad Races had branches of the Sky Devil race. These Sky Devil race were nominally managed by the Patriarch. But in reality, the Sky Devil race had also set up a Supreme Elder Group. The members of the Supreme Elder Group were either the old Patriarch of the Sky Devil race who had already abdicated, or they were experts with extremely terrifying strength in the Sky Devil race. And the Supreme Elder Group even had the power to dismiss the Patriarch. That was why he had such a backer. Gongzi Chao naturally didn't fear Gongzi Nai. Aside from Gongzi Chao, there were other top prodigies such as Shui Yunshan of the Blood-Winged Sky Wolves, Yi Tongtian of the 8-Winged Demon race, Song Qingjue of the 9-Eyed Jade Toad race, and so on. They were all extremely powerful and had terrifying combat strength. Let's do it. Don't delay any longer. This brat is full of tricks. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid something else will happen, an Outer Realm cultivator said. This was a female cultivator, and she was extremely tall. Most women were around 1.7 meters tall, and that was already considered extremely tall. However, this woman's height was actually around 1.8 meters. She was much taller than the average male. This woman had a pair of straight and slender jade-like legs. Her face was so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. She could be called absolutely beautiful, but her expression was cold and arrogant. She was from the Immortal God race. The Immortal God race was one of the 10 sovereign races of the Myriad races, and also one of the 3 divine races of the Myriad races. Among the Myriad races, there were dozens of races with divine blood flowing in their veins. These races with divine blood were basically the descendants of innate lifeforms. These races were very powerful. As time passed, some races gradually declined, while others remained powerful. Among the many divine races, the three most powerful ones were the sacred god race, the ancient god race, and the immortal god race. Lin Feng had come into contact with cultivators from the sacred god race and the ancient god race before, but he had never come into contact with cultivators from the immortal god race. This woman was the first cultivator from the immortal god race that Lin Feng had come into contact with. This female cultivator from the immortal god race was called Xian Lenghen. She was just like her name. This woman's temperament was very cold. She looked at Lin Feng indifferently. She was preparing a powerful attack to kill Lin Feng. Attack, Xian Lenghen's suggestion was quickly unanimously agreed by the others. Everyone attacked one after another, attacking Lin Feng. Although their dharmic powers were sealed, every one of them was proficient in martial arts moves. They could all be called martial arts grandmasters. Moreover, these cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces had extremely strong physical bodies. With so many people working together, even if they didn't use their dharmic powers, they believed that with their martial arts moves and strong physical bodies, they could successfully kill Lin Feng. Giant Peng spreads wings, wind sends purple clouds, swallow returns to morning sun, rising sun, golden goose takes flight, bright star in the evening, moon illusory eye, cloud azure, dragon coils, ridge, white rainbow pierces the sun, cloud breaks, Qinling mountain, green pine, emerald, earth shattering shock, 1,000 kilograms falls, diamond tail. Chapter 31:27. With so many experts attacking at the same time, it was extremely terrifying. Although this was only a martial art move, it was also extremely powerful and could produce extremely powerful killing power. The reason for that was because any one of these people could easily shatter a towering mountain with a single punch. This was the terrifying part of these people. They were so tyrannical that it made people turn pale with fright. Facing the siege of so many experts, Lin Feng was still extremely calm. He also displayed a powerful absolute art. The absolute art that Lin Feng displayed was a very profound martial art among the martial arts moves. His spine was bent like a dragon's body. His spine was like a dragon. That was to say, Lin Feng was now. His spine suddenly sprung up. It was as if he could erupt with a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng's body shot out. His speed was too fast, and he instantly rushed in front of the three cultivators. Although Lin Feng made his move later, he arrived first. Courting death, the three cultivators who were locked onto by Lin Feng looked indifferent. Their powerful moves continued to bombard Lin Feng, while the rest of the people's moves also bombarded Lin Feng together. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Lin Feng collided with the three cultivators. Accompanied by the sound of violent collisions, the three cultivators were directly swept away by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng also quickly swept out of the encirclement of more than a dozen people. The attacks of the other cultivators all missed. Lin Feng then, like an eagle soaring into the sky, he quickly swept towards a cultivator who was repelled. 5 times dragon elephant arm erupted. In fact, Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm was already powerful enough. But now, Lin Feng was heavily surrounded. To be on the safe side, Lin Feng then displayed 5 times dragon elephant arm. This was Lin Feng's strongest state. When the 5 times dragon elephant arm was displayed, one punch seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. The power of that punch. It was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Its might was so great that it was truly shocking. The expression of the sky pride that Lin Feng had locked onto changed abruptly. This was a sky pride from the great Tao source world. His name was Wang Hunzhong, and he possessed formidable combat strength. However, after his magic power was sealed, he could only contend with Lin Feng with his physical body. He wanted to quickly dodge Lin Feng's terrifying punch, but he couldn't. Therefore, he could only face Lin Feng head-on. Bang! The fists of both sides collided. Cracking sounds could be heard. Wang Hunzhong's arm was directly broken. Next, Lin Feng's terrifying punch directly landed on Wang Hunzhong's chest. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Wang Hongzhong's chest caved in. Wang Hongzhong's body couldn't help but fly backwards. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he rushed over and grabbed Wang Hongzhong's head. Then, he suddenly twisted it. Cracking sounds could be heard. Wang Hongzhong's head was directly plucked off. Puff! Fresh blood spurted out, and Wang Hongzhong died tragically on the spot. In the blink of an eye, an expert was killed by Lin Feng. The rest of the people's expressions became extremely ugly, each more gloomy than the last. Lin Feng threw Wang Hongzhong's head on the ground, and then said indifferently, "What kind of supreme sky pride are you? In front of me, you're just like an ant or a dog. I can kill you with a wave of my hand." Lin Feng's words could be said to be incomparably arrogant. Extremely arrogant. If it were someone else, who would dare to say such arrogant words? However, Lin Feng dared to say such arrogant words. This was based on absolute confidence. This was because Lin Feng's physical body was too powerful. It could be described as heaven-defying. Such a powerful physical body was enough to sweep away these cultivators. This guy's speed is very fast, and his physical body is very strong. Moreover, his strength seems to be extremely terrifying. "Everyone, be careful," Shun Daozhong said with a gloomy expression. With the example of Wang Hongzhong being killed by Lin Feng, the rest of the people naturally did not dare to underestimate Lin Feng anymore. Setting sun shines on snow, light flash, wind and frost-broken shadowstone, smoke, thunder in the vast sky, ice valleys, first rainbow mountain twists and turns, open-mind double dragon fetches water, searching for snake in the grass without a trace in the snow, dragon soars for thousands of miles. Then these people once again displayed extremely powerful martial arts moves to attack Lin Feng. This time, they increased their speed to the extreme. Although they did not form an encirclement around Lin Feng, everyone had already locked onto Lin Feng. Moreover, everyone's moves were incomparably terrifying. Their fists shook the world and shattered the void. The attacks of more than a dozen people were really too powerful. Now, these people's attacks were even more powerful than before. Because they did not want to become the second Wang Hongzhong. "Today, I'll let you have a taste of my power." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Lin Feng jumped forwards and threw a punch at those cultivators. Lin Feng was using a punch called the Godly 100 Transformations Punch. A powerful cultivator like Lin Feng not only cultivated magical powers, but also had a deep understanding of many martial arts moves. Moreover, because of Lin Feng's strong physical body, he especially liked to fight in close combat. And when fighting in close combat, it was inevitable that some powerful martial arts moves would be used to enhance the combat effectiveness of close combat. Therefore, Lin Feng collected a lot of powerful martial arts moves. 100 Transformation Fist was one of the most powerful martial arts moves. Once it was displayed, it was really peerless and terrifying. Lin Feng stepped forward and punched out. Suddenly, there were many fist shadows. The most powerful part of this 100 Transformation Fist was that it formed 100 fist shadows. If it was just a simple fist shadow, it would naturally be difficult to hurt others. The 100 fist shadows released by this 100 Transformation Fist were not simple fist shadows. Each of his punches contained 90% of Lin Feng's strength. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was simply unimaginable. If Lin Feng displayed 5 times the dragon elephant arm, then the 100 fist shadows condensed by Lin Feng's 100 Transformation Fist. Every fist shadow. They all had 90% of Lin Feng's strength. How powerful would 100 fists be? Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng was not willing to use this fist technique. The more powerful the divine ability, the more mana it would consume. The same principle. The more powerful the martial arts move, the more physical strength it would consume. When one's physical strength was exhausted, it would be dangerous. The 100 Transformation Fist consumed a lot of physical strength. However, in order to deal with these dozen or so powerful heaven's prides, Lin Feng displayed the 100 Transformation Fist. Although Lin Feng believed that he could defeat these people. However, Lin Feng did not want to delay, he wanted to end the battle quickly. If he continued to delay, he didn't know what would happen next. Bang, bang, bang. The dense fist shadows directly smashed towards the dozen or so Heaven's Prides that were charging towards him. Chapter 31:28. Originally, more than 10 people were besieging Lin Feng. Lin Feng was facing so many experts alone and was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. However, after he used the 100 transformations divine fist, he immediately turned his disadvantage into an advantage. Now, every cultivator who was besieging Lin Feng had to withstand at least 7 or 8 fist shadows. At first, they could still resist for a while. But soon, these cultivators began to be unable to withstand the attacks of those fist shadows. Catcher, catcher, catcher sounds could be heard. The sound of bones cracking was accompanied by painful groans. One cultivator after another was sent flying by Lin Feng. Ouch! Many people vomited blood and their faces were as pale as paper. The power of Lin Feng's attack just now was too tyrannical. That was because the power of the arm of the dragon elephant was too terrifying. 90% of the power of the arm of the dragon elephant was still an unimaginably terrifying force. Once it erupted, it would be extremely terrifying. Moreover, each of these people was not facing one punch, but 7 or 8 fist shadows. Although they were all top-notch geniuses with monstrous dharmic powers and remarkable abilities. However, there was still a huge gap between them and Lin Feng in terms of physical strength. It was inevitable that they would be injured by Lin Feng one by one. This is impossible. The faces of the geniuses were filled with ferocious expressions. So many of them were besieging Lin Feng, but they were still beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. This was unacceptable to them. Everyone was extremely depressed and their expressions were extremely gloomy. Their eyes were also flickering with dense killing intent. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Why wouldn't it be possible? Today, I will kill all of you and make this place your burial ground. As soon as he said that, Lin Feng continued to use the 100 transformations divine fist. Swoosh! Fist shadows were everywhere. One after another, fist silhouettes blasted towards the surrounding cultivators. More than a dozen top geniuses of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were all enveloped by Lin Feng's fist shadows. Each and every one of them could not withstand Lin Feng's terrifying attacks. Wow! These cultivators were once again sent flying. Each of them coughed out mouthfuls of blood and their faces were as pale as paper. In the battle of the divine path, Huang Yanmo and the others couldn't help but roar in anger. But now, he couldn't circulate his magic power, so he couldn't use his divine ability. In the battle of physical strength, they were completely suppressed, unable to contend with Lin Feng's physical body. Each and every one of them felt extremely aggrieved. It was as if he had gone mad with hatred. Everyone wanted to hack Lin Feng into pieces. But in reality, their current situation was very dangerous. Lin Feng was an existence that was invincible in close combat. Thus, for these cultivators to engage in close combat with Lin Feng, they were simply throwing their lives away. When Lin Feng launched the third wave of attacks, bang, 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 sounds of explosions were heard one after another. One by one, Lin Feng killed the top geniuses. In the third wave of attacks, Lin Feng killed 4 top prodigies. These people were the most powerful geniuses of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces. Any one of them would be able to defeat countless experts and even compete with great emperor-level experts. Such a prodigy was rare even among the 3 forces. Every death of one was a great loss. But now, 5 of them had been killed by Lin Feng. Previously, Lu Tong and the others killed almost 1/3 of the top geniuses of the 3 forces. Today, I'll kill all of you again. The number of top geniuses of the 3 forces will decrease again. Sooner or later, I'll kill the top experts of the 3 forces until they tremble in fear. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He continued to use the 100 transformation fists to attack the remaining cultivators. Bang, 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 violent collisions were heard as the 2 sides engaged in a great battle again. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. This time, another 3 top geniuses were killed by Lin Feng. The rest were all severely injured and vomiting blood from Lin Feng's attacks. Those who died with their eyes wide open. Their combat strength was so strong, but because they were in the forbidden space, they couldn't use their divine abilities. That was why they died tragically in Lin Feng's hands. If they could use their divine abilities, they believed that with the strength of so many people, they would be able to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already lost count of how many times he had been killed. But there weren't so many IFS in this world. Lin Feng was like an unparalleled godfiend, making every cultivator feel a deep sense of despair. Lin Feng, are you really going to kill us all? When the time comes, the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and the experts of the various great worlds will join forces to suppress you. When that time comes, you'll die without a grave. An extraterritorial race cultivator said with an extremely ugly expression, wanting to scare Lin Feng away. But Lin Feng wasn't moved at all. He said indifferently, "We're already at an irreconcilable state. Do you think yours truly would be afraid of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and the great emperors of the various great worlds? If they really come, I'll kill them all together." Mph, what an arrogant tone. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Following that, 3 cultivators stepped into the depths of the distorted space. When they saw those 3 cultivators, the eyes of the last few top geniuses, who were on the verge of despair, lit up. Those who had arrived were 3 great emperors. Furthermore, they were extremely strong great emperors. The great emperor who spoke had a muscular build. He was a powerful being from the Golden Saint Lion race. This person was called Huang Bashen. He was a terrifying Emperor Realm expert. He was also one of the top 10 experts of the Golden Saint Lion race. The second powerful being was a skinny old man. He was a powerful being from the myriad races Yin Corpse race. It was said that the Yin Corpse race dealt with corpses all year round. They were skilled in refining corpse poison and other such things. Their methods were strange and terrifying. This powerful being was called Old Man Yin Mo. He was also an Emperor Realm expert. The third powerful being was a voluptuous female cultivator. She looked to be in her 30s. Purely based on her appearance and figure, she could be considered a top-grade beauty. However, it was clear that this female cultivator was no simple character. This female cultivator was a powerful being from the sacred god race. Her name was Sheng Churu. He was also an Imperial Emperor Realm expert. 3 great Emperor Realm experts have arrived together. We're saved. The few remaining geniuses exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng, let's see how you'll die later. Following that, their gazes towards Lin Feng were filled with killing intent. In their eyes, Lin Feng was definitely going to die this time. Great emperors at the Emperor Realm were extremely rare. They could already be considered as overlords of the universe. This was Lin Feng's first time coming into contact with great emperors of this level. And this was his first time coming into contact with great emperors of this level. To think that he would encounter 3 of them. Chapter 31-29. Lin Feng's attention was focused on the 3 great imperial emperors, so he didn't have time to pay attention to the divine Dao battle, Huang Yanmo, and the others. If it wasn't for the arrival of the 3 great imperial emperors, Huang Yanmo and the others would have died today. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that with your talent, you can be considered one of the top geniuses among the younger generation of all the major races in the universe. It would be a pity to kill a genius like you. How about this? If you swear to become our slave, we will spare your life today. What do you think? At this moment, Sheng Churu couldn't help but say. Not only was Sheng Churu powerful, but she was also of noble birth. She was an expert of the sacred god clan. How could the number 1 clan of the myriad races be undeserved? This clan had powerful physical bodies and shocking bloodlines. Although Sheng Churu was a woman, she was able to cultivate to the Imperial Emperor realm. From this, one could see how extraordinary her talent was. Lin Feng's current cultivation was comparable to some God Emperor realm cultivators. However, the difference between him and these Imperial Emperor realm experts was huge. Although Lin Feng was extremely confident in his combat strength, he also knew his own limits. However, this place wasn't the outside world. This was a forbidden space. When one's magic power was restricted, Not to mention that these people were only Emperor realm cultivators. So what if they were immortals? When one's magic power was restricted, they could only rely on their physical bodies to fight. Therefore, although Lin Feng was wary of the 3 Imperial Emperor realm experts, he wasn't afraid of them. Now, Lin Feng even had a crazy idea. Should he try to kill these 3 Imperial Emperor realm experts? If he could do that, it would be heaven-defying. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that killing these Imperial Emperor realm experts was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, if he didn't try, how would he know that he couldn't do it? Lin Feng looked indifferently at Sheng Qiru and said, "Looking at your figure and appearance, you're not bad. If you announce that you're my slave today, I'll spare your life." When Lin Feng said this, the surroundings instantly became silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with astonishment. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would actually say such words to an imperial emperor. This could no longer be described as audacious. Sheng Qiru's beautiful eyes turned cold. "You haven't even broken through to the great emperor realm, yet you dare to be so impudent. Don't you know how to write the word death? I'll kill you today." As soon as she finished speaking, Sheng Qiru had already rushed towards Lin Feng. She used the mountain-splitting palm technique and slammed it towards Lin Feng. At the same time, the other 2 imperial emperors, Huang Ba-shun and Old Man Yin Mo, also flew towards Lin Feng. Huang Ba-shun punched towards Lin Feng. The fist technique he used was called the Wind Thunder Fist. A punch was thrown and a thunderous sound was heard. At the same time, it was accompanied by a violent hurricane that swept towards Lin Feng. This was a martial art technique, but it displayed such a terrifying phenomenon. This was because Huang Ba-shun, who used this martial art technique, was simply too powerful. As for Old Man Yin Mo, he slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. Old Man Yin Mo's palm turned as black as ink. Old Man Yin Mo's technique was called the Black Devil Palm. It was said that it could unleash 36 layers of hidden force. Its power was extremely terrifying. 3 great imperial emperors are fighting against him. No matter how strong Lin Feng's physical body is, he can't compete with 3 great imperial emperors, right? That's absolutely impossible. Just wait and see. Lin Feng will definitely die later. The surviving divine Dao battle, Huang Yanmo, and the others said coldly. In their eyes, the current Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Facing the attacks of 3 imperial emperors, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. In the previous battle with more than 10 top prodigies, Lin Feng had continuously used the 5-fold dragon elephant arm and 100 transformation fist. The consumption was extremely great. Therefore, Lin Feng was now very far away from his peak combat strength. The destructive power of the 5-fold dragon elephant arm had also decreased greatly. It was far from being comparable to his previous peak. If it wasn't for the decrease in his combat strength, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid of these 3 people. Flood Dragon goes to the sea. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a low shout. He also used an extremely powerful martial art technique. His spine curved like a dragon, and then he instantly unleashed a terrifying power. Then, his spine drove his entire body, and he consecutively threw out 3 powerful punches. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 punches immediately produced an earth-shattering sound. It was like the sound of war drums. The world seemed to be about to collapse. Lin Feng was fighting 1 against 3. Even though his combat strength had decreased greatly, he would definitely not retreat half a step. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive violent collisions were heard. It was as if the earth was shaking. It was as if one ancient mountain after another had crashed into each other. That kind of power. It was so terrifying that it made one's face pale with fright. Deng, deng. Lin Feng and the 3 imperial emperors took 3 steps back. How is this possible? Huang Yanmo, Xian Lenghen, and the others who were watching the battle of the divine path revealed expressions of disbelief. Lin Feng had just fought with them for so long. Although many experts on their side had been killed by Lin Feng. But a continuous battle. It would definitely cause Lin Feng's combat strength to decrease greatly. Then, in other words, the current Lin Feng's combat strength was far from his peak. In such a state, Lin Feng was actually on par with the three imperial emperors. This made them feel as if they were in a dream. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was too unbelievable. It was too shocking. But all of this, it was all real. Your physical body is actually so terrifyingly strong. Although your strength is greatly weakened, you are still able to resist the attacks of the three of us. How strong were you when you were at your peak? Sheng Qiru looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. In her long life, Sheng Qiru had seen countless talented people. Many of these geniuses left her astonished. However, Sheng Qiru had never seen a human cultivator with such a terrifying physical body and strength like Lin Feng. This was because human cultivators were a race with weak physical bodies and strength. But now, Lin Feng had cultivated the weakness of the human race into his advantage. This was too terrifying. The human race's comprehension ability was the strongest among the many races. Lin Feng's physical body was so terrifying. If he continued to grow, what level would he become? Chapter 3130. Just like Sheng Qiru, the other two imperial emperors couldn't help but reveal deep shock on their faces. Whether it was Huang Bie-shen or Old Man Yin Mo, their lifespans were extremely long. However, in their long lifespans, they had never seen a young cultivator with such a terrifying physical body like Lin Feng. It was really unbelievable. Therefore, the two of them knew that they had to kill Lin Feng. Otherwise, he would definitely be a huge threat in the future. Attack with all your might and kill this kid, Huang Bie-shen said with a cold expression. He decided not to hold back anymore. If he could kill Lin Feng, he would get rid of a huge threat. Boom. The three imperial emperors attacked again. Each of them wanted to kill Lin Feng, so they used their most powerful martial arts moves. Boneless soft technique. Sheng Qiru was the first to attack. Her body soared into the air and flew over as fast as lightning. Her body became extremely soft and could bend at will. She quickly wrapped around Lin Feng. This boneless soft technique was one of the top martial arts moves. The boneless soft technique was very unique. Once it was used, the body of the cultivator who used the boneless soft technique would become extremely soft. At that time, this soft body would be able to wrap around the body of the person being attacked. Once the body of the person being attacked was wrapped, it would not be easy for him to struggle free. Azure Dragon leaves the water. Huang Bie-shen made his move and leaped up. His huge body seemed to have transformed into a dragon's body. That terrifying power. It was really shocking. Soul reaping. At the same time, Old Man Yin Mo made his move. This soul reaping was an extremely strange martial art move. A dark green color appeared in Old Man Yin Mo's hand. That dark green color. It contained a terrifying poison. A terrifying existence like Old Man Yin Mo was good at refining poison. When he fought against enemies, he also liked to secretly use poison. It could be said to be extremely sinister. Now, Old Man Yin Mo used poison to invade Lin Feng's body. Once Lin Feng was poisoned. When the time came, he would probably not be able to escape. 100 Transformation Divine Fist. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he used this powerful ultimate skill. Swoosh. Fist shadows appeared one after another. The dense fist shadows flew towards the three imperial emperors. Originally, the three of them wanted to quickly approach Lin Feng. Old Man Yin Mo even wanted to use poison to deal with Lin Feng. But now, it was too late to face Lin Feng's 100 Transformations Fist's attack. The 100 Transformations Godly Fist was too powerful. Its power was so strong that it was shocking. Bang! Huang Bie-shen and Old Man Yin Mo couldn't help but roar in anger. Their fists shook the void and swept towards the descending fist shadows. Shung's boneless soft technique. When the fists' body SS, Shung's feel, SS become extremely softs become soft's body. This was the wonder of the boneless contortion technique. It was rumored that the boneless contortion technique was created by a martial arts grandmaster based on the movements of a very agile snake when it dodged attacks. The body of a snake was extremely soft. And it was extremely slippery. The attack's strength would be easily dissipated. This boneless soft technique was only suitable for women with especially soft bodies to cultivate. Male cultivators were unable to cultivate this kind of martial art. Sheng Qiru had already cultivated this boneless soft technique to the point where it was as pure as fire. The fist shadows were all neutralized by Sheng Qiru. Then, Sheng Qiru quickly rushed to Lin Feng's side. Her body, which had become extremely soft, directly wrapped around Lin Feng. Right now, Sheng Qiru only had one thought, and that was to wrap around Lin Feng's body. She would restrict Lin Feng's movements. At that time, Huang Biashen and Old Man Yin Mo would rush up together and instantly kill Lin Feng. Seeing Sheng Qiru quickly approaching him, Lin Feng once again attacked Sheng Qiru. However, Sheng Qiru's dodging speed was simply too fast. Lin Feng's fists landed on Sheng Qiru's body, but it was as if they had hit water. All of the force was instantly neutralized. This caused Lin Feng to be extremely shocked. Sheng Qiru's methods were really too extraordinary. At this moment, Sheng Qiru's body, which had become extremely soft, had already wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Her hands directly pierced towards Lin Feng's eyes. She actually wanted to stab Lin Feng's eyes blind. A woman's heart was the most poisonous. This sentence was indeed correct. Poisonous woman. Lin Feng looked at Sheng Qiru with an indifferent expression and grabbed towards Sheng Qiru's neck. Sheng Qiru's speed was very fast. Lin Feng's speed was even faster than Sheng Qiru's. Crack. Lin Feng directly grabbed Sheng Qiru's neck. Sheng Qiru's expression changed drastically. The hands that were originally stabbing towards Lin Feng's eyes quickly stabbed towards Lin Feng's neck. The neck was one of the fatal points of a cultivator, because this place was where the main arteries of the human body were located. Once the main arteries were torn, then, the cultivator would only have a path of death. Lin Feng's expression also changed abruptly. He originally wanted to break Sheng Qiru's neck, but he discovered that her neck had also become extremely soft. It was impossible to break it at all. Lin Feng raised his left hand and slapped Sheng Qiru's chest. Such a powerful force, such a close distance, Sheng Qiru was also unable to completely dissolve Lin Feng's palm. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, Sheng Qiru was sent flying by Lin Feng. Moreover, the bones in her chest were directly broken. Whoa! Sheng Qiru couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This. After seeing this scene, Huang Yanmo, Xian Lenghen, and the others in the Divine Dao battle were somewhat incoherent. They had heard that Lin Feng's physical body was powerful, but they didn't expect that Lin Feng's physical body was terrifying to such an extent. 3 great imperial emperors working together were still unable to defeat Lin Feng. Everything that happened in front of them was simply like a dream. 100 transformation divine fists. Kill. 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 Lin Feng roared. He attacked the 2 imperial emperors with all his might. Right now, Lin Feng's consumption was extremely great, so he couldn't have any intention of retreating now. He had to defeat the 3 imperial emperors in one go. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to raise his voice again. At that time, he would definitely be defeated by the 3 imperial emperors. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to be defeated by the 3 imperial emperors. It was as if he had transformed into an unparalleled godfiend. The 100 transformation divine fist punched out fist shadows that filled the sky. Bang! 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 A series of collision sounds rang out. Although Huang Biashen and Old Man Yin Mo were powerful, under Lin Feng's crazy attacks, they gradually couldn't hold on. Catcher sounds of bones cracking could be heard. Huang Biashen and Old Man Yin Mo were sent flying. Their faces were as pale as paper. Who knew how many bones in their bodies were broken?